I know that myself or Tyler or whoever, Bob, uh, Stephen, and Lawrence, we'll say a bunch of people's names. We'll post it from the Maria Report. You can look at the effects, the results of the stuff that we do here. So, number one mission here is to provide information, do an information campaign in support of Ukraine. A lot of misinformation exists in the Twitter sphere and on the internet. And one of the secondary effects of what we do is we help channel funds to Maria Aid because we know them and we know the good work they do, the great work they do, the selfless work they do. So we want to let the world know that Maria Aid is doing God's work in Ukraine, and you can view all the great things they do and the results of them. It's poignant, obviously, it's rather poignant because there have been detractors, former uh, attendees who have claimed to be supporting.
Yehuda, before you go any further,
Yes.
I just want to mention that today is the 13th of August, 2022, and the restart happened at 10:35 Mountain Time.
There you go. And for those who don't know Mountain Time, it's because no one lives there. No, I'm just kidding. People in the mountains do. Thanks so much. Exactly what Battle Moose said. So, we've had a little hiccup, as everyone knows, and it's no longer the elephant in the room. Thank God, we are providing unencumbered support for Ukraine, and some people, including certain journalists, I guess, if you want to be generous, people who talk on the internet, made some wild claims. And we're doing our best to rise above and not discuss, people who make salacious and fraudulent, actually, claims under the guise of reports are in. People hide behind words like this because they don't have the guts to say what they really want to say because they are afraid of being sued and have platforms. There are no reports in of anything. There are one individual spreading lies and getting other people to tweet by proxy, and other people picked it up and said, oh, we think that there's stealing and oh my God. They never reached out to anyone, never spoke to anyone. They even assumed at one point that MryiaReport takes money, which we don't. So it obviously shows that the person didn't even dedicate 1 second of thinking or investigation, yet there are writers and reporters. The message I personally have, not on behalf of the report, but the message I would say to people like that is shame on you. You should be disgusted and embarrassed. There are hundreds, if you count between the different volunteer organizations that we know of, not just Maria Aid, but even we're going to have friends from Ukraine Aid Ops come tomorrow. There are hundreds of volunteers around the world, many with no skin in the game. They're not Ukrainian. I'm a little biased, full disclosure. Some of my family is from there. My wife's entire family are fresh off the boat from Ukraine, not recent, 25 years ago. And they have family in Ukraine who probably lost an uncle. He was in a disabled a home for disabled people, as he was deaf, and we, you know, uh, not been able to reach. So for some of us, it's more personal than others. Um, but for many people, there's nothing, and they're just proud people who support people who want to be free. And there are people who have given thousands of hours of their time just to help, a brother and sister in humanity. And for anyone to besmirch people like that, just because they think it gets clicks, it's pathetic and it's sad. And I don't think it's a genuine position. So in a war, you have war profiteers, and you also have charlatans who seek to take advantage of that. My apologies. Oh, baby waking up. But you have these types of people that seek to do that. But we rise above. We rise above. And what better way to deal with lies and distraction than success, great success? And that's what MryiaReport has come through yet again. They have a signature drone program where they're providing with they get funds from the Ukrainian congresses from around the world, hundreds of thousands of dollars in single donations. We're not talking. What we do is we promote it, and people who can send 20 and 50 and 100, um, you know, which is great, and that's people power. But MryiaReport has the trust of in professional, massive charities around the world. And in addition, with their funds and the funds that we raise here, which is also in the hundreds of thousands, um, we're buying stuff, or we're helping them buy stuff to give to the Ukrainians. For those, again, just to go back, some of the accusations was MryiaReport was buying stuff, substandard stuff, selling it to Ukraine and charging the Ukrainians. I mean, it, just because there are words that someone types or they speak, it doesn't mean they're true. Uh, Unfortunately, well, fortunately, in our social media world, we were able to do a lot of good. And then there are those who are able to do, equally bad things because they don't care. They don't have self-respect. They have a personal issue, and they don't love themselves enough to be honest with themselves. So I do want to. It's not me sticking the knife and twisting it into the proverbial like knife, obviously. But it's the truth. We need to tell people your contributions are helping. We don't want any you know negative and down people to make you think that we're not doing great work by being here. We are, and that's why if you could retweet this space, if you haven't already followed the MryiaReport main account, please do. And if you can retweet the MryiaReport account as well, if you haven't already. But if you could retweet this space that we're here, and maybe even another tweet saying, great information available at the MryiaReport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the entire duration of this war. Yes, we're going to own it. All the volunteers, we've been here from the beginning as a group, and our group is clear that we will always support Ukraine no matter what. We're committed, and we're volunteers. We won't take money either personally to any of our PayPals, or we won't ask you to buy us a coffee. We'll make our own, and there are no pizza parties. The aid organization of choice that we love, MryiaReport.org, they also are 100% volunteers. In fact, all of their members pay their own overhead costs, whatever they are, whatever they are. And as of course, here at MryiaReport, we actually have people who have hired moderators, in some cases relocated them to new countries. And instead of working in their businesses that they own, they have them work on MryiaReport. That's out of their pocket. They're not getting that money back. And that's incredible. I want people to know that. I don't think the person wants me to say their name out, but there's an individual who contributes time, money, and we all contribute the time when it comes to away from our families, or our families appreciate it, and they know. All of us here, we have a loved one. I mean, well, some of us can't be loved, and you know who you are. But those of us who can be loved, we have our families angry at us, because it's 10, sometimes we're on for 10, 12 hours straight, sometimes even 5 hours straight. Think of when you could take 5 hours off of your life just to help communicate to the world the plight of Ukraine, the genocide therein, and we're always going to keep doing it. So this is a very special place, and for the person in particular, and he knows who he is, who who has found a way to hire people to help. um we thank you, and this will go down in history. So one day there will be a little, a PBS mini series on the first time in history where random people with no relationship to one another, and I thank God I don't know some of you from before because you're horrible, Battle Moose. No, there are great people here who've met from all over the world, and people put their money where their mouth is. You know, there are times some of us have said, here's 500 bucks. Let's do it. We got to tip the scale. But what's incredible about this room and the people in it is that we are putting our fingers on the scale. You know, look at Aziz dialing in from Kuwait a minute there, and 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 the algorithms from different, that picks up people from different parts of the world, and it spreads like a domino effect. One person here, 100 people from there, and we create this critical mass where we'll get new people. You know, we had person fell into this room just because Twitter let him, and he was a very wealthy man and spending over $100,000 to donate. I mean, the guy probably paid for about, I don't know, 5 drones now. And that's just by luck. That's just by happenstance, and that's what everyone's doing here. It's really it's a watershed moment, and thank God, we could say social media in some regards can be a force for change for the good, and that's where we're at. So I want to thank everyone. And sorry for the long-winded nature of the of my comments, but I think if anything, we've been accused of not boasting or bragging or highlighting, or how to, none of us have read the book how to toot your own horn, but it's important because in a sea of despair, a lot of people are really upset personally by all of this. This is a beacon of light in a sea of dark misinformation. So again, I also wanted the room to populate again, uh, so everyone can speak. But if anyone has any questions about Maria Aid's work, I hope whoever's been listening in the background has gone from the admin team at Maria Report has gone to the Maria Aid webpage and copied, or not copied, sorry. Um, I'm not a Twitter genius yet, but retweeted, maybe retweeted and quoted the videos from the field. It's a training base in presumably Ukraine. Who knows? And the trainers that work for Maria Ada, and one of them who actually is a volunteer at Maria Report, are on the ground. And I'm not going to say their names because I'm not sure they can do that themselves if they feel like it. But they're on the ground, and there's a lot of great feedback. And one of the things they said in the videos, at least I was sent, I hope they're the same ones that were posted, but they said, we need your support. We need more of these. And, today a woman pretty much said, if you shut up, I will send $1,000. And I did. And she did too. At least the first 500. And her friend was sending the other 500. It was about talking about a negative subject that she didn't want to hear. So I'm not going to bring it up again. But, that's what, that's 1/20th of way to another drone that's going to be in the field in Ukraine, doing things, saving Ukrainian lives, saving the soldiers' lives, which by proxy saves civilians' lives. So we do want to thank you all. And I'm going to pass it off to someone else for a bit. And thanks so very much for being here and being a part of the team. You are making a difference. Your presence, even your $40 donation, it breaks my heart to see a fellow send me a message. I don't have a lot of money, but here's 40 bucks. And it's what I can afford. It almost makes you want to choke up. Well, thank you. Anything you can do. Anyways, we'll go to Gurney.
Hey, Yehuda, real quick before you go there, I heard that Task Force Unifier is officially kicking up again in the United Kingdom. Is that for real?
I'm not sure if it's Op Unifier. I've had my head down for a bit, but I do know that the Canadian government did formally announce that 225 Canadian armed forces personnel will be in the UK. I don't know the composition. I don't know if they're being moved around from different places in Europe, or if they're coming. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if someone else knows, please do come up.
They had the task force commander on CBC the day before yesterday, and it is a continuation of Op Unifier.
Okay, well, there's your answer. If you know any more about this.
Basically, it's one brigade that's going to be leading it. However, they're drawing from a smattering of expertise across the Canadian forces, and it's mostly enlisted personnel.
All right, go ahead, Gurney. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda and Battle Moose. That's awesome news, Battle Moose. I'm assuming it's going to be some sort of in addition to the UK contingent training, because there was also an announcement. I think Norway or Sweden was sending a component as well. Is that correct? Moose, can you hear me?
Yeah, I saw the article for the Swedes, and there was talk about the Finns sending a contingent as well. I believe the Swedes committed to 50 personnel, and the Finns were talking about 100 or so and whatnot. And keep in mind, these are all trainers, right? So they're, and I'm going to use Canadian parlance because that's what I know. They're all corporals, master corporals, sergeants, the ones that are proficient in their trades. And they're going to be passing on, excuse me, basic soldiering skills. So what they're doing in the UK is giving these 10,000 Ukrainian troops their basic training.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, because I think there's been a smattering of different statements here. I think the UK had said separate from this or earlier from this that they could potentially ramp more than the 10,000. The 10,000 troops, Ukrainian troops, had committed to sort of train by October. So I think all this might have, whether this came together before Copenhagen or with Copenhagen, it seems like we'll probably get an announcement or maybe no announcement at all, but that they're going to try to ramp up training well beyond 10,000 Ukrainians in UK.
Yeah, there was a number of Kiwis that were sent also at about the same moment as the Canadians.
Yeah, well, sounds like good news all around. If Moose and Yehuda are occupied, I know Andrew's been waiting for a second, so maybe John, maybe we go to Andrew, but then I'm going to pepper you with a physics question here.
Sure, I'd be happy to, but before we go to Andrew, I have to ask, Andrew Victor, any relation?
Twins, actually. Unfortunately.
Well, I think this is the first pair of siblings we've had on the space, so this is interesting. Andrew, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, if you can all hear me, the concept of training Ukrainian troops in Western aligned nations has become really popular recently, as was just mentioned. I wanted to ask if anyone knows, are troops being trained in technically neutral countries still considered valid military targets? I know the Russians like to play dirty, and I'm not too familiar with international law on military engagements, but is there an argument that the Russians might make that Ukrainian troops being trained in the UK or in Poland or anything like that would be valid military targets in any way?
It would be the last thing the Russians ever did.
I understand that attacking, any soil of any NATO nation would trigger, some sort of blowback or an Article 5 initiation. But even non-NATO nations that Ukrainian troops might find themselves in, is there any like international legal precedent on how you treat troops being trained in active military drills in non-aligned nations?
Firstly, this is not a war. This is a, quote, special military operation, end quote. There is no concept of that in international law whatsoever. There's no such thing as a special military operation being observed in any respect in international law. And everything the Russians have done here is absolutely outside the ambit of any aspect of international law whatsoever. It is a rogue action taken by a rogue state in an entirely rogue fashion, and it should be dealt with accordingly in the international sphere.
The Russians pulled the special military operation thing, from what I understand, because doesn't the UN have particular guidelines for what happens when a nation aggressively declares war against another? Didn't they call it a special military operation to avoid some of those legal ramifications?
I suspect they declared it a special military operation because a formal state of war has a specific contextual legal meaning in Russia as to, general mobilization and the deployment of conscripts outside of Russian territory. That I suspect that's the reason why.
I'm back. Okay, I've been listening. So, all right. So yeah, that's why it's called the laws of armed conflict, not the laws of war or the laws of special military operations. Russians can call it what they want. Obviously, there are political, domestic reasons they didn't want to call it a war, and their international legal implications. They want to avoid being able. A lot of nations don't declare war legally, just so you're aware. When Canada fought in Afghanistan, it did not declare war in Afghanistan. So we just have to be careful. In and of itself, it doesn't mean uh, there are certain things countries can't get out of when doing, these conducting these types of special or not special military operations. And the Russians, for the most part, you can assume. I'm not an international lawyer, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn, and I can tell you that it's probably a lot to do with uh, their disdain in obeying, following conventional norms. In fact, they've tried to even say that they don't require to, they're not required to to give to respect Geneva conventions with respect to Ukrainian POWs. That's something they actually said from their foreign ministry, because they're neo-Nazis, they're terrorists, it's a coup, it's not really the government of Ukraine. They're hiding behind a million and one different things. I do want to circle back. Did you have a question about NATO allies training Ukrainians in their own countries? Did you say, are they a target? Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, if the Russians were to try to pull anything, behind enemy lines or anything, or if they were to try to maybe argue that legally they can strike NATO nations because they're, housing or harboring active military combatants, neo-Nazis, whatever they be, enemies of the Russian state or whatnot, and if they might, have any standing to use it as justification for any sort of strike against either NATO nations or, non-NATO nations that might have Ukrainian troops in them.
Yeah, I think Battle News jumped in there. Yeah, if that was something that it would be a good night, ladies. That would be a very bad move by Russia, if they were to attack a NATO operation in the United Kingdom. That would be, yeah. I do not think that's in the cards for the Russians. Simply, not even simply because their capabilities aren't there, but they did threaten to, attack shipments coming in. Maybe they presumably thought that there were foreign, the army personnel, military personnel from foreign nations doing it. It would be an absolutely ridiculous thing for them to do, and um, and I guess just to jump to it ahead of you, if someone else messages, a lot of questions are being asked. Even in Canada, a reporter did ask the chief of defense staff if there are Canadians and in Ukraine itself, and he said said this question won't be answered. I suspect a lot of countries are in a similar position. So if the Russians were to strike, I mean, right now, I'm not saying it's every target in Ukraine is legitimate, but in the Russians' eyes, every target in Ukraine is a legitimate target. Yeah, we'd have to really see how that plays out. But the Russians can't stop anyone from training Ukrainians in Germany or Poland or England or sorry, the United Kingdom. And I think that's pretty clear. I yeah, it's almost a non-point, if you know what I mean, Andrew. Okay, so we're just getting back up to speed. Please do retweet. Sometimes it takes about 30 minutes to get back to where we were, 400 or 500. We're going to have our friends from Ukraine Aid Ops are coming in. Hari and Alan and a few others. They have a little thing to share. We're coordinating with them drones through MryiaAid actually is doing that, and they've asked to come here to talk, and hopefully we'll get some MryiaAid people up. I think you know who you are, but yeah, Alex, maybe if you want to come up, and maybe if Alex can come up for a bit just to talk about those videos. This would be the feedback that the Ukrainian military has given us at MryiaReport, and they even mention us. That was nice of them. And they talk about the great work that we have done to help MryiaAid fund some of these drones, or a good part of them, and that'd be great. And so, just so you know, success is infectious. Another organization, Ukraine Aid Ops, reached out to MryiaAid, from what I'm aware, and they said, "Hey, can you tell us how you're doing it? Because we heard they're really good, and we want to give the units that we're supporting the same thing." So everyone's just joining. The forces of good are joining up, and that's great. So definitely, that'd be great if. Oh, there he is. Maybe Alex, welcome to MryiaReport.
Thank you, Yehuda. It's a little late in my hour, but I think you're in the same time zone as I am. You always force my hand, always force me to come up, and always force me to talk. So unwillingly, I'm here.
What did I miss and what I said? And everyone has their magic word. So when I say MryiaAid, Alex is there. When I say CCP, Jengu pops up, and then urban warfare. I say it in the mirror in the dark, and Major Giroux or Colonel Spencer pops in, and if he wants to come up, please do. We'd love to chat. Go ahead, Alex. Was I right? Did I say not enough? Did I say too much? What could you add? What color can you add to the conversation about all that really good news?
There's really good news, and I don't want to sort of spill the beans too much, because I want to give a chance to our volunteer with MryiaAid that traveled with the folks who provide the drones to the site, to the trainer situation. And I want to give him the sort of the full space and the full ability to talk about that story. This is a project that we have been tracking for a very, very long time. Behind the scenes, lots of work is being done. Where you guys see, a couple of tweets, a couple of videos. Those are super, super great. We were very grateful for that, because those are just the visible fruits of the labor. But behind the scenes, there's teams working, putting that together, organizing, for organizing translators who are well known to the space here. I want to give her the platform to talk about this, but I think it's a very exciting time, because this is a solution that is getting refined. The more we visit, the more we work on this, the more we deliver this project, the happier that all the counterparties are. And that means there is a real possibility to scale this. And there is something there that all parties are interested in doing. There's investments there from from the donors of this space, of course, but there's going to be more serious investors coming to this. And I think the folks in Ukrainian Aid Ops have reached out to us. Yes, we're beginning to have those conversations. I apologize for the vagueness, but I literally, I feel a moral obligation that these are not my news to share. There's people that have been there physically, done the more than just the sort of administrative organization work that I'm responsible for, and I want them to have a chance to break the news and have say their piece and eat their cake.
Fair enough. I will. I personally am nowhere near as classy, so I'm going to spill the beans. No, the truth is, they did reach out. They did ask me to set the conditions there to prep the ground and let people know. They're very modest and humble as well. Um, and and I did speak to Frelaine, and she did say that. First of all, Frelaine doesn't get paid to do what she does. She just does stuff, and it's not free to take drives all around the country, but she does it, and she does it because she knows that people are here spending thousands of their dollars and thousands of their hours to help support her country from genocide. So I guess that'll be in the next day. So I won't. Well, I don't know all the details, and I think I'd love if they have time, especially if one of our friends is going from Ukraine back to the United Kingdom. Maybe in the train or the car, they'll have time to share the whole story or whatever they're comfortable in sharing. Alex, right?
Yeah, for sure. On that front, and since you mentioned Verlaine, I'm going to speak sort of freely about her involvement, and she's very excited. And yes, this is a big moment because it's not the first time that she's reaching out, helping, and volunteering her time to be the translator. Yet again, a professional translator. She's been working with the military for many, many years now. So it's just a matter. It just shows her level of professionalism, that she's sort of sacrificing her time and her profession, really her skills, to do this alongside with us. And of course, it's super exciting because there's some really great, fantastic news in the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainian folks and the trainers and the drone operators are very, very happy. And what we're understanding so far is that this sort of total systemic approach. So it's not just the Fury drone that we initially campaigned for and raised money and donated. Those drones are in play, they're getting refined, but it's the full system. It's the control panels, it's the software, it's the it's a full sort of systemic. I hate to repeat the same word.
Turnkey
Yeah,
operation.
well, not just a turnkey operation, but these are transferable systems. So I think something that we know from the feedback from different drone operators is that you have different drone platforms. They have different software. They have different flying capabilities. They have different control modules. If you lose the drone, not always the control module is not always compatible with other drones from that same platform, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of sort of interchange difficulties, right? The unique sort of complex solution that is being refined to a turnkey solution here is that it's not just a single drone platform. There's many different drones for many different purposes, and they all have a shared base. They all share a single platform, so it allows the operator to be multifunctional, and that's the really exciting piece.
So it's about interoperability between different functionalities that the Ukrainian military has to deliver to its soldiers, right?
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And the ability to have a platform, and I think maybe people are starting to see that there's a bigger thing at play. So initially, in addition to Ukraine's, internal organic UAV capabilities, all of a sudden the country became flooded with thousands of other, perhaps models and types. People were just, trying to send everything they could willy nilly, and then after a while, um, smart people who worked with the Ukrainian military, who happen to be in the militaries of NATO. I think you know where I'm going with this. These are people with an expertise, so therefore, let's assume these groups were able to, MryiaReport in particular, to kind of assess the problems, address, first of all, identify issues in compatibility, and the ease of use, and the ability to switch platforms, yet maintaining that consistency. Those problems were addressed. And I'm going to say it, I'll connect the dots, just so we don't, do this back and forth between me and Alex, because of the expertise and the individuals in MryiaReport. That problem got corrected, or it's on its way. And with coordination with all the stakeholders, instead of people having purchased drones, or different organizations doing this or that, it looks to be that there'll be a process where new supplies can be integrated into the Ukrainian arsenal, into their sensory and their sensing abilities, platform. And that's huge for a country like Ukraine right now in the war it's facing. Having that key purpose of integration and consistency and compatibility, that's what will, you know, exponentially affect the efficacy of the drones that are out there, and it's a big deal. So yeah, I will brag about, Alex doesn't have to, about MryiaReport, the fact that a lot of these people, including former task force commanders who led the show, they're in a supremely well placed position to be able to reach out to those Ukrainians in the military that are doing that job there, and then they're able to tap the people that they had working UAVs in Ukraine with the Ukrainians already. So it's not new. These connections have been there for years, and that's the beauty of MryiaReport. That's why I think it's just fantastically great idea, because you're not having well-minded, intended intentioned people who want to raise money and buy stuff. You have people with the actual technical know-how to maximize and optimize those donations to Ukraine. And that's something that is that's why I'm so dedicated to supporting MryiaReport, because I know that the work that we do here, it's not just raising money to send a thing over. I know it feels good to send a thing over, but to know that thing is going to be used very, very effectively by the Ukrainians, because the groundwork has been done already. And every challenge and hurdle that does come up, MryiaReport's able to understand it, because they have the expertise, right? It's not people, sitting in a I don't know, an apartment in Ohio, or Florida, and saying, "Oh, I just want to send something," which is great in itself. But we're actually, the setup there that we're supporting is one that allows for compatibility, cross platform compatibility, and that's amazing. So I just wanted to point that out, Alex.
Yeah, Yehuda, I don't want to take away from all the drones that are being sent to Ukraine, because at this time of the war, having a drone that flies, that can be used for reconnaissance, is a way better option than not having a drone. So the need for drones, and the need for consumer level drones, is still going to be extremely high. Where the nuance exists, and where I think is both you and I, and our fellow listeners, and our fellow community here, the stuff that we can get excited about, is that this is very much a two-way conversation, and a two-way improvement. And we're learning as much as as much as Ukrainians are learning from us, and we're learning from our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, who are doing the good fight. And the point here is that Ukrainians have already shown at this type of pattern of cross-platform interoperability. Everyone sort of in this space has probably heard, and has been covered many, many, many different times, this fantastic program that they've built for their artillery arm of their forces, where the targeting is decentralized, distributed, where you hook yourself up to a Starlink, put your GPS position, identify which type of gun you have, and then you start getting the targeting data being sent to you, right? And so that level, that pattern of, hey, we're going to use a single platform but cover many different use cases, this type of thinking is now being introduced for the drone operation side as well. This is very nascent. This is nowhere near to that level of professionalism and sort of and that level of interoperability as the artillery. What I'm trying to sort of communicate here is that this is the type of thinking, the pattern, and the type of mission that we are supporting for Ukrainians to develop on their drone side, right? And the company that we're working with, the British company, they're investing a lot of money in order to be able to do that, because it's not just, so you can imagine in field conditions, you need a different drone for day flying, you need a different drone for night flying, you need a different drone if you want to, have it loiter, have a payload capacity, does not have a payload capacity. There's all kinds of, something that the layman, lay people don't fully appreciate is that different drones have their different strengths and weaknesses, and all of them are being exploited. As we can see, Ukrainians are always exploiting everything to its maximum strengths and capacities. And this is that story. This is that story about the drones, and this is that consolidation to sort of say, hey, we're trying to build this universal type of an idea that we can then use different drones for whatever purpose you need, way more durable, way more useful for this specific mission, and then more specialized drones for specific missions, but again with interoperability, so that the operators don't need to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different controls for each mission. So I think that's the piece that gets everybody excited. Of course, I think this is a type of thinking and pattern that has already been well established by Ukraine and Ukrainians, and we're just following along.
Right. So if anyone, the keyword, if you want to Google ISTAR, ISTAR, it makes the flash to bang quicker, because it's one thing to sense the enemy in the battlefield. It's another thing to properly or quickly target or efficiently target, acquire it, and then act on it. So that's where Alex is going with that. Finance has a question for Alex.
Yeah, I'm just curious if these drones have been used on the on the ground yet, and sort of if we can say, how, if that's something that has come out and back in that an OPSEC issue.
So right now, what we can say is that the approach is to get a group of folks who can train other operators. So right now it's the train the trainer approach, and so these visits and these sort of deliveries are used for that purpose, and to introduce the different strengths and capacities of those different sort of specific drones. That's basically, I think, what I can sort of say today.
All right, Jade has a question.
Just to kind of throw this out there, I have seen a multiplicity of YouTube videos over the last, just to guess, maybe 8 to now 12 weeks on YouTube, of certain units and brigades, whatnot, infantry units using donated drones with a grabber claw, a remotely controlled grabber claw attachment used on these commercial drones. and they're putting fucking grenades in plastic cups with a tape hook or loop that the remote claw releases at a certain point, and they loiter the drone over a mortar position or what have you. I mean, there are literally thousands of YouTube videos showing these commercial drones, the kinds you would possibly get at, Walmart or Target or a hobby shop, dropping grenades and mortar rounds on Russian positions that are very well camouflaged and very well concealed. And I'm just vocally putting this out there to reinforce what everybody else is saying, that it's fucking working. There, we're creating more dead Russian babies, and I think that's a good thing.
Oh, well, I don't know
So
about babies. That's not appropriate.
15.
Yeah, so let's just tone that down. Where the Ukrainians are not killing Russian babies, but
What I meant by that is the 15 years ago when Putin was making threats about, you're going to kill our Russian babies. Well, 15 years ago, those Russian babies 15 years ago are now on the front line, being used as cannon fodder.
yeah, and just the terminology. Let's focus on the Russian invading soldiers who are committing genocide. We're going to make sure that
about how effective the support from MryiaAid for drones and other stuff is, as well as I wanted to go on to mention the HIMARS systems. There are some fantastic videos right now out showing the HIMARS, the American HIMARS systems that were given to Ukraine after the training period, and the placement process, which takes days and days. Now Ukraine has the HIMARS systems in place, and they're very well concealed, and they're taking out a vast number of Russian placements. So we're making some very good positive progress on the ground in Ukraine and Crimea. So I just wanted to put a positive note on that every little dollar that anybody can contribute to this is actually coming to fruition as we speak right now in ways we probably don't even understand unless we're on the front lines. And I just urge everyone to keep contributing and helping and supporting and continuing the dialogue so that we can further support and intelligence and understanding of what is needed in the moment and react moment by moment. Thank you.
Well, we thank you. We thank you that there, Jade. And first off, I just want to mention that if the drone can see your position, then you're not very well camouflaged. Your cam and concealment is crap. Secondly, love the little Yehuda picture there, Alex. Thirdly, the HIMARS systems are a little out of the price range of MryiaAid at the moment, but we're working at it.
The U.S. government donated like 18 units to the Ukraine. MryiaAid does not have to worry about HIMARS systems. That's been donated by the UK, Germany, us, and they all have their own renditions, but they're already there.
100%. So Alex doesn't have all the time in the world. Thanks, Jade. We're going to go to Andrew's got a question for Alex, and just stick around if you'd like. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, with what MryiaAid is doing with acquiring drones and how much the Ukrainian army has been asking for them, I wanted to ask, is there any doctrine that the Ukrainians can lean on in terms of how to use drones in the battlefield? Just from my layman's understanding, I feel like drones are kind of new, and I see Ukrainians using them for like artillery spotting, for reconnaissance, and I was wondering, do they have any sort of military doctrine or anything from the West that they can rely on how to integrate these systems with reconnaissance and artillery, or do they literally have to like make it up by themselves on the spot?
I think that's a fantastic question, and I think this is one of those situations where I think the rest of the world will be taking a ton of learning opportunities from Ukrainians direct, right? Certainly, we can think of the United States having a very powerful drone program, but to the extent that Ukrainians are using it, individual units, in the trenches, I don't think that any army today, except for Ukraine, has drones, even recon drones, as part of standard kit to infantry on the line, right? And so it's not just the air recon units; it's literally guys in trenches will launch their drone, seek out the positions of Russian soldiers at the front, and then be able to sort of target their volleys of whatever, either artillery or RPGs, or even, the the kind of like small arms fire that they can use directly with drones. So I think this is where it's a fantastic, perfect example where the future of how war will be taken care of will be extreme. I think the 21st century war is going to be defined by extensive use of drones in very small personal units, and it's going to become standard kit for most operators out in the field.
So just to clarify for people who are unaware, currently the way drones in most nations work are they're operators of those drones. And when you want to call in, say, artillery fire missions, you're going to have a foo. It's a person who's embedded. He's attached to, or he or she is attached to a different a unit unlike theirs, and they would call in. They'll get the coordinates. They'll figure out, traditionally before drones, it might be forward observing officer, observation officer who will be able to communicate with whether they are the Air Force or the artillery, and give those coordinates live in real time, and then having fires for effect on the targets. That's the way it's usually was done. And then with drones take over that role, and they can better find out where that enemy is, because the artillery, obviously, well, not obvious to everyone, but there aren't big artillery guns, 100 feet behind a company of soldiers being attacked. They're far away, and there has to be a way to communicate with them. And when it comes to, um, it usually doesn't work that there's an infantry sergeant who is on a walkie-talkie to an airplane saying, "Hey, Bob, a bunch of bad guys about 100 meters to my east. Can you do something? Help a brother out?" It doesn't work like that. But the Israelis have a very strong integrated system as well. And so what we're talking about here is having the ability of a drone operator who's been trained by Ukrainian, who is trained by another Ukrainian, who's trained by people who bring it in, like for example MryiaReport, having that platoon commander have the option to have one of their troops use this drone while they're in a fight, and give back that sensory information really quick, and it integrates into a system where everyone then can see it, and whoever is going to pick it up can pick it up and go, "I'll target it, I'll send this back to the gun line that's supporting our force, and they'll launch those rockets or rocket artillery or regular artillery on that position." And it allows for a much more dynamic and integrated response, and a more effective response, less ammunition required, because the targeting information is so accurate. The targeting information is right there. These are super, super important things. And that's what Alex is talking about, revolutionizing warfare via drones. Whereas drones aren't this holy grail where you have to have a PhD to figure it out, and it has to go back to some form of integrated system where, minutes count. So remember, seconds count, right? You're going to be able to hit more things on the fly. You're going to be able to deny the Russians the ability to maneuver really at all, because they'll constantly be under the overwatch of these drones by people. And the problem is when you have, and I never meant to, I hope Alex never thought, I never meant to say I'm poo-pooing people sending whatever, send whatever you can. The war's not won, but it's good to know that the drone technology is being refined, the nuance being established, so that the things that we are sending, and that's why I love it. And if Maria didn't have that ability, and they were just sending drones, commercial drones like that too, that'd be fine as well. But we can't ignore the efficacy or the possibilities of even a more effective use of their platforms. That's a huge deal. And again, having units in contact, being able to seamlessly would be the word, seamlessly integrate with other, units and other assets of the Ukrainian military, whether they be air or artillery. That's huge. It's a game changer within a world of game changers, and the Ukrainians have proven to be quite adaptable, and yeah, they've been able to adjust their fighting to accommodate the scenarios they find themselves in. So that's a good thing. And I guess we're going to go to Jonathan. We had a few other people. We don't know what happened. You come back up. If you want to chat, just click the speaker button. Jonathan, welcome to the panel. Do you have a question for Alex?
Hi. I kind of have a statement for the gentleman who said something before about learn from the Ukrainians. I think you kind of beat me to most of the answers or the statement that I was going to make about that. But I just wanted to say that, so like Ukrainians and Russians, I don't know what happened to the Russians. They're obviously not using it. But Ukrainians are some of the best software engineers. I've known many, and a few Russian, or not Russians. They're mostly Russian Jews, but they have some very good programmers, and no doubt they've done some serious systems integration. They even got the AG-88s to fire from MiGs, and that didn't just happen by itself. So yeah, we're going to learn a lot from the Ukrainians from this war. After the war, when they can talk about it, I guess if I had one question, it would be, what is going to happen with this new tech that Russia is getting from Iran for the drone war, and what can be done to defeat that?
The tech from Iran. Well, the tech from Iran, they're pretty good at attacking civilian targets and babies and children, ironically. They're not very sophisticated. They tout themselves to be very sophisticated. Their biggest was a mass suicide drone attack on an oil refinery. No, oil refinery didn't stand a chance. It didn't run away fast enough. So they're good at attacking soft targets. I don't think Ukrainian military officials are being kept up at night because of the threat of Iranian drones. It's a bit of a laugh. In fact, the Israelis just toy with Iranian drones. Then they just hack them and land them and giggle. Actually,
well, that's good then. That if they're trash, that's good.
No, they're bad. The Israelis also have a funny trick they've been doing with Iranian drones, and that is, what did they do? I forget the story, but the Iranian drones have an one particular drone has an auto destruct sequence, and the Israelis trick the drones into thinking that they're running out of airtime, and then they fly them back they return to sender, and then they detonate at the controller's location. That's so clever.
Thing we would do, yeah.
Yeah, the Israelis. So the drone ends up heading back to exactly where it came from and blowing up and killing all the operators. And I don't know. It's just so bizarre, and they just keep doing it. Or they'll just land it in a Hezbollah area. They'll just fly it, and Hezbollah thinks it's one of their own drones because it is an Iranian drone coming, say, from Syria, and they'll just land it at other terrorist bases and it'll blow up. Yeah, it's good for them, whatever. if the Russians want a whole bunch of those, I'm sure the Israelis would be more than happy to flip that. Well, they already are flipping tons of technology over to the Ukrainians. So
there's a bunch of
more of this.
Israelis fighting with the Ukrainians right now,
Yeah,
special forces people.
We've mentioned that here many times about the Israeli contribution to Ukraine, regardless of their public pronouncements that they're that they're not doing military stuff. There are thousands of Israelis in Ukraine right now. That's a fact, and good for them. Good for them. They don't really want to take credit for a lot of stuff, just because why do they have to? The Israelis have people are going to hate the Israelis no matter what they do, so they don't really need to make it look like they're doing anything. But yes, there's plenty of information out there, Jonathan. So stick around and listen some more because we've discussed that quite a lot here.
Yeah, the Israelis are walking a fine line. Know that I'm half Israeli.
Yeah, well then you're half all right. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, they're doing a lot of really good work. So God bless them, and that's also from special forces to a great deal of signal intelligence people that do the cyber, they do the targeting, and they do all that jazz. And a lot of them are ones that speak Ukrainian or Russian at home in Israel with their parents or their grandparents, and that's a very amazing skill set that no one really else, not many other, well, no other country can deliver that. There's about 500 to 800,000 Israelis who are descended from Ukrainians or Jewish Ukrainians, and a similar number of Russian ones. But a lot of those are actually Russian speakers from Ukraine itself, ironically. So we'll go ahead to Andrew. Andrew.
Yeah, I had a question for Alex a bit about the logistics of donating equipment to Ukrainians and to the Ukrainian army. I know a lot of us lay people, we just sort of send money or we donate, and then you guys and other organizations take care of the rest. But I wanted to ask if it's not confidential, could we get a bit of an explanation of how you guys identify who exactly is going to be the receiver of this equipment? Like, do you guys have to work through the American embassy in Ukraine? Like, do you guys work with other organizations who then connect you with officers of regiments or something like that? And because I see so many like straight up soldiers on posts from MryiaReport thanking you guys, but I was just wondering, like, how do you find them? There's thousands of them. How do you identify who you're sending it to? What does the logistics chain look like, if you're allowed to talk about that?
Alex, before you go on, I just want to, just for the audience, for those who are new, I forget. So as we've said, the people at MryiaAid, not Alex personally is not in the military, but the people in MryiaAid literally speak. They have units that call them because they worked with them or they trained them actually in the last couple of years specifically. So they have those relationships. So a commanding officer from the task force commander means she was the lead officer from Canada, the boss in charge of the training mission. So she would have, in the time she was there, have spoken and met with dozens of commanding officers of particular units. So they know her on a first name basis. So the reason why sometimes I want to, if anyone detracts from Marine, it's like, do you understand that these are the actual these are the commanding officers who the Ukrainians would be paired up with and said, okay, go to that lady, she's the boss from Canada, and find out what we can learn from them, and find out what let her send her trainers to teach your units. Well, the war started, and those people were on the phone with her and other former commanders that were like a group of them, and said, okay, we're under attack. It's a real deal. It's not training. What do we need? We think we need a bunch of these. Can you get it? And she'd be like, yeah, let's get the organization involved. And that's, so I'm not going to get into the details. Alex can do the logistics stuff, but those groups that are, people ask, what's the difference? Like, why are these guys so good? They're so good. These guys and girls are so good. Is because they actually know these people. Like, it's not someone who says, I know Ihor and he's a private in the 31st, yada yada yada, and he says he needs this type of NVG. No. This goes to the people in Ukraine, the officers in Ukraine who are making decisions for their soldiers are contacting the people at MryiaReport and saying, I need this, I need that. I know there are a handful of units in particular that are really, really close to the people at MryiaReport, but I don't know the rest of it. Well, I know it poorly, so I'm going to let Alex discuss that. Go ahead, Alex.
Way to steal the thunder. Absolutely.
Keep going. No, there's more. There's more because there are other units. There are other units that you didn't know before, right? And
Absolutely.
it's not just that. Don't you prioritize based on need? And there's a lot of people that need stuff, right?
So this was this is something that is extremely unique about our organization, and we've had other organizations reach out to us and sort of say, hey, how do you guys prioritize what you send? How do you guys figure out what you're focusing on? Who are you sending it to? These same questions. And this is a lovely combination, a happenstance of events and circumstances that are just so serendipitous. First, you've mentioned Colonel Melanie Lake. She was there training Ukrainian soldiers for Op Unifier in Lviv before she had to come back at the end of 2021, right? And naturally, February 24th rolls around. I think Melanie got messages on the day of the war saying, hey, Mel, can you do something? Can we start organizing? And in fact, hence here lies the impetus of us launching the organization. We sort of found each other, right? The other side of it is that we have native Ukrainian speakers, and I'm a native Ukrainian speaker myself. I'm one of the folks who can serve as the sort of Canadian and then Ukrainian go-between, right? And so in the process, in this sort of story of us beginning to organize and try to focus, we have the soldiers who have had a direct relationship with Melanie and can speak English. And then there are soldiers who come exactly from this space. They hear us. They know of Colonel Melanie Lake or of the people that are with the organization and that are participating in the organization, but not public about it. We certainly have more than one military member working alongside, volunteering with us. They know them as well. And so it's friends of friends, and it's a very tight network, right? And we begin to have situations where people reach out to us. They introduce themselves. We vet them through the network of known commanders, known chain of command in the Ukrainian sort of armed forces and the Ministry of Defense. And then we say, okay, good. We've established a relationship. This is what you need. And we're very specific about the aid that we do send, right? So drones is one of our major arms of focus. At the beginning of this whole thing, we tried to be an Amazon for all units. You just tell us what you need. We will do the very best to procure it in a very timely fashion and then ship it over to you. That's not sustainable. So we focused on 4 lines. And one of the big ones is obviously drones, and we're talking about drones, so I won't cover any other lines. But the logistics piece is also has been borne out through our operations, right? Which means that we have organizations and affiliated groups in Ukraine that receive our stuff in Poland, move it across the border. We organize, because we're native speakers. We have somebody who comes as a profession as a lawyer. He has become the expert for not only export permits and controls in Canada and sort of United States, but also all the necessary paperwork that's needed to cross the border from Poland to Lviv. We prepare all the necessary work. We templated it out, so when there is a specific need, a specific unit that we're serving, all of that documentation is sort of pre-provided to those units we get the necessary signatures, we get the necessary permissions. This stuff is very sort of done on an effective manner. And then, you know, we have the Canadian side of paperwork that gets done. Stuff ships out through various ways, right? Depends on the type of aid. We've sent 5 sea containers worth of stuff, things that are donated to us in kind, in equipment. We've sent you know, things by airplane when it's needed in a more timely fashion. Drones, for example, they fly by airplane to Poland, and then it already comes with a stack of paperwork in order for that sealed package to then be transferred over into Lviv, and then from Lviv, the units either themselves go to pick it up, or we have intermediaries that we are well known to us, well-known organizations that we have trust in them, that they also have a connection to those units. So it is a very unique situation towards our organization, because we have those people-to-people relationships. It's a trusted network, right? And whenever we get to meet new units, new commanders, new folks that we are not exposed to, that always vet them through our network, our current existing network, before sort of engaging in a more serious notion. And trust me, all the military guys, they all know each other, so it's not like you know, it's not like a Vasil out of nowhere is requesting a drone and we don't know.
You
That kind of
you
thing.
mean just as someone who wasn't in the military and then they have a friend in the army in Ukraine, and you just don't just say, "Oh, we'll give you something." You don't do it that way.
I mean, it's a good joke, but no, I mean, there's lots of risk, right? There's lots of risk to sending equipment to people that you don't know, right? And so nobody in from MRIA Aid will claim that we're helping all of units in Ukraine. That's physically impossible to do, right? We're helping the people that we know, and the people that we know introduce us to other people that they know, that they trust, and we continue expanding sort of our capabilities, but a lot of it is tied to funding, right? A lot of it, like, there's a real constraint, right? These drones are not cheap, you know. Like even if you consider the commercial drones, so we send, you know, stuff that's sort of similar to commercial or are commercial. We've sent those kinds of drones as well for reconnaissance purposes. And the versions that we send are not the sort of base models, right? The versions that we send are the upgraded thermal cameras and things of that nature. So it runs up into quite a few thousands of dollars, right? And so there is a real constraint. We can't like, I think in totality so far, I think we've either procured or helped to procure and delivered around 50 drones of various different capacities. But I'll have to sort of follow up with our logistics person just to double check that number. So don't hold my feet to the fire on that. But I think it's around 50 drones that we've delivered or helped to procure and deliver inside Ukraine.
Excellent. Okay. I think Andrew had another follow up. Real quick, Andrew, we're going to get some other hands up.
Yeah, I'll put mine down. Actually, I'll leave it to someone else. Thank you for your work, Alex. It's, you know, really incredible.
Yeah, Andrew, and I hope that sort of answered your question. You were asking super interesting questions tonight about this, and I think you know, I'm honored to be able to sort of participate in this community, and I'm honored to be working in such a very unique organization, because most other orgs that speak to us specifically lay that situation out where they have maybe 1 or 2 units that they're familiar with, either through some back channels or so a friend of a friend knows them, but they don't have direct access to the unit. They don't have direct access to feedback. They don't have direct access to conversations as to what happens. And there's always a few sort of jumps between the unit that receives the equipment and the paperwork that's necessary, while we have a very sort of we've shortened our distance to the people who are helping. And in many occasions, I think in most occasions, we actually have direct chats with the people that are receiving the actual aid and the equipment.
Yeah. So basically, in a nutshell, I'll say like, Colonel Lake's a bit of a superstar. Like, she's very well known in the Ukrainian military. They know her. They trust her. She was their best friend when she was there. She was, you know, of the three NATO missions, the Americans and the British and the Canadians usually punched above their weight, even though the missions were about this. Well, there's Americans was a little bigger, but the relationship that the Canadians have with the Ukrainians is actually it's unimpeachable. It's quite strong. There are a lot of Ukrainians like Alex living in Canada, and there are a lot of Ukrainian Canadians, Canadians of Ukrainian descent in our military that either elected or were sent over. So the relationships when you speak the same language and have parents coming from that culture it's naturally just going to be stronger. And so, I have three friends I've worked with at a headquarters recently who all are Ukrainian Canadians. Two were born there and grew up in Canada, and the other one was born in Canada, and they speak Ukrainian fluently. And they were in Op Unifier. They're gonna, I'm not trying to make fun of the Americans or British, but if you're Ukrainian military, just use your head. You're in the Ukrainian military, and you've got these three big training missions, and there are quite a few on the Canadian side that are speak Ukrainian. As far as you're concerned, they're Ukrainian, right? Because their first and last names are Ukrainian. They speak Ukrainian fluently. You're going to be like, wow, you're going to gravitate towards them. And then their commander, who's like super cool and like the most switched on officer I personally know, and she's laid back and she gets the job done, and yet she has all of these soldiers that speak Ukrainian working for her. Who do you think is going to have a great relationship? She is, right? So, again, probably didn't brag about it enough in the beginning. Maybe I should have, but it's not me. I'm bragging about serving in the same army with her. Superstar. She's an absolute superstar, and Ukrainians know it. So, as Alex said, that's just really well put, and that is that aside from the units that she directly worked with, because obviously the Canadian Army didn't go there with 500 or 1,000 people, and then or 1,500, however big the missions were, and then train 50,000 troops. No, there are obviously between the generals in charge, they said, okay, the Canadians, you work with these 5 brigades, and Americans, you work with these other 7 brigades, and the British, you work with these 4, and then and offload your knowledge. That's how it kind of plays out, right? But when the back, there are really great organizations that really surprise really got into it. Yeah, hold on. Sorry. So when you have these aid organizations finding, like, they might know the OPSO, the operations officer of the unit, so they'll reach out. But it's always a little more comforting for a Ukrainian commander, a major general, a colonel who says, "Oh, wow, that's Melanie. I love her. I remember her from 7 months ago. She's helping. Okay, let's call her up." And immediately there's trust. Immediately there's that transfer. Like, the Ukrainian army doesn't have to worry. Oh, if I tell Melanie how this item works, is it bad? Whereas the trust and initially the trust isn't going to be as high with other units, just because some of these people weren't even in the military before. They're civilians, or if they're in the military, they have nothing to do with those command relationships. So for me, and I'm not going to speak for Alex, but for me, when I decided to help and be a part of a bigger picture, I realized, what, this is a really good use of my time, and this is a really good use of any effort I put into it, because I know that the best shot I have in my help, in my time, in my money, to helping Ukraine empirically and qualitatively, is to go through there. So that's why we push MryiaAid, because we know, and other groups are great. Like, we have friends with all sorts of groups that you hear. We have relationships where we've built with half a dozen really good organizations. Ukraine Aid Ops is coming on tomorrow to talk about a project that they want some help with. And I know that they're doing great. And you know how you want to know why? Because they're the ones who reached out to us when there was a little fiasco, and it wasn't a big deal, but they said, hey, can you tell us who can we speak to so we can understand this process better? Because we see you guys really know it. And when they say you, they think MryiaReport, right? But I have no problem saying, hey, no problem. So I said, hey, Alex, you're from MryiaReport. Can you please speak to the guys from Ukraine Aid Ops? And I thought that is such a responsible organization because there's no ego, right? It's not, and MryiaReport doesn't say, oh, we know we have the right recipe, so we're not going to share it. No, they're like, yeah, get them on board. We'll tell them what we're doing. Like, it's really beautiful, right? So there's zero ego. There's zero ego involved. It's not like no one's waiting for a medal here. The people at MryiaReport, I can't sing their praises enough. They really are. They're doing a great job, and the logistics and Liz and Carrie, not just Mel. There's so many really great people, and Lubomir and Paul, and Shannon, Jennifer. Like there's so many really great people, Dina, and they do such amazing work behind the scenes. And it's stuff, you're right. Someone said to you, you'll never know about it, but these are people who work. Oh, there's Alex too. Forgot about you. No, I'm just kidding. There are these great people that work around the clock to help, and they've got something good. So you know what, military principle, you always reinforce success. So we're reinforcing success, you guys being here, you guys and girls, we really appreciate it. Some people are trying to get up. Nathan, I don't know, you're timing out or you're not timing out. But yeah, that's where we're at. Did I miss anything, Alex? Is it a fair sum up of what you were saying?
Yeah. Just I'm always cautious when you name names, just because I know that some of our members.
I just made those up. Those aren't real people's names.
Exactly.
I just like John and Lawrence of Arabia, and then there's Donald, Duck. Listen, no one knows. These are names are on the website. Okay, I'm just saying names on the website.
Okay, yeah.
All right,
Fair
it's
point.
public information. It's you could Google it. Come on. I didn't tell them about the secret super squirrels. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, no.
I just want you to be cautious. We can't talk about the biolabs experiment that we're doing.
We talk about the biolabs experiment in public, we're gonna get in big trouble. Especially the super soldiers genetically engineered by Americans and the Illuminati, and the Bilderbergs. Who knows? Yeah, there's such a mystery that I don't even know their real name. Yeah, we get a lot of that, but no, this is it's all a big family now. At MryiaReport, we're very proud and happy to support MryiaReport and all the good stuff they do. Finance wants to talk about biolabs. Of course, I said biolabs. I'm sure finance has to chime in. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I want to talk about the latest Ukrainian biolab project. After all the NAFO Shiba Inu dogs, they've created Atacam cigarettes and then donated them to Russian soldiers. We don't support smoking here at MryiaReport, but if you have to smoke because smoking kills, you should definitely do it if you're a Russian soldier, and you should smoke your Atacam brand cigarettes near as many ammo dumps as possible, especially near Crimean air bases. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, that's fair. You should do that. Yeah, look, let's get to the military, but I think people want to hear something about what's going on. If you haven't noticed, actually, there's a big. The Russians are really keen to tell the whole world that nothing to see here. These are just explosions. They happen time to time. Nothing to do with the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are hilarious. I mean, the troll level from the Ukrainian military is just. It's beautiful. There's a video they produced about a Crimean holiday. Look, the Ukrainians are under no obligation to share with Russia or anyone really what they're doing or what their capabilities are. And if there's a big question mark over that, more power to them. No problem. Let the Russians be concerned. Let them wonder. Their troops sure as hell know that these aren't smoking accidents. The monsters tend to fight a lot worse. And I think this is beautiful. The explosions in Belarus and Crimea everyone knows these are not these aren't accidents. But if the Russians want to say it and the Ukrainians want to troll back, hey, why not? Let them troll. Let them troll. Only all of these actions serve Ukraine, and it serves to save Ukrainian lives and helps Ukrainians fight another day where their people aren't being massacred and murdered by these thugs, these disgusting thugs. All right, we've got Axel's rolling up. You're gonna hear about all the nice things that we've been talking about. I guess he's interested. And Alex, I don't want to monopolize your time. Both of us might have to head off soon because daddy duties await. Do you want to take a couple more questions? I think we got JJ and Andrew, and then maybe Alex might have to go. Go ahead, Andrew, or Alex, go ahead.
No, I just meant to say that like you, I have about maybe five more minutes, so I appreciate the opportunity here.
All right, no problem. All right, so let's get those last questions off for Alex.
I think JJ was first. Had her
All right,
hand raised before me.
JJ or Andrew?
My question actually wasn't for Alex, so I can wait. Thank you.
All right, Alex. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, just final question for the night for Alex. In terms of, again, logistics, getting stuff over to the Ukrainians, the way I understand it, almost everything has to either land directly by plane in Ukraine or usually has to go through some EU nation by land to Ukraine. And if there's anything Europeans love, it's paperwork and bureaucracy. So I wanted to ask if you guys are facing any, customs or like shipping issues with, getting stuff to the Ukrainians. Like, are you guys facing issues with, having all the paperwork in order for getting this stuff over? Is life-saving equipment being stuck in a warehouse somewhere because some nearsighted customs agent hasn't gotten around to it? And to follow up with that, is there anything we as voting citizens can do to put pressure on our governments to make shipment of materials to Ukraine go by smoother, easier? Is there anything we can do in that front?
I think that's a fantastic question, and thank you for raising that up. So just not to go into all the silly little nuances and bore everybody with the paperology. I would say that the difficulties that we are presented with are usually on the country where the equipment leaves from. So we have more difficulties not into transferring into Ukraine. That part has largely been figured out and ironed out, and there's we know exactly which documents need to be presented. This is like the really cool valuable thing that we've learned and we've like excelled at is the necessary paperwork on the Ukrainian border. That stuff is down pat. We like the stack of papers, it comes ready. So we don't have difficulty on the Ukrainian side. Where we have a ton of bureaucracy and bullshit and people, bureaucrats in governments taking a while to make decisions and approvals on are the United States and even worse so Canada. And that's the biggest sort of slightly disappointing moment was, and I'll just give you an example here, for the Canadian export controls, one of the requirements is that a end user certificate or the purpose of you sending this kind of equipment needs to be signed and dated and stamped by the unit that is receiving it, and it needs to be printed on the letterhead of the unit that's receiving it. Right? That sounds normal. It sounds legitimate. It sounds like a very good, safe sort of risk removing option for equipment not to end up in somebody's hands that shouldn't be there, right? The issue there is the units that we're helping are in the trenches. You know, they're on the sort of front line, on the zero with line, as the Ukrainians refer to it, right? So you can imagine hear me fucking calling you know, the commander there and saying, hey, I know we sent you a bunch of paperwork to sign, we just need you to fucking find a printer and print that shit on letterhead from your unit, just so we can get the permission to export that out of Canada. Right? So how ridiculous that sounds from the perspective of that I tell you now, right? Thankfully, the Ukrainian units are well aware of the paperology and bullshit and the kind of little silly requirements, because the Ukrainian government wasn't any better pre-war, so they are more than stoic and they're more than comfortable, and they will figure out how to get that done and send us the right paperwork in order for us to have the ability to export that out of North America. And then by the time stuff arrives, you know, into Poland, that all the paperwork on the Ukrainian side is already ready, stamped, dated, signed for, and so that's not an issue. I think so. I'll sort of cover that from a logistics and paperwork and administrative point of view. The second piece I think you mentioned that I want to surface here, because the assumption is a lot of stuff gets flown into Ukraine, and you had mentioned that, you know, fly over to Ukraine. No commercial and no industrial shipping exists on airplanes into Ukraine at the moment. The whole country is under no-fly zone. Ukrainian planes do fly from Ukraine into Europe and into other places in order to get equipment and then deliver it back to Ukraine. But shipping companies and logistics companies, nobody is flying a single airplane into the territory of Ukraine from a commercial perspective, right? And so everything that gets delivered to Ukraine gets flown into Europe, right? But you know, the point of crossing is a land border between the various different European nations.
I do want to point out one quick thing about countries like Canada and the United States, or Canada in specific. All of these regulations and rules, as pedantic as they sound and as you know, difficult to maneuver and navigate, these were all laws and policies created you know, before Ukraine was invaded, and the reason why there's so many, and I'm not defending or arguing with Alex, but the reason why these were in place was to control prohibited items being sent into war zones by people in Canada necessarily. So if you look at Somalia, Sri Lanka, certain parts of certain other parts of Africa, because I've already said Somalia, there'd be a fear that someone we have a history of funds being sent from Canada in the 90s to Mohammed Farah Aidid, a Somali warlord, not a very nice guy, and there were, these checks are in place. They were designed and regulated by legislation, by law, to make sure that no Canadians were assisting in the promulgation of a war crime, perhaps, or some kind of war that Canada didn't want to be involved in, and so the reason why the situation, the processes exist the way they are, is because of that fear. Now, fast forward to this year. Obviously, if a system is set up a certain way for a certain reason, and then a new situation exists, there's a big problem, right? So there has to be a workaround. The Americans had the same situation when they offered up their M777s. Unbeknownst to a lot of people, a configuration on an M777 in its basic form is referred to as an iron and glass configuration, and it means it has that doesn't include all the computer stuff, all the targeting stuff, the fire control support system, which actually is what makes the M777 so deadly. So when the Americans I know firsthand the Americans agreed to give them 777s. You had, you had, bean counters, logistics officers preparing them to ship, and ironically, under U.S. legislation itself, because the Americans had never sent anything like that to Ukraine with their, let's call it, their computer system attached to the gun, they had to strip it and take it off. Not because they didn't want to give it, but because they had to ship it then immediately. Like, you will ship it, an order from the president. But they're like, oh, we can ship this part of the gun, but the kind of important, like the brain of it, we're really not. We don't have that in place. We need to get it in place, and instead of waiting, they shipped as is. Now, the good thing is the Ukrainians were able to course correct and use their own their own computer with their own computer brain. But ironically, it wasn't the optimal situation. So even where the will to help is there, there's bureaucracy. Andrew made a comment about Europeans loving bureaucracy, but you know what? A lot of countries love their bureaucracy. It's what keeps governments honest. So it's a bad situation, and hopefully, as Alex says, it gets better. But it's nothing personal. It's not. We don't want to help, so we're going to make it harder. And unfortunately, there's a lot of inertia in civil services. So not many people are willing to go out on a limb and say, oh, we're just going to do this anyway. So I hope that helps explain that. And I don't know if Alex, you wanted to chime in, but if not, we'll go to JJ. Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very, you raise a fantastic examples about the 777s that the U.S. provided. I think, this is absolutely not intended to stop Ukrainian aid from our own government. This is very well intended protections to make sure that bad things don't happen, or like items that can hurt people or can be used in a dual capacity won't land into hands that shouldn't land to, right? And I think the assumptions when the process gets created, the assumptions are never that a volunteer group is going to have direct access to a unit, and is going to pester commanders for printing out documents, right? The assumption is that this kind of application and these kinds of documents will be handled by governmental agencies direct, right? And those folks sit in offices both in Ukraine and in Canada, and they spit this out all the time, right? And so using that assumption, it's all kosher, it's all good, it de-risks potential of items landing into people that shouldn't have them, and it protects everybody's job and everybody's reputation and everybody's credibility, right? The fact of the matter is that it's a different type of war, it's a different type of operational theater, and some processes just haven't been updated to that yet. But we're very grateful that at least another silly and serendipitous awesome effect of having folks intertwined as service members in an organization is because they can pick up the phone call and they can just say, okay, I'm going to call this office and see what the status of the application is. And it's a far different conversation. On that note, when Alexander Backus is calling versus Lieutenant Colonel, this is Lieutenant Colonel name calling, I'm wondering about our end user status application for export control permits. That's a whole different quality level conversation, and over time it's been made easier for us to communicate in these offices and get the necessary paperwork done. So another fantastic opportunity.
For sure. And you made another really good point. Never in the history of warfare have people like us, ordinary people, been able to do these things, right? So that's why the system isn't made for it, right? It wasn't set up for what happens if an ally, a friend of Canada, gets invaded and genocide occurs, and the Ukrainian military is open to receiving, night vision goggles and body armors, and then millions of Canadians want to help, and millions of Americans, tens of hundreds of millions of people around the world, but in Canada, let's say millions of Canadians want to help. That's not something anyone ever thought would happen. It's almost like Ukraine is a victim of its own popularity, it's of its own success, because never did anyone say, "Well, you know what have aid organizations pop up in Canada?" Because this is what civil servants do, and and even when legislation is being drafted and the conditions in which to do things are considered, um, people war game it. They brainstorm and go, "Will this legislation work in all cases? We want to make it universal. It's legislation." So people are like, who would have thought that in Canada alone, that millions, tens of millions of Canadians are overwhelmingly supportive. I mean, probably in the 90% of helping Ukraine. And who would have thought that then millions of people directly would want to get involved? And we've reached millions of people, right? And so those processes don't reflect the reality that we live in today. And who really ever expected a country like Ukraine to be invaded, or any sovereign nation to be completely overrun by genocidal psychopaths who rape babies? I mean, that in itself, the Russians' barbarity is what's led a lot to the massive support, because it's invading the country is bad is bad already, and Canadian support was sky high when that happened. But when you start murdering children and videotaping it and cashing, just doing sick stuff because you're insane, like you just literally are a bunch of psychopaths, you've now not just made people, passive supporters of Ukraine. You've made millions of people come out and say, "You know what? I will sacrifice this out of my pocket because I'm so disgusted at the genocide being committed in 2022." And when there's so many millions of Canadians with Ukrainian descent, all of a sudden, these policies of poor foreign affairs and poor all the different ministries in the government who are affected by this, they're like, "Well, we didn't see this coming. Like, this isn't the process." So God willing, it changes, but I think it's fair to say, as an organization, MryiaReport is supremely positioned to overcome those hurdles, and I would argue more so than anyone. But that's just me. I know Alex always look. They're so politically correct. They're like, "Well, we don't want to make me." No one's saying you're making fun of anyone. I'm just saying, I think from what I know, on balance, you're the best out there. So thank you so much for joining us, Alex. I know you probably don't want me to rope you in further. So, are you heading to bed there?
Yeah, we're not the best. We're just uniquely positioned, and we're maximizing those strengths and talents that we have of the people that are working alongside with us. There's phenomenal organizations that have other strengths, and they do amazing good work. So it's not a zero-sum game. I think this is the biggest learning that we can all pass on and continue passing on, that helping Ukraine is definitely not a zero-sum game. And the more people that are encouraged to do so, and are motivated to do so, and are enthusiastic to do so, please, the go ahead, do this, start this up. Reach out to us. We're more than willing to help. We're more than willing to share experience, the things that we've learned, the things that we want, the things to watch out for, the know-how that we've attained. That is, it's a community of help, right? Because the alternative is, oh, these are few orgs, they're doing it, I don't, you can be the bystander, right? You can be the innocent bystander, just let others take care of things. And that's not acting, that's not doing, that's not actually working to make the situation better, and not helping Ukraine to win. So I highly encourage everyone to get involved in their own ways. You know who you are the best, right? You know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, you know how much time you have. Figure out what that means for you. What does that look for you? That could be just a kind fucking note to us, right? When we're getting criticism, when things didn't go right to plan, there's so much of that online sort of drama happening around this. But sending a private note saying, "Hey, we support you, you're doing great work, we recognize that you're transparent about your mistakes or things that didn't go to plan, keep going," even that encouragement, It's gold. It's really that. It makes the day. It makes it. I get goosebumps talking about this because receiving those positive messages is already uplifting, and okay, I know we're doing the right thing, right? So it's not about being the best. It's about use your talents and your strengths to the best of your abilities in order to help Ukraine win and carry its mission to stop this fucking genocide from Russians. And that's all I'll say about that. Thanks, Yehuda.
Thanks so much, Alex. Have a great night. Once again, Alex is not the best. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, there are a lot of great organizations for sure, and I definitely, obviously, I am a little biased. I think Maria's great. I say the best. It doesn't mean that there aren't other the bests, and it's also what your comfort level is. So, if you can, great. If you're in the position, please do consider MryiaReport.org for even a $20, $30, $40, $50 donation. It really does add up. Thanks so much, Alex. Have a great night. I will probably be joining him. No, I'm not going to bed with Alex, but I'm saying I'm going to be joining him in going to bed in my own house. All right. So, just to be clear, I kept my jokes on hold. I was going to say that if we ever want to go to the next level of drones technology, the drones that will kill the most Russians, we were going to send Leonard over on a little helicopter, and he would just drone, and the Russians would probably give up. But Leonard,
Actually, I would take my brother with me because he's kind of notorious. He's kind of notorious for that already, attacking Russians from the air with a Robinson helicopter.
Okay, well, I meant more for the drone function, but it's okay. I'm not saying you drone, but I drone myself. So maybe me, Leonard, and my mother-in-law could be suspended over some kind of flying device, and we'll. I'm horrible, all right. Thanks.
It's turning into a Monty Python skit already, you know.
It is. My life is a Monty Python. It's like a between Seinfeld meets Monty Python or Curb My Enthusiasm. Basically, is the story of my life. I'm actually mad that Larry David has capitalized on what I've just considered to be a normal upbringing, and he's made a lot of money doing it. And I'm not seeing anything, and my Soros checks aren't coming in either. So, JJ, go ahead.
You expect me to be composed after that? Okay, I'll give it a go.
Absolutely.
So you have talked before, Yehuda, about the epic trolling just a few minutes ago, actually. And earlier today, the Defense of Ukraine posted this fantastic picture saying that Ukrainian military dogs are sometimes better equipped than enemy soldiers, and they're thanking their volunteers and the people who helped fundraise. So I sent this to you, tweeted it to you and John, and this pupper is completely decked out. It's got little booties, a vest, and protective eyewear. Looks completely adorable and ready for action at the same time. On a more serious note, I would love to know, besides looking for mines, what role these dogs play.
Gosh, I don't know myself. I think I saw the tweet there, and thought the dog looked a bit rough. No.
Oh my goodness! I think it might be time to go to bed.
Probably time for me to retire. So thank you, everyone, and thanks for joining Maria Report, and thanks for making this the place where I do enjoy being here to share with you and learn, and even sometimes meet a few trolls. And welcome, Axel. I just want everyone to know that Axel and Alex are not the same people. I noticed that they're never on at the same time. A lot of people think that, and they're like, they just switch just two letters. Like, are you playing with us? Like, stop it, right? It's Alex with a Prussian voice modulator, and it's not true. They actually are two separate people. I know because I've been. Oh, he's coming! Quick, Axel, go down.
I pushed Alexander into the pool.
Yeah. Well, now he's here.
But
I'm
on to confirm that we are two separate humans.
Cleverly done, mate. Cleverly done.
but they'll never
although
speak exactly at the same time.
although both Axel and I share about the similar sized beard and we're almost the same height, so it could be confused easily.
Yes, exactly. But yes, Alex was confused with me recently. People think Axel and Alex are the same person with the letter switch because they were going to do that. They wouldn't pick a different name. Come on.
We'll get the Panther avatar, an Orthodox beard. How does that work?
Absolutely. No, that's great. Well, thank you for that. So, both me and Alex are going to bed, and again, not with each other. Not that that would be bad, but we're married. It's not really the point, but we're going to retire for the night. And thank you
Yehuda,
very
it's time to go to bed. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. do I sense
Dad's here, so it's time to go.
Do I sense a bit of jealousy? All right. Thanks, everyone. And please do tune in tomorrow for the updates from the Maria Aid volunteers and the Maria Report volunteers on the ground in Ukraine to talk about all the great news of drones, their effectiveness. Maybe they can tell us a bit what they do. And at the end of the day, that's just showcasing what all your efforts have done here. We're helping to change the world, even if it's only, 1 gram on the scale of history. It's putting the finger on the scale of history that we weren't going to do or we weren't able to do before. So thanks so very much, everyone, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Get away. So how's my moose?
6 hours. 6 hours. That's how long my vacation lasted.
I mean, that is what, the second longest in your life? I mean, after the wedding thing?
Yeah, that's pretty much. I got more. No, that didn't happen. No, yeah, this is probably my longest vacation thus far.
That is a shining example of being lazy. 6 hours, 6 hours of vacation. What could you have done for Ukraine in the meantime? Mate, it's good to see you.
I mowed the lawn. That was actually starting to look a little bit like Jumanji, and I actually was spurred to do that because my neighbors called bylaw on me because I was spending so much. My beard is glorious now. It's longer than yours, and it looks like I'm going to spur away to a cabin somewhere and write my manifesto.
So they were afraid of the revolution.
Oh, the revolution cometh, but I'm going to leave the revolution to young gents like John and Leonard.
Well, John is at least the one equipped with rockets then. John, what did go up boom in the past couple of hours whilst I tried to nip out for 2, 3, 4, whatever kind of hours of sleep? I can't remember.
Well, obviously, earlier today, there were strikes galore across occupied Kherson as well as occupied Zaporizhia Oblast. I'm not sure of any strikes within the past few hours specifically, but as I said, there has been a very large number of strikes against targets in Kherson. There were continued strikes in Novokhovka earlier, and it seems to increasingly confirm that both the rail and the road bridge at the dam are likely out of commission. I believe there were a number of strikes against targets in and around Donetsk city, among a few other places in Donbass. Strikes continue apace.
When you say Cyril Donetsk, that means that the Ukrainians are striking Russian positions embedded there now.
Sorry, I said city of Donetsk, not Donetsk.
Ah, okay, all right, good. But I'm just asking because we do understand that for example, in Siversk, that is the frontline Bakhmut, Soledar, and the likes, that Siversk, for example, as discussed with Bryce Wilson, 2 weeks ago now, or 2.5 weeks ago, Siversk is still a bone of contention between the two. The city has not yet been lost in any shape or form, and the Ukrainian armed forces have mastered a great amount of counter-battery fire against the Russians, and the Russians are not even advancing an inch.
As far as I'm aware, they haven't even made it past Hryhorivka yet, which is to the east of Seversk.
What does that tell us?
It tells us that they've been more or less stalled out there for a few weeks. I believe they had made a little bit more progress south of Hryhorivka towards Verkhovno-Kamyansk, but again, they completely stalled out there. Maybe
So
around the time of the operational pause.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that their logistics base has been attrited, and therefore the remainder of their logistics capacity is now focused on the southeast and southern front?
Yes, so it would seem. I know that we've obviously seen some mass redeployments of various Russian units, from Donbass, from Kharkiv, to the southern front, to specifically Kherson. I believe we saw VDV units being redeployed from the vicinity of Izium. We saw them moving through the various rail lines in Melitopol, presumably on their way to Kherson to reinforce Russian positions there.
So the Russians cannot deal with distributed logistics across a front phase of what, about 580 kilometers length?
Just about, yes.
Okay. Now, if a so-called vast country with 142 million people cannot muster the capacity to provide two battlefields along that front face with logistic support of what is supposedly one of the biggest armies in the world, what does it tell us, John?
Oh, it tells us the whole thing is a Potemkin armed forces, it would seem.
Battle moves, what should we be doing? What does Ukraine need?
Well, there's so many things that they need. First and foremost, I would like to see a doubling of heavy artillery across the front line. Whatever numbers they have now, double, triplet. I would also like to see, in a second and third echelon in the next week or so, maybe some Leo 1s and Leo 2s, perhaps maybe even a couple Leopards if we can spare them. And everybody who has any late model MiGs, the North American or the Western war machine will happily replace those old worn out MiGs with some spanky new F-16 Block 50s, as long as you trade them 1-for-1 to Ukraine. And that way they could be, Leonard wants to jump in here like crazy. That way they could be utilized immediately by the Ukrainian Air Force. I just saw a figure today that the Ukrainians have 5 pilots for every 1 aircraft. So they're not hurting for pilots. They definitely that makes for a pretty easy rotation, but they're definitely can use a lot more aircraft, and I think this would be the death knell in the in any Russian advance.
Yeah, I think you don't need to convince me of the value of close air support and deeper strike capacity. I think this is absolutely necessary. What I found interesting is that you highlighted that Ukraine should receive, say, recce tanks such as the Leopard 1, because there is an ongoing discussion in recent days where this might actually become an opportunity.
I would really like to see it, or a mainline recce tank, because they have enough equipment for first line support, second line support. They need equipment to close with and destroy. They need those armored, the infantry fighting vehicles and the heavy tanks that are going to go and slug it out, head to head, because it's coming. It is coming. And those tanks are going to go up against they're like the Russian versions of anti-tank missiles and whatnot, which they have plenty of. So if the first 3 don't hit you or don't penetrate, the next 12 will. That's they still have plenty of that in their arsenal, and it giving them a more capable tank that's they're virtually impenetrable by those. Not impenetrable to the crew. The crew's going to have a bad day. They better have their earplugs in and take a couple of Tylenol before they begin step off on their advance. But they definitely used like a heavier recce vehicle. I know the Ukrainians are booting around in fucking Hilexes and modified G wagons and stuff like that, and it's all well and good, but you're dancing on the razor's edge when you do that. They're very adept at doing it, but it's unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I think that was the point we all try to make all the time. And I remember it was Mick Ryan, when he last spent time with us, that he highlighted that IFVs and tanks would be massively important. Now, IFVs, Bradleys, obviously, the United States has a lot of them standing around nicely mothballed, some of them in pre-positioned stocks in Europe, so easily available. And why on earth would they not be released to go into their natural habitat, meaning into battle? And secondly, the recce tanks are still one of my favorites. I've been now discussing this in the recent days with a number of people from Germany and Austria, as well as other friendly nations. And they do have them still. And what people always say is, oh, you can't compare the Leopard 1, even in its better version and upgraded sensor system. You can't compare this with the T-72 even. Yeah, well, you don't have to, because there is no tank-to-tank battles, greatly. What you need to use this for is extremely swift, versatile, and fire really properly gun-fired advances. You need these tanks to cut through the lines of remaining mechanized infantry on the other side. And they're well, as you said yourself, they're well upgraded to the point that they can withstand what the Russians are throwing at them.
Oh, absolutely. And the Leo 1's fast. Like, people don't realize. I've seen those damn things like 30 feet in the air going off, a fucking side of a hill. They're incredibly fast. And they're just as fast. Well, it's almost the same engine in the Leo 2. And the thing is the Leo 1's light. It's a lot lighter than the Leo 2. It doesn't have that what the hell they call it, the additional armor package. It's one with all the angular plating on the front. I can't remember. There was a specific name of the upgrade, but I don't remember. I remember Canada bought into it, and we did upgrade with that. But the Leo 1s would make an excellent recce tank. It's got a big enough boomstick in the front that if it gets in trouble, it can fight its way out. It can take a pretty good wallop. I wouldn't put it up against a company of T80s or T90s. But if it spooky boos around the corner and sees a bunch of T80s and T90s, it can fire a couple shots off and get the hell out of there.
I mean, that's why I was asking. You're an expert in that regard. You were in mortars, and you've been with the infantry, so you do understand how valuable it is to have something properly mechanized, armored, and say with its own firepower right next to you. Because how else should you advance in safety?
Well, you're giving a longevity. You're mitigating risk to that crew, and if the crew has even the smallest modicum of comfort, because they have that ballistic plate and ceramic between them and oncoming rounds. They can focus more on the actual intelligence they're supposed to be gathering, right? They can be looking at their, like, through their thermal packages, through their imagery packages, and some of these tanks even have satellite communications. They could beam it back to their lines, via data link. And the command post, the command and control has instant updates of where the you can use them essentially for those that don't know, almost like an AWACS on the battle, like on the ground. So these things are going to be out there, spotting for the actual spearhead of Leo 2s, which no series of Russian tank, like I doubt the Armada can even go up against Leo 2. It's just too fast, too maneuverable, and packs too big of a wallop.
I love it. We're completely nerding out and fanboying out on Leo 2s, but I agree with you. It is a unique tool. It's quite astonishing that Germany, after the war, built 2 tanks. The first main battle tank they built was Leopard 1, and that was a raging success, albeit that it was never as heavy and as punchy as the American versions or even the Centurion at that time. But the Leopard 2 definitely is a work of art, well, say, developed. Now, why would Canadians understand the Leopard 1 so well?
It was one of the first modern tanks we bought.
And you still have a few, right?
Yeah, we have about 30 in limbo right now. So I forget, it was like 90 or something tanks, 80 or 90. Leonard might be able to correct me on this. Canada originally bought a fleet of Leopard 1s. And through the years, and I can't remember, it was around Kosovo, that we got an upgrade package that upgraded the turret and a bunch of the parts to Leopard 2. So we didn't buy Leopard 2, we upgraded ours to Leopard 2s. So we upgraded the fleet less 30. And we used a bunch of the Leopard 1s as basically high abs. So battlefield towing vehicles and mine clearing vehicles and the such. As far as I know, what the news in Canada has been reporting, as the Leo 1s have been decommissioned and were being sent to Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake, which has the largest air weapons range in North America. And it's completely unrestricted, like unrestricted airspace. So they're going to set these tanks up there as targets. They have been sitting by a train depot in this place outside Edmonton called Vegreville. So if anybody wants to go for a drive, you can go and see our entire fleet of Leo 1s that some were being loaded onto trains heading east. Cold Lake's in the north, if anybody was wondering about that.
We lost Axel. If anybody's curious about the silence, we're getting him back. Axel, can you hear us?
Mic check.
We can hear you.
Super. Twitter audio. I just heard that Battlemus, from what we discussed earlier, that you still have a fleet of Leopard 1s sitting in Edmonton at a train station, and currently nobody is allowing
just outside
them to go
Edmonton
somewhere?
in a town called Vegreville. There's some of them there, but there may or may not have been a bunch of these tanks. You got a hot mic there. I don't know if you're getting in or out of your tent, But you got a hot mic there, Axel.
I'm just taking my battle knapsack.
Oh, okay. You're getting your scotch out of the battle bag. Yeah, some of them were being loaded onto trains heading east.
What is east of Canada?
Oh, Vegreville and Cold Lake are in Alberta. So you have Manitoba, Saskatchewan, not in that order, Ontario, Quebec, then the Maritimes. And the Maritimes have the shipping ports that go to Europe. However,
If only we're
if you were to
trading.
get them to a, and I'm just speculating here, I don't speak for the Canadian government, but if you were to get them to a large airport, say Winnipeg, which also has a major rail yard, right, Leonard? Canada has a fleet of C5 Galaxies. And I believe the C5, John, correct me if I'm wrong, they can carry 3 tanks.
3 Leopard 1s, easy.
I
Yep,
think
that sounds
only one
about right.
M1.
They can carry 2 Leopard 2s and definitely should be able weight-wise to handle 3 Leopard 1s. But okay. Battlemoose, are you trying to tell me that we should just go there and pick them up, or you would actually deliver them with a little red ribbon around them?
If you can jump around in a chicken suit and maybe distract the RCMP while I jump in these things and start them up, yeah, I might need Raver and a couple of the other guys from the space here to because there are 30 of them. I can't drive them all myself. I might be able to slave them together like the Katana fleet off Star Wars, but that didn't end well for anybody. Yeah, we can have a convoy going down the Trans-Canada Highway. That'd be pretty neat.
I have to say, Batum, if that Star Wars reference was such a deep cut, thank you. I really appreciate that.
I was
was
more
about
impressed by the chicken suit because Tommy Lee Jones did this for his team and U.S. Marshals.
I was about to say, is that the most I don't know, that's probably the most obscure sci-fi reference so far on the space. So well done, Moose.
I'm not the only one that read Heir to the Empire.
Clearly.
Alrighty, so whilst I just packed my tank commander knapsack, now I just have to get there and receive those tanks, right?
I guess being the only commissioned officer left in the space, that leaves you in command.
I'm the most useless decommissioned person on this planet, but thank you. I am, as you told everybody earlier, too old for anything.
Everybody knows all the tank commander has to do is you got to put that 50 mission cap on and the goggles, stick your head out of the hatch and just look like you know what you're doing. Just point to things, randomly and pretend people are listening to you.
I will ask someone who I really trust to come onto the space and talk about exactly that. He is an active tank commander, and he is a very decent man, and he knows how to ride Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s. How about that?
It would be interesting to hear what their, because I'm not a tank guy, what they would think if they were plopped down in the middle of the Donbass with a company of their Leo 2s, how they think they would fare. Now seeing, because what a lot of listeners don't understand is we were indoctrinated in a certain way coming up during the Cold War. That the Soviets were capable soldiers. They had capable equipment, and we're going to take horrendous losses. And now that we're seeing that their troops are a little south of capable. Their tanks burn like gas-soaked rags, and their logistics is a complete soup sandwich. So get your buddy on here, because I'd love to pick his brain on how they would fare, or how they think they would fare against the Russian echelon.
To be honest, I think they really would like to find out, but know that they will never be given the opportunity.
I'm sure if they were to show up in theater, they can put on a snazzy jumpsuit with a little yellow over blue flag, or a blue over yellow flag on their shoulder, and they'd be happily put in exactly that scenario.
Yeah, they would have to volunteer and rescind their German citizenship to do so. And some of them have served a long time, as good patriots do. I think that's the difficulty here, and you know it. But it's not that they wouldn't want to train Ukrainians to ride those dang things as quickly and shoot those damn Leopard guns as precisely and as fast and as swiftly as one could. I'm quite sure there is a huge amount of people who would love to convey their know-how and their skill set to others.
One thing we didn't, I was talking to a future guest we're going to have coming on here, and he's a American fighter pilot. I was asking him about, what are the possibilities of getting the Ukrainians F-16s, and he says, you got to remember, he's glued with the Ukrainians. He says, you got to remember that, all the Ukrainians deal in metric. Everything that's Soviet era is all metric, and so they would have to, and all the American jets are in imperial, so you would have to convert them, and like anybody in the military that had to do calculations on the fly, it brings a whole other dynamic when you're calculating jumping between imperial and metric. It could be done, but you're taking seconds that could be life saving. The Leo 1s and Leo 2s, because they're European construction, are already in metric. Which was another thing why Canada was so apt to buy them. So there would be a quite easy transition, I dare say, if the Ukrainian tank crews were to get these.
Can I take a brief moment to point out the absurdity of any military aircraft, in the United States using Imperial? My God.
They do. They're all the gauges are Imperial.
God help us.
Well, there are, of course, F-16s which work in different fashion and have different kind of gauges. They are just a little bit further to the east from the United States proper. Oh, no, two. Before we nerd out here completely, John, do you want to go to hands? I see that there are still people who haven't given up with their friendly hands and have been excessively patient.
100% correct, Axel. Let's go to Dr. Paul and then finance.
Yeah, thanks, Sean and Axel. So, John, I'm not sure if you realize this, but if there were 14 HIMARS strikes tonight, I believe that's a new high watermark for HIMARS strikes in a single night, and that would equal 84 rockets. And this is just how my brain thinks. conceivably, if you carry that through the 365 days a year, that's roughly 30,000 rockets per year, ammo expense, and that's a big amount. That's a roughly 50% of all the Gimlers ever produced. So it's a high volume, assuming all 6 rockets per HIMARS or MLRS were fired tonight, and that then equates to at a minimum $3 to $4 billion in Gimler's expense per year in ammo. So that's awesome. I think that's very good sign because the Ukrainians have not held back necessarily, and I think that's a good sign in the sense of they got an adequate supply chain. In other words, so that makes me feel good. I'm really happy about that. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about is in Battle Moose, you brought this up, which is awesome. About the F-16s, but in my view, if the ATACMS were given, which we still don't know for sure or not, but if they were given, in my view, that's equivocal to the escalatory ladder as something like F-16s. And actually, when the strike in Crimea, Saki Air Base was hit, my immediate thought was that something, I do expect the F-16s to be given, and they're being trained right now, and that's great. And I think by this time next summer, conceivably Ukraine could have a really strong air contested environment across Ukraine, all oblasts, including Crimea, Kharkiv, in the Far East, and the Donbass, even. And so I think it's a really positive sign. So I hope the attackers were given because it kind of breaks that threshold for the United States psychologically in a way to get past that barrier and of quote unquote escalation with the Russia. And so I really hope they have been given because if that's the case, in my view, the F-16s are almost equivalent in their capacity as far as that escalation and that threat of escalation. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you right there that between the ATACMS and or ATACMS, whatever, however you want to say them, and the F-16s, and we say, oh, this is a game changer, that's a game changer, and like others, I don't really like saying that, but I'll tell you right now, the harms, the Mavericks that were sent there, those are game changers. I never thought I would see the anti-radiation missiles in theater because they're a pretty valuable commodity. Above the ATACMS and above the F-16s. I would say by far that the fact that the Ukrainians have operated, not to mention that they're putting them on these bullshit 1980s version MiGs that if I'll have to talk to John offline because I've heard how they did it and it's kind of blowing my mind. So the fact that they're getting these missiles because they don't even give these things to allies, and it's showing that the West, truly trusts Ukraine as an ally. They're one of the boys now. They're being accepted into the club. Where like anything else is semantics. Will they get F-16s? Probably. Will they get F-15s? If it's part of some kind of package, I imagine, and they got enough time to train pilots on it. I have to admit that between the 16 and the 15 is an expensive package to operate. She's a pig on gas. It's got the radar signature of the Titanic. The F-16s, small, fast, nimble, modular, easy to repair, and it was meant for export. So the entire cockpit is modular, so it can be taken apart and metric gauges put in. So it was built to do that because when it was built, the U.S. Air Force was never meant to fly it. You know, it was supposed to be an export only aircraft, and it became such a hot rod that everybody wanted it, including the U.S. Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, I totally think the F-16s are going to be given. And again, I think, in my view, you know, this year is kind of like try to get one big major win for Ukraine. You know, stabilize all the lines, get to like February, and you know, a lot more ammo, weapons, you know, platforms are going to be delivered, and Ukraine's trained on. Not to mention, you know, my estimate is roughly like at least another 20, 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers will be trained across by the Brits, the Norwegians, the United States, and everyone else who's contributing to training more Ukrainian soldiers. So that's kind of how I see it setting up, and I think the game will change. Not and I'm not saying that lightly. Like air superiority and being able to control the air will open up close combat air support, and so that will be, I don't want to call it game changer, but that will change the dynamics quite a bit across Ukraine if Ukraine does get F-16s or even F-15s potentially. So
Well, you know, why stop there? Why can't we give them some gunships too? You know, that would be a lot more lucrative for close air support. You need something with loitering power. You know, maybe something that starts with A and ends in brrrt. Know, something that could be on station and take some punishment. Uh, you know, and a lot of people don't, detract from the A10. But you know, I think the thing could sit there and eat man pads all day long. Like during Gulf War One and Two, dudes were coming back and they could see the wheel well through the holes in their wings. You know, with the hydraulic fluid spewing everywhere, and they still landed. Those planes got them home. You know, the other planes coming home where the engine is just a bunch of hydraulic hoses and fuel lines just spewing shit everywhere. You know, it's a pretty solidly built aircraft. Not to mention that you're in a 2-inch titanium tub. You know, it's pretty survivable. And I dare say that even if the gun itself, has a low probability of striking, you know, the sheer terror of hearing that will go right to the soul of the Russians, and they'll send them running. I dare say we should go to finance because he's had his hand up for a hot minute.
Thank you. I made it. Surprisingly, my audio held out. My question.
Okay, you're done. That was your time.
Oh well. My question on supplies and what weapons we should give is what weapons in the sort of minimal, most efficient amount would affect the battle space the most. I've heard estimations from one of the various military guys in this space that something like 36 to 40 ATACMs would possibly cause logistical collapse throughout Russia's train system. What in you mentioned you've mentioned the A-10 might be a little bit better even in the heavy man pad scenario than we have, especially with HARMS having taken out other anti-air devices. So if we were going to give a small number of things, while I agree that we should be handing them sort of everything with four wheels that drives right now, since they need both logistical trucks and infantry fighting vehicles and tanks and things, which those I guess have tracks and drive, but same idea. My question is, what on the list of supplies that we would want for Ukraine, I guess, sort of cost the least for the most battlefield impact?
John, you want to take this? I was going to go with a little bit of levity and say fuel air bombs.
I'm all
Moose, you were actually better equipped to answer this than I could.
Gee. I dare say you're going to have to ask the Ukrainian High Command. You got to ask them because I'm not one of these dudes that has their nose like Craig, like watching every rail line and every single train going out of every depot and stuff like that. I'm not that attuned to what's going on in the second and third echelon. So more ATACMs. We can always use more ATACMs. Heavy artillery, like I said, I'd like to see a doubling of all artillery of all types, like across the front. I don't want to see a 10-to-1 or even a 5-to-1 ratio. I want to see a 1-to-1. Even if we get down to a 3-to-1 on the Russians, I think the Ukrainians are adept enough that they would quickly attrit those Russian batteries with effective counter battery fire. They've been showing that they've been doing it grotesquely outgunned, and they're slowly attriting those Russian artillery units.
In finance, as a non-military guy, I will just say this from people I've spoken with in the military. I mean, you're kind of asking like what's going to win the war. I think, in my view, it's air power, and once that happens, a lot of things will change because it opens up everything on the ground too, not just the air, right? And it also
It's a what's the most bang for the buck question specifically, not what exact weapon won the war, because what won the
ROI,
war,
in other words.
what won the war gets you to give them everything response, which, to be fair, I'm in favor of. But what's the most bang for your buck is a slightly different question.
Yeah, but it's
You're breaking up there, Axel. And there he was gone.
Oh, this is frustrating. I'm waiting for him to have a solid connection before I go to sleep.
Okay, I'll go into pine. Okay, as a non-expert, attackums, bar none, and Gimlers, because conceivably, and we talked about this with Gurney earlier as a complaint I had about the HIMARS attacking the bridge over and over again, but it's really worth it. I mean, if you think about it, each Gimlers costs a minimum of 100,000 up to 150,000. There's multiple versions. As we found out from Trent tonight, there's some really good ones. But if you throw one of those at each each S300, S400, it's anywhere from a $100,000 to $150,000 cost to $18 million to $30 million loss, right? So to me, that's as far as ROI goes. But as far as what wins the war, it's air power. Again,
I wonder.
Mic check.
5x5.
Yeah, it's still a hard critter. To suss this one out. Like we heard, like I heard a little bit of Trent talking about Saki Air Base, and saying that this is a preparatory attack for the Ukrainian Navy. I'm like, what fucking Ukrainian Navy? They're it'd be nice and preparatory in that they may or may not attack Sevastopol. And there are pros and cons against it, and trust me, there are some cons. Yes, there are some reasons why they would not directly attack the base itself. I don't know if I really want to get into a lot of that stuff, but there might be some big bada booms there. that they probably don't want to spread some material around, because eventually Ukrainians want to reoccupy that area. Yeah, air power, yeah, it's but the the drones have just changed the nature of the space so much. uh the drones on both sides, because I've heard testimonies from the Ukrainians, going like the Russians just have these fleets and fleets of drones, and conversely the Ukrainians have fleets and fleets of drones, and are finding innovative ways of bringing death and destruction and raining that onto the red horde as they rape and terrorize through the countryside. uh it's nice to have these jets and be able to bring that focused firepower down onto a target, but it's really nothing that the Atacams can't do and probably do better. In terms of cost effectiveness, 100 grand, you take down a MiG-29, that's a $20 million aircraft, plus a pilot that can't be replaced. You intercept an Atacam, which they showed they can't. Oh, okay, that's 100 G's. That's about the same amount you're going to spend on an Excalibur round, for a high precision strike, right? So it's money well spent, and 100 grand in the war machine is peanuts. Those armies are spending more than that, like every 10 minutes in fuel.
It's true, and I'll just say this, Bellamoose. What's interesting about the air power concept is, I mean, we talk about counter artillery fire and all these things. I mean, with the A-10s, oh my gosh, like an entire tree line could be just annihilated with that cannon. It fires with the uranium depleted shells from the Gatling gun, and so in my view, I mean, it's kind of like an exponential return. If you can eliminate the threat of error, you can really just rain down hell on the enemy incessantly, without remorse. So
Like, in the grand scheme of things, this is the way I thought it was going to play out, and I've actually spoken to John about this, a couple of months ago. I thought they were going to get the A-10s first. I thought they were actually moving A-10s into Europe, like an abnormal amount of them, by going like, they're not pre-positioning those; they're sending those over there for training. And I really thought the Ukrainians were going to get, because the A-10 is very much a stick and rudder aircraft. Like, if you can fly a Cessna, you can fly an A-10. Then there's all the nuance of firing the gun in the weapon system, the switchology in the cockpit and whatnot. So the ground attack pilots would be very keen to fly it. I dare say that the later model A-10s are much more capable than the Frogfoot. And we've seen that the Frogfoot is actually a pretty capable aircraft, if given the proper pilots. It's essentially the A-10's equal in almost every way, except the A-10 can loiter longer and carry a heavier payload, and can outturn the Frogfoot. And by the way, the A-10 is the only ground attack aircraft that has an air-to-air kill.
Well, Bad Moose, you just literally preempted what I was about to say. Unfortunately, I was about to say, they need to clear the airspace, and then the A-10 will have free reign to come down on ground forces. And otherwise, my thought was, once the Ukrainians can establish some sort of equivalency in air power, then the A-10s, I totally agree. The A-10s are awesome. Like, they would be so effective on just annihilating the front lines of the Russians. They would almost be they'd be somewhat defended, but pretty much just get annihilated day after day, hour after hour, night after night, etc. So to me, I mean, if you once they can establish some sort of parity up in the air across Ukraine, especially in the hard fought areas, Donbass, up in Kharkiv, and then and I'd argue Kherson is not as bad with that, but not that I truly know, but uh, then the A-10s could really fight within these windows and areas of pockets where there is like air, where the Ukrainians have air defense, where there's no Russian really flying around, and I think they could really do a lot of damage. But I think step one is really establishing that air parity, and honestly, I think the F-16s will come in and annihilate 80 to 100 planes probably the first month. Quite honestly, you said there's 3-to-1 pilots currently not flying planes.
5-1. The Ukrainians have 5 pilots for every 1 aircraft. I don't even think that they even need air parity. If the Ukrainians were to do sneaky boo stuff with the A-10s and just use them along the front line where they're needed, where the troops are advancing, and then just retreat back, because the Ukrainian ground is super saturated with manpads. Russian pilots would be insane to venture into Ukrainian space and try to engage an A-10 that's flying in the ditch. That's why the Frogfoots are basically running around in the Donbass with basically impunity. An Su-35 would be an idiot to engage it, because as soon as it comes down from altitude, now you're in manpad range, and like not only are you in Ukrainian manpad range, you're in danger of your own troops shooting at you. Because you got some, a 3-man team with whatever the Russian version of the Stinger is, sitting there all edgy because they haven't they haven't slept in 3 days, and they see this fast mover come out of the clouds. They might take a pot shot at it, and you know what? Sometimes you get lucky, because as fast and neat those aircraft are. Essentially, all fighter and bomber aircraft are basically made of eggshells.
Yeah, totally agree, Battle Moose. And just going back to what finance asset. So finance in the first like 2 to 3 weeks of HIMARS coming out, like I was like, wow, these are probably the most cost-effective weapons ever developed ever. And I think it was CJ or somebody I was talking to, and they're like, the cost of a JDAM. Okay, JDAM is just a dumb bomb with some fins attached to it with a GPS guidance device. John, you can explain this 10 times better than I could, but effectively those cost $20,000 to $25,000 per bomb, and that could take out I think just about everything HIMARS, Gimler's rocket, or ATACMS could. So probably I'm going to go ahead and go with that as the most highest ROI on weapon system, and that would be also game changing, because you can put that on a tank, you can put that on a command and control structure, you can put it on a bridge, you can put it just about anywhere you want with, I don't want to say unlimited range, whatever the range of the platform carrying it. So that to me probably is the best weapon system with the highest ROI per strike.
Well, another factor we got to consider here is the risk to Ukrainian personnel. Okay, we get A-10s. Those are pilots. We're putting them at risk. We get tanks. Those are tank driver, tank crews. We're putting them at risk. You get a bunch of Gimlers and Atacams. They can basically fire onto Russian lines with impunity. It's by the time the counter battery, their Halo systems get a vector on where that round's coming from, they're gone. They're packed up and they're on to their next firing position.
Yeah, it's such a good point, Battle Moose. So, and I'm going to use an outsized example. Like I think the cost per hour to operate an F-35 is $10,000 per hour. So 2 hours or 4 hours of mission to do, to take out one target, it's an additional $40,000. If they drop a JDAM, okay, the cost is like 65 grand still cheaper, but you're right. You risk a pilot, which is worth what, $1-2 million of training or whatever the number is. I totally agree with you. That's kind of why I was saying in the first 2 weeks when HIMARS came about, I mean, the most cost effective, lowest risk platform out there. So to me, it's totally worth it, the extra dollars as opposed to the extra personnel and risking personnel. So I totally agree with you.
And thank you for putting a price on the heads of pilots. Much appreciated. And having said
Except
that,
those Luftwaffe pilots, we can get rid of all of them.
yeah, sure, of course. Well, you could take all the retired ones and try to see who is still actually, say, airworthy, let's put it this way, and send them across. They might actually want to do that, no problem. But having said this,
whatever happened to the 29s that the Luftwaffe had, or inherited, I should say?
oh, they some of them broke down later. 4 of them were completely taken apart in order to see what's what, only to find out that the thing really is not good. And then a couple of them were sold off. I think 2 we still have standing around as, I don't know, mothballed little gear. I can check. If you give me a minute, I can check and tell you where the others are at the moment.
They're Gate Guardians?
Yeah, one of them is, at least. I mean, one is definitely a Gate Guardian, as you would have said. Albeit that I don't know why we do this, because proper Luftwaffe gear is the Starfighter and the Phantom, and then Tornado and Eurofighter, that kind of stuff. I mean, things we built, meaning which engineers in the West built. Why would we put a MiG-29 up there? But hey, fuck it. Anyway, no, but I was talking about something else, and before we go there, very briefly, it's not the cost of the pilot's education only, it's actually the time. Ukraine cannot afford to lose the training time for pilots. That is the most important thing about the life of the pilot at the moment.
It's so long. It's ridiculous. That's the whole point. I totally agree, Axel. And just so you know, my brother is a pilot, so I can put a value on his life and another pilot's life. I'm just joking, but
I'm quite sure your brother and I will have a little beer once we put you back into the sand up to your neck.
Indeed. But yeah, you're totally right. Ukrainians' time is of the essence. In my view, the dollar cost of any weapon or weapon. And actually, I think you've said this a lot in the past, honestly, because I've asked these questions like that. Finances has asked. The dollars don't necessarily matter, and what Trent kind of said tonight, which was very interesting to me. Finance. I'm not sure if you were on during that point in time, but a lot of enlightenment to me and others, I think, in the space on how this works. But the drawdowns from when the president gives the Ukrainians whatever weapons and ammunition, we pretty much confirmed it's not the replacement cost, according to Trent at least. And actually, you said that in the past. And in his view, there is some sort of amortization or depreciation, rather, that goes with it. So conceivably, I'm just going to use a rocket. Let's say it costs 100,000 as just a simple number. It's some depreciated value of that below. So overall, the Ukrainians are getting a lot more weapons and ammo than previously I had thought.
Dr. Paul? Mic check.
5x5, Axel.
That's a delight. Sorry, I thought it was me now. But the funny part, what Dr. Paul just highlighted, is essentially that when we did our little cheat sheet in regard to the 1 billion and what could be funded with it, this calculation with, shall we say, amortization in mind, and which is obviously underlined by the evident degradation of certain kit and it being outdated, and therefore a replacement cost approach not being particularly sensible, because technology has advanced and the West is buying different technology today than it would have actually commissioned 20 years ago. So it merits a little afterthought as to how much actually is in that $1 billion package.
Yeah, I'm going to just jump in. Yeah, Axel, 100%. So for you were saying, as well as probably others, I mean, those numbers are way under low is probably would use, and probably all the other things too. But that's important. So I think the numbers we came up with were much smaller than what's actually been given, and that's good because this is the public domain. Like low, right? That way the Russians aren't prepared. So in my view, though, yeah, at a minimum, the number get up by 20% at a bare minimum, possibly double. Quite frankly, again, in fact, we talk about how would you appreciate a munition was $100,000 in 2017. How would that be depreciated to today by the DoD? And that's just like too much, too many unknowns in my mind. But overall, yeah, actually, the numbers are probably substantially higher. And as I pointed out just a little bit ago, 14 HIMARS strikes tonight potentially. Potentially the highest watermark of HIMARS strikes in a single night that I'm aware of. Suggests that the Ukrainians aren't too concerned about ammunition, which for the HIMARS and MRS, which is just fantastic. Which is kind of what CJ's been saying all along, quite frankly.
Mic check. We still here?
I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I was just offline because I had to send Battle Moose the image of the landing craft I just found with proper camo, which Ukraine and we can use to cross over at Bejislav as soon as it's needed.
Wonderful. Axel, since we have you here, and Dr. Paul, I know this is kind of up your alley as well. A question I've had is, obviously the United States does have some, stocks of Bradley IFVs, 300, 400 as CJ has indicated, some of them, already deployed to Europe. But what I'm curious about is, are there any accessible IFVs that are still in production? Obviously, Bradley production was shut down quite some time ago. So if we needed to provide large quantities of IFVs, APCs.
Did y'all lose me? If
No, I can hear you.
Wonderful. My AirPods died while I was in the middle of talking. What I was saying was, if we end up needing to provide IFVs, APCs in extremely large quantities on a, prolonged basis, if this, drags out a little, longer than we expect it to, what currently existing production lines are there?
Honestly, with the United States, if the Bradleys were shut down, which, by the way, I actually haven't been tracking that because it just hasn't been relevant yet, really. I know it's relevant, but it hasn't been part of any of the packages yet. But my knowledge, I think, as far as I can gather, Rheinmetall is the one producing, what is it, Axel, the Leopard 2s? Is that what they're called? The
I was thinking
IFVs?
of a Marder there.
No, Marder.
Yeah, that's...
Leopard 2 is the advanced main battle tank of Germany.
And to that point, real quick, John, actually, the Australians actually coming up in September, I believe, September, October, third or fourth quarter. And this is again involving Rheinmetall. I don't remember the name of the IFV, but there's a big contract coming up for $4 billion potentially.
Boxer.
There you go. Yeah, so $4 billion contract potentially to Rheinmetall for an IFV platform for Australia, John. So yes, there is some platforms out there. Is the answer.
But more interestingly, what you can do is, because the Ukrainians do need, at this point in time, both, say, armored personal carriers with a bit of defense capacity, as well as the IFVs, in order to bring troops to the front. I mean, I'm not an infantryman. I'm not a mechanized infantryman. My brother was. Throughout his career, I can definitely tell you, he would have loved them. And he absolutely loved one company from the US always, and that's Oshkosh. And they do have very decent piece of kit, whether it's the LAV or whether it's this OMV
OMFV. I mean, that's sorry, apologies. Somebody's starting a boat water. And these things are in production. These are made for export. And if you, as the US government, go back to the original of who produced IFVs in the US, that is Oshkosh, I'm quite sure you can get a lot of stuff either backfilled or modern kit produced, I mean, in 3 shifts and shipped to Ukraine. And I'm not quite sure, but sorry, tell me, please, anyone, is the US still having a problem with Mr. Habeck signing off on its exports, or Mr. Scholz? I'm quite sure not, right?
Not sure about them, but Canada is sending 39 super bisons over there before the Canadian Army gets them.
Yeah, I read up on this as soon as this was discussed, and people educated me on them, and they are friggin' fantastic.
So there's your close with and destroy armor personnel carrier.
I'll
And
make that 390, and we're in business.
Well, they spooled up the production line in Oshawa, Ontario, where General Dynamics is, and I got relatives that live there. They've been hiring left, right, and center. So all the people they laid off, because essentially the plant was shutting down. And this was kind of a shot in the arm. So all the listeners out there, if you have any representatives or whatnot that are going, oh, this war is costing too much, so the what was the last package? The Americans sent over 1,000 javelins. So okay, so they're starting to send the E and F versions of the javelins over there. That means the G and H models that are in stock will have to be supplemented. So that means the Raytheon factory has to make more. And that means all the little peoples that work at the Raytheon factory that have these very high skilled and high paying jobs, are insured work, for X number of years, because it's going to take time to refill these stockpiles. All the ammunition that the United States is sending over there, all the ammunition that Canada is sending over there, all the howitzers and whatnot, they will need to be replaced. So all these factories will have to spool up, and it's not nincompoops that are building this stuff. It's high skilled labor, that pays well, and this is money that goes back into the economy, right? So I don't want to sound like a war profiteer, but there is definitely a direct benefit from giving equipment and resources to Ukraine now. It's the economies of the North American fortress North America should be on a war footing and spooling up. And I've said this before, those stockpiles in Europe were there to take on the Soviet horde, and they're here. Why are we not opening up those warehouses and dumping them out into Ukraine, and giving them the training that they need? Because basically they've turned around and said, "Hey, we'll fight this war for you. Just give us the means to do it."
Yeah, so battle. So I'm going to go ahead and go, Axel, if that's okay. I totally agree. This is this is literally like what I try to monitor for through. I have these like alerts set up to where like I'll see any like contracts given to Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, or whoever, and that this is exactly what I'm looking for is like contracts to be given to expand capacity. And I've said this before, so sorry if you've heard this before, anybody, but Lockheed Martin said recently on their investor call that basically the United States government, the Pentagon, has asked them what is the lead time to ramp up capacity to various work streams for ammunition or weapons platforms. Lockheed Martin has already said they're going to double capacity of the Javelins, which is great. And so, like for me, like given how effective the Gimlers are in HIMARS, and I'm really looking forward to when that some sort of announcement about that. But back to what Lockheed Martin has said is they've given guidance to the government of how long that would take and what the cost would be, and the Pentagon's taking that all in from across the defense industry. And so, but the other key thing is Lockheed said that they don't expect like any decisions to be made about that towards the end of this year, which is ridiculous. To your point, Battle Moose, this is absolutely absurd. Like the day, I mean, as Russia put over 100,000 troops around Ukraine, my first thing to do if I was president would to have been just start making these calls to ramp up capacity for all these weapon systems and ammunition, etc. So we're way behind the power curve here in general. That being said, and I've shared with Gurney, who's not on right now, because we were talking about this last night. So Poland, Slovakia, and I want to say Finland, they're going to collaborate on increasing capacity to produce ammunition at least to supply Ukraine. So that's awesome. Presumably that's 155 millimeter ammo, among other calibers and munitions. So that's a positive sign that even Eastern Europe is they're the first to act. Honestly, Eastern Europe is really just they are the true leaders of Europe. Germany's really just not shown any leadership, but I have seen a few hints here and there of the war footing coming about. And when Craig was on 1 or 2 days ago, I brought up how one of these things I came across and these alerts that I get that Lockheed Martin is they're asked the municipality or the county that they have a plant in to raise, I can't remember if it was 1.4 or $3 billion. I can't remember the exact number to help support expansion of this facility. Now I don't know what this facility actually builds, and I don't think it's easy to get insight to what each facility builds, but we are seeing some signs, but we're definitely behind the power curve to your point. But finally, I think here we are, 5 months into the war, we're starting to see some shifts finally. So I think that's a positive sign. I don't think it's too late because as you said earlier, Battle Moose, like we've built up these stockpiles for World War III, and so here we are. I think we're depleting some of those, not to a dangerous extent by any means, but we're looking like, okay, this is going to be a sustained conflict war, and therefore we need to like get the capacity online to replenish and build up stockpiles for the right munitions, because I think there's a lot of lessons learned from this war that, hey, like, great, we may have like a lot of 223 ammunition stockpile, but we need more drones, more XYZ based on how the battlefield in a peer on peer conflict could evolve toward.
Yeah, I'm with you in that regard. Finance had his hand up. I'll track back to what you just said in a minute. Finance.
Yeah, I was going on what Dr. Paul said about Lockheed Martin. From my understanding of our stocks, while Ukraine is likely going to be able to find valuable targets worth multiple years of, say, HIMARS production, the problem that would bring is that it could bring how many stocks we want to have dangerously low. But as noted, the United States military industrial complex, when inspired by both Congress and cash, can absolutely produce a metric ton more stuff than anybody conceived possible, especially when we've decided we know what we need. And this war has absolutely shown the effectiveness, quality, and battlefield power of the HIMARS system. So besides that, we're going to want to produce a lot more for Ukraine. We're probably going to change how much we want for ourselves. There goes, tooling up Lockheed Martin looks like the way to go. And let's face it, I'm pretty sure there's going to be no shortage of orders from friendly countries for this kind of equipment.
And real quick, Axel, I'm just going to say one thing. The number one thing I'm really hoping to see personally is for BAE Systems to get a big order to start or restart production of Gimler's rockets. The reason being is they own a subsidiary called one of the listeners who, it's one of those listeners with a random name like a lot of you have. So I'm not going to remember who it was, but he pointed out to me of who these other producers were of Gimlers, because there's a consortium of Germany, Italy, and one other, the UK basically, who also produce Gimlers. And what he said was it's this company called DMW, I believe, or DAB. I can't recall, that BAE acquired at some point in the last 20 years, and they're one of the
MBAS,
producers.
a German missile producer. Very decent people.
What's it, Axel? Can you say it again?
MBAS.
There we go. That is. I was totally wrong on the acronyms on the alphabet. So
Doesn't
Axel,
matter. The people are good. There were 2 other subsidiaries included in that, including a production facility in northern Italy. And yeah, hey, what did you expect? We know how to do these things.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for, in actual, I don't know, but I mean, what I like look for is like, I'm just waiting for those contracts to come in, because they aren't going to just start producing them, right? And so like, that's why I'm really hoping to see, and it may not be public, quite honest, and that's okay. But that's what I like really look for, is when some sort of new contract gets announced.
What they should be producing is what they're really good at, and that is mid to long range. So they should be producing those extended range Gimlers, because that's where their technology actually kicks in, and the sensor technology kicks in. So they can build those, and they can definitely build attackams.
And by the way, just so everyone knows, anytime I quote any sort of amount of like quantities about Gimlers or otherwise, it's like really exclusive to the United States and Lockheed Martin, and not these other companies, which, to my knowledge, have not disclosed these things.
Isn't that nice?
It's worth noting that CJ is not nearly as concerned as I am about these things.
CJ is super calm when it comes to whether there's enough stock and enough production capacity in place, because he has all reason to be calm.
Good to be an artillery officer, I guess.
Yeah, he can look at the rocket artillery guys and say, you know what, we have a 155 up to the gazoo.
One interesting thing I came across just, I think, today, or a couple of days ago, is some random report that approximately 40% of 155 millimeter ammunition produced currently global, and this is across the globe, is guided munitions, as opposed to just kind of the dumb rounds, which was much higher than I would have guessed. So I think that's very interesting, both on cost reasons and on definitely on the accuracy portion as well. So that's kind of suggests that the overall proportion of ammunition that the artillery batteries are getting may be skewed to much better artillery rounds than I was expecting personally.
I just had a listener send me a DM, and I'm kicking myself in the arse for never having thought of this. But I guess Raznikov has confirmed that Ukraine is very much interested in the Gripen.
And why wouldn't they, given the fact that whilst it is super loud and not so fast, it still is a very, very good weapon system.
And available.
Without Scholzing.
Yes, indeed, without the Schulze rash or the Macron syndrome.
Did we ever find out how many Caesars that the French ultimately gave, by the way?
24. 18 in the first 3 batches, and then they upped it to 24, but I do not know whether all 24 are already there. There was a rumor that 3 of them somehow were stuck for whatever reason.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, I've only seen 2 or 3 get hit, thankfully. So it sounds like it's still a net add to so maybe 21 are still in action.
So Chips, 1 sec, I need to find some dog water.
Finance?
Yes. Well, I was going to ask Axel a question, but he's apparently watering some dogs so they grow. They just need water and sunlight. And, you just pot them. Your dogs will grow and grow and grow. But no, I was actually going to ask, one, what in the world the last system was they discussed, and two, I read correctly that people that making AutoCams had kind of got out of style, and I was curious if in January 2022, what companies were left making such systems, and Axel might actually know that off the top of his head, but he's currently watering his dogs. So when he gets back, I'm hoping he can answer the question.
I can answer it for you. None. The Atacams ceased production in the mid thousands.
So Battle Boost, I got something to say. That's technically true, but there is a conversion process going on with them. So I wouldn't call it. Actually, I will say this. In the actual procurement documents, this is unclassified, literally says unclassified. It says that the United States will procure, and I might get the number slightly wrong, 2,100 upgraded ATACMS to the new warheads, new propellants, and if needed, and this is the key part, if needed, doesn't say missiles, but new systems, if there are not enough available of the old ones to meet this number of 2,100. So that suggests to me that they can still be produced to some degree. But you're right. What's going on right now is just like a life cycle extension policy or program with the current ATACMs, converting them to new ones.
Well, I certainly hope they didn't Avro Arrow the entire production line and they're able to spool that thing back up because traditionally in the aerospace industry, once they stop something, it's dead to them. Look at the F-22. They destroyed the tools, the jigs, and everything for it. Like if they wanted to spool that back up, they basically have to start anew because they don't have the production line doesn't exist anymore.
Yep. And yeah, you're totally right. In the finance, your other question about which companies, it's Lockheed, definitely. And then potentially, and I don't think they're currently producing them, but it'd be BAE or KMW, which is a German company. And then the other one, Axel said, and I'm going to get the acronym wrong, it's DAB, I think, or DBA. DBA, I'm pretty sure it's DBA. So, which is owned by BAE. So that's why I said BAE. So those are the ones I've identified. There could be more. I'm hoping there's more, but those are the ones I was able to identify.
So is it just American ATACMs, or is nobody making long-range precision, high, multiple 100-kilogram missile systems right now?
No, I think there's more. Like Battle said, I don't, and after looking, too much into like budget procurement of like how DoD works, it's kind of ridiculous. It's not the way I would do it, but the way that they do it is they rather they procure over long periods of time to keep like Battle said, to keep the supply lines up through long periods of time. And so I would imagine, and again, I can't verify this, but I would imagine that BAE and KMW and DBW through BAE are still not producing new missile systems. They're doing the contract I said earlier, where they're converting the old ATACMS, which are an old, outdated munitions that Barack Obama administration kind of outlawed, which are like cluster munitions and some other warhead, to the new ones. And so there's like that's ongoing. But like I said just a second ago, within that procurement, it literally says, if needed, new systems can be procured to meet this quota of 2,100 total. So long story short is we don't know. But yes, multiple companies should be able to produce the ATACMS and GIMLers. And as I said earlier, finance, the number of HIMARS strikes tonight of 14, if we assume all six rockets were fired per HIMARS for all 14 strikes, that's 84 total GIMLers. And that equates to about 30,000 per year, which is about 3 times the annual capacity of Lockheed Martin. Again, that excludes the other potential manufacturers, whatever they produce. We have no idea what they produce, or I don't, rather. So, at this current rate, of production of 9 to 10,000, let's call it, and what the Ukrainians expended tonight, there's a need for an additional capacity. Capacity needs to triple effectively from what the past has been producing each year.
Right. Yeah. No, I knew about the fact that it would be very easy for Ukraine to fire off triple the former annual production capacity of HIMARS rockets. I found it surprising that nobody is making long-range precision-guided systems, only because, one, it's so obviously what everybody's saying Ukraine needs in this circumstance. So it's sort of the kind of thing that you would expect large numbers of countries to want more than just a handful of. Sweden, Finland, every single person that borders Russia who might feel threatened, which is every single person that borders Russia. And then the same for anyone who borders China, which of the people that we would give them to is South Korea, who I'm told makes them, Japan, or at least can and used to, Japan and Taiwan.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I wanted to bring this up for a while. What's interesting to me about all these contracts for HIMARS or GIMLers is the numbers are really crazy on how they work. Like sometimes it'll say like I think their most recent one was like Poland's going to procure 4 HIMARS systems for $1 billion, which is crazy, right? That's all it says. And so it's clear right there. There's a certain amount of ammo behind that, right? And it makes it very difficult to kind of backtrack and back calculate out what equals what. So I just found that one of those very interesting items where, same with I think the Singapore contract. Singapore, bought some HIMARS and some ammunition with an unknown quantity, but for like an exorbitant amount of money. So there's something kind of strange going on there with how that works. Which that tells me is there's maybe a productive capacity that is undisclosed per se. That's not necessarily disclosed to the public. And what's interesting is like when I say there's been 60,000 GIMLers produced, it's unclear if that's like is that because it says 60,000 GIMLer has been delivered to the United States Army. That was like the headline. And that doesn't say or mean there's not more productive capacity that's been delivered to the 4 or 5 other customers I've identified, including the United Kingdom, Singapore, the UAE, and 1 or 2 other, I think, including Saudi Arabia and a few others. So kind of the problem with defense, I'm realizing increasingly, finances, it's very opaque and it's very hard to really get down to a really precise number on just about anything.
Sorry, guys. Very briefly, MBD, Dr. Paul, you have the right point. MBDA, MS, they can easily produce any of this stuff. You just have to look at what they do. If they produce the Milan, the MEADS, and the Patriot, there is no reason why they should not be able to create the ATACMS at all, or have been creating the ATACMS missile.
Axel, real quick question. Does the Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom disclose their budget like the United States does? Same with, and I'll ask the same question for Germany.
I'm not an expert on how Whitehall accounts for all its shady budgets, but I would hope that they don't.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. That's what I figured. That's why I haven't really spent too much time looking.
Or they may not have found the button yet, to press and say release to mainstream media. I think they may have just hidden that button somewhere deep down in one of those nice old buildings, and it has a lot of cobwebs around it.
Finance.
Sorry, finance. I think I.
Yeah, no, my question earlier when you were out was, is anyone currently making out-of-camp systems?
Well, I'm trying to calm down the dog.
In finance,
dog is trying to answer the question, apparently.
Yeah, finance. So here's what's going on. I might get the numbers slightly wrong here. About 120 old ATACMs are being converted to new ATACMs because they have to update the warheads and propellants. They have a 10-year life cycle. Okay, right. So and then within that contract, it says new ones can be created. Basically, that's like the gist. So my read is yes, some are able to be produced, but here's the important thing that CJ said actually about the drawdown, and also kind of what Trent was alluding to. I think the United States made 3,700 total ATACMs ever. Okay, so but they're only upgrading 2,100. Now that means 1,600 could be part of that drawdown potentially to be upgraded, and that could be the potential raw cost out of that drawdown, because that of the 1,600 that were never planned, that were going to be thrown away, conceivably could be upgraded to the new warheads to be in alignment with our DoD policies, and then given to the Ukrainians. And however that's the accountants account for that, I don't know, but that's one of the things there's 1,600 potentially that we were going to throw away. We don't know how many of those are left or they've already been destroyed or not, but that's how many are like not planned to be to be upgraded to the new ones. And there's 2,100 that are going to be upgraded to the new ones. Does that make sense, or did I talk in circles a little bit?
So there's 1,600 ATACM systems with some fuzzy math behind them that no one knows exactly what their status is, that aren't theoretically part of the U.S. forward plans, but were definitely produced at one point in the U.S. Am I getting this right?
Yeah, the United States is planning to produce or upgrade a total of 2,100. I think 1,600 have been upgraded, and then the 3,700 have ever produced of the old ones. There's 3,700 old ones total, and then 2,100 of those are going to be upgraded. We don't know how many of those have been upgraded necessarily, and there's 1,600 that are going to theoretically be destroyed or decommissioned or whatever.
I don't think Ukraine needs 1,600 to take care of business, but that would certainly be a lot of booming.
I agree. I think, this is all very good news for Ukraine. Is I think the key takeaway here, right, is there's lots of munitions out there that we're not going to use that we can, upgrade if needed and hand over to the Ukrainians. And I agree. Maybe 300 would be, quite a bit more than is actually needed. So, I'll say this. The whole reason I started this exercise in general was because I wanted to know, do we have enough to give to Ukraine that could actually make an impact? Because, I've kind of been following the defense space for a little while, and there's been some ups and downs and stuff like that. And so I was a little concerned, like, well, the United States hasn't been exactly like procuring excess amounts of like artillery, for example, because we don't really use a lot of artillery in the global war on terror, for example, which is what we've been fighting for and funding for the last 20 years. So that's kind of what started it. But suffice it to say, with the ATACMs, I think there's more than enough to go around for the Ukrainians to get the job done over time.
How many how many weapons have the Russians used against Ukraine? I say send them all 1,600. You know, fuck them. Evil to who evil thinks.
I think they fired over 3,000 precision munitions so far, which is, and by the way, it was interesting in, during the onset of the war, this is what I was kind of really tracking closely. CNN was saying, Russia has fired 800 missiles, in Ukraine so far. And there's these DOD pundits, these experts. And this goes to like the intelligence establishment just consistently. I don't want to, I'm not putting them down in any way because they're great, but like consistently wrong in their assessments. But, at that point at 800, I remember that's 80% of what they said that the Russians were allocating for this operation. 800 was going to be 80%, right? So in theory, there should only be another 160 more to get to that 100% for the entire Ukraine war, right? So 960. Well, they fired 3,000, right? So, kind of ridiculous.
Oh, a good question came in from listener Phil, who I don't know why is not coming up. With the Russians pulling their generals back on the other side of the Dnipro, and what's the status of their communications equipment to send in orders with their command and control system, and how do you have any information on how successful the Ukrainian electronic warfare has been against such a thing?
Battle Moose, that's all you, I think.
Once again, I have to give my blanket statement. I won't comment on the successful employment of Ukrainian systems, their disposition of equipment or troops along the front. I'll talk about the Russian stuff all day long. But, this one, in fact, I have no idea because, Ukrainian OPSEC is such that we don't know anything unless they tell us. And that is definitely something they would want to be pretty tight-lipped about. It's you're affecting Russian command and control, and doing so in a manner that you're not employing a big kaboom. So yeah, I dare say they would not be speaking about their EW capabilities. Now, from early on, I was listening to some of the translated intercepts, and these knuckleheads were talking in the open. And it's funny because when they were advancing on Kyiv, the Ukrainians were trolling them on their own nets, and they'd be. I won't get into the foul language, but the Ukrainians would they'll be given the Russians would give them like fire orders over the net, and then the Ukrainians would jump in and go F your mother. What was the one that I nearly peed myself? The Ukrainians called them, "You're as useless as a sperm-filled condom," and just the I lost it. I completely lost it, and I can't remember the sites I was listening to those intercepts. But if you got a chance, go out and listen to them, or read the transcript. There's this dude Dimitri that translates a bunch of them, and they're mostly getting into the cell phone intercepts from the front, which are equally interesting, but not as and I think people that were in the military find it especially entertaining, the BattleNet intercepts, because your BattleNets shouldn't be intercepted because that should be all encrypted, and the Russians are speaking in the clear. Don't know why. they have the capability, but they just choose to speak in the clear.
Wait, are they still doing that?
I don't know if they're still doing it, but they did it for an awful long time. I dare say by the number of intercepts, because I haven't checked those websites in quite some time, because all of you suck my soul, and I have no time to pee. So I basically spend every waking hour on here, and I can't do anything else. I can't even do basic research. That's what we have Dolman for.
Battle Moose, do you mind if I speculate a little bit? Sorry, go ahead, Axel.
I was just saying, welcome, Dolman. Good morning.
Morning.
Did you hear the high praise? You had 1 hour research time.
Yeah, I can tell you various things. The direction that blades of grass are pointing into and the like. Nothing particularly useful, I don't think, for this cause.
I see that our friend Special Kerasan Cat has been posting some evening kabooms there. I haven't had a chance to look very deeply into it because, again, that Dr. Paul has questions and I got to try to answer them.
Yeah, I was going to say, Battle Moose, do you mind if I speculate a little bit on that question that whoever was talking to finance?
Yeah, you speculate, but if you have any insider information, I wouldn't go down that road because, again, that's like even speculating OPSEC could be dangerous. So because loose lips sink ships.
Agree. Yeah. I guess in that case, the only thing I'll add is, in the early days of the war, the Russians' communications were entirely compromised in general. They were playing the Ukrainian national anthem through like tanks, like radio comms and things like that. So they were entirely compromised in the Kyiv region, especially. So I'll leave it there. There's some things have changed, but I think Ukrainians are good and they got good support. They got good partners, and they're going to be effective. And I think they're going to continue to be effective.
Well, I'm going to jump out here, and I bid everybody a good night. Before I go, I'll jump in the host and bring Domin up as a co-host because it's early morning for him. So everybody give a warm welcome, and make a coffee for Domin because it's quite early there.
Coffee in hand.
Alrighty, thank you, Battle Moose.
Okay, Dr. Paul, you'll know more about this than I will because I have not yet been on the internet today. But what went whoosh and boom and like, Dr. Paul left, damn it. Sorry. Oh my, I see. Glorious sights. Well, this is very bad radio, but this is the actual first response to glorious sights of the Atnusky road bridge seemingly have been hit. Very impressive. More videos of failures of Russian air defense. That's also always nice to see. Lovely.
Good morning, Domin. So I have to ask, with all your research time, what's going on in Serbia and Kosovo?
No news from there, but there are some news from Montenegro, if you'd indulge me. So there was a lot of news saying that Montenegro has expelled the Russian ambassador to Montenegro. I don't think that's true. There's a lot of people on the internet who all picked up what seems to me to be a mistranslation, circling around saying, "Oh, Montenegro expelled the Russian ambassador. Montenegro expelled the Russian ambassador."
My understanding is that that's not true. That instead, reading Montenegrin media, there was a diplomatic note delivered to the Russian ambassador regarding the expulsion of an unnamed diplomat, right? So what it seems to have happened is that another Russian diplomat in Montenegro, who's not the ambassador, but one of the lower ones, got PNG'd, and not the one that's not the actual ambassador. But because the original communique said a diplomatic note was handed to the Russian ambassador, first name here, last name here. Somebody poorly machine translated it, and about a dozen at least English language aggregator accounts on Twitter jumped at it, saying, "Oh no, the ambassador was the one who got expelled." So just a lesson for everyone to always check your sources. Also, I'm saying this because yesterday, 4 different people told me to. Oh, did you know that Montenegro expelled the ambassador? And I was like, no, I don't. And then I went to look into it and couldn't find anything. And now 6 more people DM'd me overnight. Oh, did Montenegro expel the ambassador? I'm like, nope. This is the voice return to everybody who asked. Looks like they haven't now. Looks like they haven't. So not quite Kosovo and Serbia, but a country nearby. Is that satisfactory, Finance?
Thank you. No, I was happy to know. I knew that our expert here in all things Serbia and Kosovo would know all these things and be able to update the entire space, and me personally on such goings on. And can't say I even knew to even look at Montenegro, or that they may or may not have expelled their Russian ambassador, who I'm sure isn't doing any dirty deeds and supporting the KGB and pressing on their genocidal war in their country. I'm sure they would never do that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. It's good to have a broader view of things as well. Finance, how are you? What is the world of financial dealings paying attention to? Did you see? Okay, I'll ask you this: did you see the first ship to have arrived to the Ukrainian maritime ports since February has already departed?
Did not. I don't track ships quite as well as maybe some of the others on this space. Mr. Arfire and our good friend Craig both do. They love ships. I sadly have noticed that the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, major financial papers have picked up that Ukraine's budget deficit is a massive problem, and there isn't really a good way to fix it. As we've been discussing on the space, their budget income has been smoked by the war. It's down. Apparently, it's being reported by the Journal is down 40%. Currently, 60% of their government's budget is war-related costs. That's like, say, paying troops. They've cut everything that isn't war-related services to the bone. They can't really cut further without causing problems. And when I say like things that you don't really want to cut, we're talking civil engineers. You really got to pay those guys. Those also, while technically not war-related services, you really do need to like keep your water running, and you really do need to like be able to fix your train and rail tracks as things keep getting blown up by the Russians. Like that's part of the war effort as well, and a humanitarian necessity. So unfortunately, Ukraine, which had a more or less balanced budget before the war, is now $5 billion a month in debt, and there really isn't a way out of it while this war rages on. So they're doing a mixture of printing a bunch of money, getting aid in, and will, as of now, defaulting on their debt to try to fix that up. But the deficit issue remains pretty much until this war ends.
They're saying $5 billion a month.
Yes, that's about what they're short.
That's 60 a year, right? On just
yes.
Doing rough maths.
Yes.
Do you know what that is compared to, say, the German economy?
It's enough money that Jeff Bezos could personally float them if he wanted to.
So it's 1.5% of the German economy. It's 0.3% of the EU GDP. Like, there's enough capacity. We've had this discussion with Timofey Milovanov here some months ago.
The capacity is there, right? But if nobody gives them the fucking money, then that doesn't change the problem, right? Like, I agree. The size of the problem is bizarrely small for how big a problem this is becoming to Ukraine. But, like, we can either hand them $5 billion a month, we can hand them $200 billion of frozen Russian assets that are sitting in the
Oh yeah, I
US.
forgot about those. Why can't you just give them that instead? That's easy. That's
The
nobody
lawyers
cares
haven't
about that
done
money,
that
right?
yet. So there's like 4 or 5 different ways they could get at that. The lawyers haven't done it yet to send it through the courts. The really funny way to do it would be to change custody and or change laws to change custody. And given that Congress is willing to declare Russia a terror state, there's really no problem with changing laws to change custody. You could also declare Wagner Group a terror group, and then all those assets are tied to the Wagner Group because they're part of the Russian state act. They're a Russian state actor. So then that would do it because all the U.S. Sort of Patriot Act era laws would apply. There's a number of different ways to skin the cat to allow them to seize and or move the money. But if they seize and or move the money and hand it to Ukraine, that would solve the issue because $200 billion divided by $5 billion a month, yeah, that's a lot of months of fighting. This, even on the longer estimations of how long this war will go, 40 months of government support, and that's just the U.S. Federal Reserve dollars. It's nothing else. That's a lot of runway before you have to figure anything else out. So there's a lot of different choices here, none of which are being used well. But if none of them are done, then Ukraine has a big friggin' problem on its hands, and there is not a good solution to it.
Yeah, but don't you think that in the next couple of days this will be solved?
I thought this would have been solved 2 weeks ago because it should have been, and it was becoming a really apparent looming crisis. So now I'm hopeful that it's hitting the news, that maybe it will be solved in the next couple days. But as I said, it should have been apparent to the people who know better 2 weeks ago. So no, I don't know if it will be solved in the next couple days, Axel, because the people who should know better should have known better a while ago.
Yeah, but the people who should know better are all politicians and procrastinators. So as a consequence, they always need the pressure from the outside. They need to see the, so to say, the ship being threatened to sink before they actually start the pumps. That's not unusual, is it? I mean, you didn't expect them to be rational actors, right? As in rational actors, as in rational and solid, as opposed to the Sir Humphrey Appleby school of rational acting.
Is that acting that begins in the fullness of time?
I know
it ends in the fullness of time.
I guess, in my head, if we're willing to send them a bunch of weapons that can go murder massive numbers of people in a nuclear armed country, that we should be willing to send them some cash to float their budget when it's not to the size of what we do here in America, that large amount of money, or again, to the size of what all number of people do in all number of different countries, that large amount of money.
Yeah, I think this will be a continuous thorn in the thigh because people don't want to press the button before other people do it. But coming back to the seized assets in that regard, for example, I have higher hopes that, by the way, the otherwise strange nation of Belgium may actually send a signal by handing over some dough from its seized assets under its own laws to our friends in Ukraine.
Decoding Trolls, welcome.
Just a quick one. I can't be sucked in today. There's a positive vote of confidence, though, in the Ukrainian economy and its monetary stability from an unusual source I pick up. And it chimes with previous legislation, in inverted commas, from DPR early in the war, where they agreed that Ukrainian hryvnia could be continuously used in occupied areas under control of DPR. And it's reported, I read a report today of how the trade system I posted on earlier, on the trade system in Melitopol is working. And useless rubles are not accepted for anything. And so Ukrainian hryvnia are used for everything, but they've rebranded Ukrainian hryvnia as Ukrainian rubles. So I think that's a vote of confidence in the Ukrainian economy that perhaps the Federal Reserve should note and use as a reason to pump up the support.
Are they putting little DPR stamps on it?
No, as we know, they just use magic by just calling it a Ukrainian ruble. No one notices,
okay.
and everyone participates in the theater.
The classic continued
madness is
DPR.
this?
It is DPR kabuki.
But of course, they don't. The jurisdiction, again, my two fingers are permanently in the air. Quote marking, the jurisdiction of DPR doesn't run to even to Berdyansk. The writ of the DPR ends where it did end. Well, I think it includes Mariupol, but that's about it. And they haven't extended their empire any greatly. Melitopol is under. And this is why they want the referendum to establish a state. Again, my fingers are in the air, because what you have there at the moment is a cacophony of interests. Which, so for instance, I learned today the Chechens have been given control over transport, and then each time a new rotation of Chechens comes in, they get control over the transport. Another grouping has control over, and again, control is my quote marking control of foreign trade, but that is now restricted because at the beginning of this, the Nirvana in Melitopol, people from certain village districts were promised a market in Muscovy for their dill and other products, agricultural products, but now they're not allowed trade with Muscovy directly. Crimea is the limit of where they can go. So, and these, and then we had the other reports the other week about how the petrol station system is under the control of one particular traitor, but criminals from Crimea and Kherson are trying to muscle in on it. So all is not happy in something.
In the land of miracles and obfuscation.
Well, why the hell would they prefer the hryvnia to the ruble when, like, their whole goal is cultural genocide? Why wouldn't they just, like, shove the ruble in there no matter how crappy it is?
Because it's really hard to actually supplant it. Because it's really hard to actually change over from one currency to another. And do you know who's not very good in logistics? Chechens. I mean, sorry, Russians. Sorry, the Chechens being put in charge of logistics because why? They're so good in logistics, or because their boss is buddy with the big boss? Right. I vote for the latter, not the fact that they're actually really good at
Yeah,
executing
it
logistics.
just seems like a right to steal stuff.
Yes, of course. It's
Hey, we got a
taxation
winner.
at every taxation at every say control point. And by the way, how can you establish a proper flourishing trade for drugs and humans, meaning human trafficking, if you're not in charge of the control points and logistics?
Yeah, I'm imagining quite an angry set of meetings. Probably involved quite a lot of booze and quite a few, random shootings, and eventually a peace was arranged as they allocated the structures, who was responsible for everything. But I'd say the least of their considerations was competence. Some of us might remember actually a lot of the farm machinery and massive amounts of state-of-the-art farm machinery around there ended up in Chechnya, but because of the John Deere subscription system, they couldn't use it. So maybe that kind of process gave them the monopoly over it. But the report I read in MryiaReport, which is just such a great source, I love it. It's just they're so clever and really good. And as we know, the person who ran it, her father was kidnapped at the beginning because the Russians wanted to take control of it, but they never did. And she's just trolling them. It's just amazing, basically, what they do. But anyway, so yeah, but it's quite.
Did we just lose decoding?
We just lost decoding.
Okay, we lost them but anyway, so yeah, but it's quite very well. Decoding. Okay, it's going back. Just a weekend, and we have decoding perfectly experience with all of the glitches, having gone through all of the glitches. Decoding, you dropped off after saying, but they never did, and she's just trolling them. It's that amazing. So talking about Ria Melitopol.
Yeah, they never. But yeah, so they're quite the allocation of spheres of influence is quite stable. Probably because it would open up a hornet's nest. I just posted in the comments here the report from Donetsk People's Republic news source from June, where it very generously talks about the concurrent use of hryvnia and rubles in their territory. In December 2015, the hryvnia was banned. So they do have some. They banned the hryvnia in occupied Luhansk People's Republic and DPR at the same time, and then had a fixed exchange rate, which was nothing close to the real value. And most people did turn to rubles. Well, they had no choice to turn to rubles. I expect so. I see this as a function of the rubles watered downness. So it's just and in fact, actually, I call it useless ruble. I'm trying to hyper normalize that phrase, the useless euro ruble. So yeah, their genocidal war. I mean, basically nothing. It's all about the money. Yeah, they couldn't. So yeah.
Why are we not surprised?
Yeah, idealists just aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, I was just about to say the thugs remain the thugs. And the meeting you just highlighted, which may have happened, was probably something like in the back room of the Bada Bing.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, yeah. it's a hell of a thing. But I mean, gradually the local collaborators are being wiped out, which again happened in LPR and DPR, and they get replaced by the colonists from Moscow.
Good morning, Tim. You've been on quietly for a little while. How's the English breakfast been?
Good morning. Yes, sorry. Yesterday I had a family day, so I couldn't disappear into my headphones. But I'm back. I'm back today. This morning I've had an omelette, not an English breakfast, because you can't get good bacon here. So what's the point in even trying?
Well, you can always get good bacon at Baltium, as you know.
Yeah, that's on the other side of town, and my wife's got the car. So.
Tim, you can always bolt.
This is true. This is true. But yeah, I mean, I could do with I could do without the breakfast. I can do without the breakfast, honestly. I had a nice omelette, so that was that.
Axel, you said that maybe in the next few days that this budget issue might be solved. Do you have any evidence of legal maneuverings around the frozen assets that would make me super happy, or are we going to do something?
No. It's about budget help. There is supposedly ongoing discussions both in the contact group as well as amongst European nations. In this instance, certain leading EU nations who have budgetary capacity to provide additional financing for, in this case, budget financing for Ukraine, like they've done before. You can tally up the numbers Germany has provided. They are not insignificant.
Yep, we need more than not insignificant. We need to get to preferably $5 billion a month, but pretty close to that will do the trick, because then the amount of printing to economy size will be low enough to not cause terrible inflation issues. But yeah, $5 billion a month is the magic number right now.
Well, you have to take into account that Germany actually, at the end of May, already created a 40 billion budget allowance for anything Ukraine related. 40 billion. This is in addition to what was set aside prior to that for the arms, delivery facility, which Ukraine unfortunately can't use because few of the arms Ukraine wants to have are on the remainder of the list. Olaf Scholz and his henchmen have, whittled down. But having said that, a 40 billion stash is not so bad.
But all my little evidence on Schultz is that he's also going to Schultz the money. So why would we expect him to just leave it at military equipment?
That's not true. No, that's just not true. The money has been arriving continuously from Germany.
But not at the rate originally promised.
That's also not true. The EU has a contact group amongst themselves where they're trying to set up an additional facility, which, as you know, is a debt facility. And that one is being currently held up because the communists in Paris and in Rome would like to find ways to socialize their everlasting increasing debts in order to create an EU indebtedness for all the free nations of Europe. And fortunately, Germany is siding with Estonia, Finland, and others in order to avoid that ever happening, because nation states can supply the funding and should supply the funding in proportion to what they can deliver. Nobody is demanding that Greece, which is still reeling from the impact of the financial crises of 2008, 2009, should be supporting Ukraine with money necessarily. Nobody is asking for that. Nobody would say that, say, the Netherlands couldn't go and provide substantial funding, because they can. nobody would demand this currently from Portugal or Spain because they are still impacted heavily by the outcome of both COVID as well as the associated pandemic impact on the economy. But Germany can, Luxembourg can, Denmark can, many nations can do, and they will, and they should do, but as nation states. So this discussion is a chimera of Macron and the now outgoing Italian government, and some in the Southern Comfort League of European nations. You all know who you are, and that's fine. It's a political move in order to paint Germany black in a moment where it has already dipped its head into the black paint. But then again, fortunately, Germany is providing constant funding for Ukraine. So,
how much is this constant funding per month, Axel?
that's a good question, which I can't directly answer because I don't think that it's a stable funding. There was a funding facility of 430 million, which kicked in 1 week. There was a commitment of 1 billion at the end of May alongside the 40 billion package. There was interim funding provided when the EU couldn't make up its mind. I can check the numbers from the Ministry of Finance. It takes a few minutes because I'm currently sitting out in the harbor.
Does EU funding for this sort of stuff, does this require unanimity in the Council? I think it does, doesn't it?
Well, this unanimity, the unanimity actually existed, albeit that it's not necessary. If you release, for example, from the structural funds budget, support payments to nations who now are candidates for access, for acceding to the EU, which you can. And if you release from those budgets, Domin, remind me, what is it? The integration budget, or however they call it, the one which they have at hand in order to support nations who are supposed to be candidates. If that's the case,
I forget what it's called, but yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean. The stuff which was released, for example, in Croatia and others, and
of course, yes,
and whatnot. This is what most people fail to completely understand because nobody else has this process in the world. And there's a community which constantly, actually, when there's somebody applying for membership, gives them money to help build out the institutions and prepare for the integration at a future state. I mean, just imagine the United States were to welcome socialist Canada into the fray of, say, freedom of democracy. And then Canada would actually have to work pretty hard in order to find ways to implement full-blown measures for free speech, which is difficult. I understand this. But obviously, then the US would fund that campaign. This is how it actually works. Now, imagine that this campaign is not for free speech in newspapers in Canada so that they can all actually publish what they want to publish, but it's a campaign where you help a country upgrade its infrastructure and provide budgetary assistance, as well as including payments. And this is very specific in these programs. Under these programs, the EU can provide massive amount of funding to support a country's build-up of its bureaucracy. And not just because we like to build up bureaucracy, but actually in order to support the funding so that you can train people to be good civil servants, that you can integrate them, that you can build a new procurement structure. So essentially everything which has to do with logistics is covered with this. So I would not be surprised to hear after the war that out of this EU budget, a lot of those larger positions have simply been providing money to hiring or supporting those who currently actually have to be paid to render their service to the Ukrainian government in order to support the logistics, including Ukrsalisnitsa, for example, which is due to receive funds from the EU because it is one of the to be integrated or already partially integrated European rail network operators. And the same thing goes for pretty much every single part of Ukraine. So, and this finances is where I beg to differ, for example. The build out of the wastewater treatment plants and water distribution systems for potable water in Ukraine are part and parcel of the improvement programs under the structural funds, as well as the ongoing design cost allowances under these integration facilities from the EU. Now, if this doesn't put you to bed already, and say in terms of complexity, but it actually does exist. Every single segment of society, every part of infrastructure of a country in accession can and will be sponsored. Now, these funds typically flow in installments and against milestones and projects and the likes, but they do come with very, very strong upfront commitments. So, and if the EU is smart, it will release under these programs upfront commitments in the coming weeks. Now, the EU, of course, is always slow, as in, Doman, how snaily slow is the EU?
You remember that picture of a snail with a bullet strapped to the back that was referencing German weapon deliveries? Well, it's like that, but with a coin instead of a bullet. It actually is lots of coins, like gold bars or something, but very slow.
Yeah, but you should also say that this snail with the bullet on its back representing actually the German chancellery, meaning its office, because that's what it is. And it should have a red ribbon around it to evidence that these are communists, and it should probably be gassed to death because that's what they've done, right, with the economy.
Oh, sure.
What a nice element of historical continuity, huh? Finance.
Anyway, let's not detract you from the point you were trying to make. Yes, they're slow, but they do it, and they're good for it, which is just the important bit as well.
Yeah, which comes now back to finance's point of liquidity, because it's about the cash. And now the cash is what nation states have to put in. So we have Mikko joining us, and I can definitely tell you that the Finnish government is sufficiently capable, despite the fact that the country's size is by no means the same as, for example, France, Italy, or Germany. But Finland operates a very substantial budget. Finland calculates and turns the dime left, right, center, and then invests it properly. Finland does have cash reserves, and it can provide funding. Doesn't it, Mikko?
One sec, I need to actually off-board the play because we were jamming it actually, previously. So let me join in 5 minutes. Thanks.
That's not a problem. Kiitos. Tim, by the way, if you're bored to bits and pieces, you can swing over to Harlan and Kakome, and we can sit here and talk to the chaps.
Yeah, actually, can I note something? I have a question for you all later, now that we have people from both sides of the Gulf of Finland around, because there's some news about certain missiles and the like, and I want to know more. I'm sure you guys do.
Well, we can talk about the NATO lake anytime, as soon as Mikko is back.
Yes, exactly, and specifically the easternmost reach of the NATO lake. I think this is for Tim. You have a constructive contribution.
No, I don't actually. I know you've come to expect one, but I was just going to say, are we now calling it the NATO lake? Is that its official name on the Maria report?
Yes. And the Baltic states are now NATO states. Well, they've been NATO states forever.
It is the Strait. It is the Strait of Estonia, and it is a NATO lake.
And what do the Finns think of this Strait of Estonia name?
We alternate. Next year it's then yet again the Gulf of Finland, and a little later we'll give it to the people of Åland for a year, and then the Swedes get the naming rights, despite the fact that they're far away.
Well,
We're equal opportunity offenders.
Very good, very good. I wanted to go back to the bureaucratic institution building efforts of the European Union in Ukraine. Now, I understand that the EU and Ukraine have had an economic partnership agreement since the early 90s. Was it 94, 95? And there's been the what was it called, deep and comprehensive free trade area since the noughties at some stage. I mean, surely bureaucratic capability building has been ongoing in that time. And Axel and Doman as kind of EU watchers, do we know how extensive they've been and how successful they've been?
How successful? Who's been with what? The EU has been with.
building bureaucratic capability and governance capability in the Ukraine?
Oh, so they've not. Okay, the EU has been helping out Ukraine, but I mean this was driftwise compared to what it will be now that Ukraine is a candidate country, and especially once negotiations formally begin. It's literally comparing someone with a little gardening shovel compared to a bulldozer and a fleet of JCBs. It's a whole different kettle of fish. However, it has to be noted that Ukraine has been quite, what should we say, quite active on this front since 2014. They've done a lot of changes already. We've had a friend of ours, Akash Maharaj, on several times to discuss this in greater detail. The slight problem being he usually discussed it when all the Europeans were asleep, including me. And it doesn't help that he has the most mellifluous voice in the world, and that just helps you fall asleep additionally. Which it's sort of 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. It's not that he's boring; he's just so soothing and gentle. He should really. He has a future as an audiobook reader, especially for children's books. You have no idea. But what is important is so he was one of the people helping out with helping the Ukrainian parliament out in sort of 2015 sort of time with instituting some of these reforms that help cut corruption as well, that help streamline processes, that help people. Estonia, I understand, has been helping kind of directly as well with digitalization of a number of things. And I think, this will be the greatest export of Estonia for a while. It won't show up on the balance sheets. It won't show up on the balance of payment. But it certainly is one of the great things that Estonia is contributing to the world, right? Having functioned, there's almost this what should we call it, as almost this laboratory of experimentation with digitalization in the public sphere, and now helping other countries learn from what it did well and where it went wrong, and do things as best possible. So there's a lot of help there, but crucially, and this isn't something to be misunderestimated. It's important to realize that the European Union, yes, is a difficult bureaucratic apparatus, but a difficult bureaucratic apparatus has its purposes and uses. And an excellent use is when you want to make sure that things aren't done wrong. Yes, they can be awkward, it can be slow, but in avoidance of all doubt and in avoidance of possibilities of misappropriation of funds, especially, it tends to do exceedingly well. And that's important, because one thing that you need to have a private sector wanting to re-enter a country that has just gone through a war is trust in institutions, the rule of law, that things are going to go as they should, that it's not the Wild West. And strong bureaucratic institutions help out with that. Yes, they also slow things down. Yes, they also make your life a pain. But strong institutions and a strong judiciary among them are very important when it comes to building trust and when it comes to capital trusting a new country. Right? It decreases country risk, in other words, and that's really important. And it especially decreases country risk when it comes to long-term investments, right? So let's just imagine two different scenarios. Let's imagine somebody wants to go somewhere and just buy some stuff that they will pay for, they will get out of the country within 3 months, and then the deal is done, right? You can accept much higher levels of country risk for that than when you're investing in a factory that you expect will pay off over a decade, right? You want much lower country risk for the latter, and especially you want much lower country risk in terms of the rule of law, in terms of strong bureaucratic institutions, strong judiciary, right? Because without that, you'll think, okay, well, maybe it's fine for now, maybe it's fine for what this government is in, but what about 2 governments later? You don't want some things to change. You want the business of government to be governed by the civil service to a considerable degree. not just by the government, because predictability and stability matter. Do they not, Tim?
Absolutely, they certainly do. It's really as you say, there are a lot of ingredients to this, and you know, the rule of law is obviously the bedrock upon which it is all built, which Ukraine, frankly, from a foreign investor's perspective, does have some issues with. But there is institutional and also technological institution building that that you touched upon earlier on, especially regarding the Estonian cooperation. Now, Estonia's electronic governance agency has been active, very active in Ukraine since, gosh, the mid 2010s. I believe they started cooperating in 2016, and there have been, you know, leaps and bounds in the electronicization of the Ukrainian government. Thinking particularly about the Trembita system, which is essentially an interface of government databases in Ukraine. So that enables Ukrainian bureaucracies to communicate with each other in a compliant way. And of course, in that time, Ukraine has effectively implemented its own carbon copy of the EIDAS regulation, simply because it was easier to copy the European Union's framework for this, because they knew the Estonians were going to be helping them with the technical side. So there have been massive leaps and bounds, particularly in digitization, assisted by Estonia. For example, nearly all births in Ukraine now are registered online digitally. They have very advanced infrastructure for digital signatures, and there are, you know, there are a number of other areas that I don't have the expertise to comment on, where the European Union, particularly Estonia, has assisted them enormously in building out the technical competence and the systems to bring Ukraine up to and often ahead of European standards.
Oh, absolutely right. Sometimes where you are working with a clean slate, or at least with a slate that you're very happy to clean, right? And it's easier to introduce these more newer approaches to things a little bit, when people are happy to clean off the old practices wholesale. And maybe sometimes in countries of old Europe, that's a little bit more difficult, and that's why Estonia perhaps was one of the countries that did that, you know, more easily.
And I guess it kind of helps, particularly the Baltic states, particularly Estonia, that, as you say, they were starting from a clean slate in the early 90s. It's always surprising that when I'm involved with a Rotary Club here in Tallinn, and we often have guests from fairly senior positions in the Estonian government on the civil service and political side. And these guys, you know, the kind of permanent secretary equivalents, are all in their 40s. Pretty much all in their 40s. So when they built the Estonian state in the early 90s, you know, these were 25-year-old guys who suddenly found themselves in charge of a country. So it was kind of this enormously fresh approach to governance, from relatively junior people with very little experience of the old way of doing things. And you know, that kind of led to a state being built from scratch, as it were. And I think this is reflected in the Estonian attitude to governance, certainly.
Well, exactly, right. That's what I was kind of getting at. And someone was saying, I think Yehuda was saying yesterday, you know, similarly in Ukraine, it already seems that a lot of functions of government have already gone to the next generation as well, right? The same generation that you spoke of that is running a lot of things in Estonia already, you know, and the people in their 40s rather than their 60s or 70s, people who didn't, you know, who grew up, yes, in the Soviet times, but didn't really start working much yet in the Soviet times, and were much happier to have a much more Western outlook and progressive outlook in that respect. And that's really good as well, right? And that all helps with making sure that all the ducks are in a row, or all the if you put them in a basket, I don't know what the appropriate analogy here would be, but it's definitely very helpful. And again, swinging back to candidacy for EU accession, right? It's going to make a huge difference. And one thing that we can trust is that no corners are going to be cut. I don't think that I'm breaking any news if I say that in 2007, when Romania and Bulgaria joined, there was kind of a timeline and there was an expectation that they would join in 2007. And there might have been some little corners that might have been clipped off. Just a little bit. But that led to suboptimal degree of integration since then. Had they taken a little bit longer, maybe another year to sort out some things, maybe it would have worked better. That mistake is not going to be repeated ever again because everybody's learned better, and it's important. Hey, here we go, Daniel coming up to I don't think defend anything at all, actually, but to pile on somewhat. But this is important, right? Because you don't want corners cut, because during the process of accession, everybody's motivated to get a country in, but it also means that all the politicians within the country that's on the verge of accession, they're happy to push through less popular things and even themselves take a step back. As soon as a country is in, it's in, and then that shall we call it pressure, that urgency diminishes. That's why it's important to do everything perfectly before accession, right? Because that really makes a difference, because in a year of accession negotiations, you often do as much as you will do in 5 years or 10 years afterwards, because there is this higher degree of urgency, higher degree of motivation. And maybe if slightly more had been done, saying taking another year in 2007 to 2008, maybe that would have helped Romania as well. Alternative history, we shouldn't really engage in it, but Daniel, what do you think? Am I on the right page or not quite?
First, I want to say, please don't fuck my country. 2000, yes, you do. 2004, socialist government, one of the most corrupt government you can imagine. Năstase was the prime minister, Iliescu was the president, and Năstase was big fan with Berlusconi. But even the justice systems was not reformed, and was the problem which made them to lose the power. They start all the other things to negotiate. And negotiation on agriculture was made it so bad to make European Union to be happy. And this cost us a lot. I mean, a lot. Romania is an agriculture powerhouse. And in 2004, the government was changed. The president was Băsescu. They changed very fast in 2 years the judicial system, which are still in a system of surveillance by European Commission until now. We are in 2022. We start to securing our borders for the Schengen ascension. Hey, we just invest 250 million securing borders at that point. I think the investing in border was huge enough. And in fact, they let open negotiation for 14 or 15 chapters. And that chapters was fulfilled very, very, very fast. But the control system for the judicial system remained. We are not in Schengen. And these things was made not because Romania don't fulfill the requirements, mostly because negotiations was somehow in limbo. And I'm sorry, 2007 was not made any, how I can say, things with gratitude for us. Was made because the plan was to get Romania and Bulgaria, which was out of European Union before ascension of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Czechia, and the Baltics. And these things maybe will be a lesson, because it's funny how after, let's see, 15 years, you still are not Schengen, even with airports. I don't say about land border, airports, and maybe ports. Nothing. We are out of Schengen, and not because we don't want to be in Schengen. And if you tell me our borders are not secure, this is not even funny, because we have the crisis of Syrian refugees. And for Ukraine, I hope negotiation will be okay. First, their political ascension is much bigger than Romania or Bulgaria in 2007, and this will help a lot. And sorry, for Romania was a lot of conditions, not for Croatia. And if you tell me Croatia is a better government than Romania, I will laugh. Okay?
Yeah, I won't
And
believe that.
look, and second to this, you meet the criteria. Okay? You enter, you are praised, all good. And then you have Hungary and Poland. And what does it mean if you fulfill the criteria and after that you make steps back? This is wrong. So, of course, nobody in Brussels imagine somebody in Warsaw will think, let's make a judicial system under the political stance or in Hungary, which is almost authoritarian regime, and democratic system is almost dead. So these lessons, I hope, will be very better so in Kiev. And they had a huge advantage. First, they are bigger. Second, political, they stand very high, very, very high. So they can negotiate on the other stance than we did it. And also, I think their thirst to enter in European Union will help them a lot to push and change. Imagine all that soldiers will go, probably part of them, to work in government. That guys will not be stupid. They know what is at stake. So for them, I think it will be much smoother than was for us.
Oh, I agree with that, and I'm saying, it is because of that, because there will be so much desire, so much dedication within the Ukrainian political class as well, to really try to get this done as soon as possible and as best possible, that it will be less difficult to sell it to any individual, any small pressure groups or whomever else within the country, as well as the politicians will kind of take steps back occasionally for the greater good, so to speak, and that's a good thing. Tim.
I was going to ask Daniel actually, and Domen, if you have a view. I understood that the Bulgarian and Romanian full accession to Schengen was more about political resistance in the council, mostly from the United Kingdom, which we know is no longer in the council. Is that the case, or what?
But the UK was never in Schengen anyway.
Yes, I know, but accession to Schengen.
Holland, Netherlands, not UK. Netherlands.
There we go.
Okay, but accession to the Schengen area is a council decision. Presumably, all members of the council vote on that.
Yeah, but the members for whom it never would apply kind of take a step back, and if there's they won't ever be breaking a majority, right? So right now, Ireland will never be the one to break a for Schengen majority, unless they're trying to extract some other concessions in some other field, which they might threaten to, but it would be relatively minor. The Netherlands, you're right, Daniel is completely right, is probably the one that's most likely to cause issues with respect to Schengen right now.
And why is that?
It's because they're kind of reluctant to change somewhat in this respect. So Netherlands, like France, has a long-standing ambition to change the treaties for the best for them, and doesn't seem to have that same long-standing ambition that some other countries farther to the south and east have to get stuff moving along and get everyone on the same page. So it's kind of funny when you have the same countries who are resistant to. Okay, let's put it this way: Have you heard the phrase "two-speed Europe"?
Yes, that was what was it? Javier Solana's buzz phrase, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's kind of what the Dutch and to some degree also the French kind of want, and this is something that many other countries don't really want, and therefore the French and the Dutch are very happy to have ever closer integration of some members but leave others behind, whereas other countries want to have everyone be on the same page as much as possible and at risk of not having quite as much integration among some. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely, and I can totally see their point on this. I mean, the biggest barrier to proper federalization within the European Union has always been the kind of reluctant members. I mean, the biggest one was obviously the UK, but certainly there's a periphery around the kind of Carolingian core that is very much preventing the European Union from functioning properly.
Well, so it's kind of funny, right? Because on the one hand, you have countries that are very much for, you can call it federalization if you want to, but at the same time, they seem to only want to apply it to a small subset of members fully, almost like the original six, and then a few other ones. Whereas you have these other countries that are like, no, like this is cool. Let's just have it, but let's have it with everyone, so that we're all on the same page with everything. And that is something that sometimes resisted, say, for example, here by the Netherlands in regards to Schengen accession for Bulgaria and Romania, or that's also the sort of phrases that were being heard in sort of May-ish from the French regarding Ukrainian accession. At some point, somebody in France even said, "Oh, Ukraine will never be an EU member. We need the two speeds Europe again," stuff like that. So it's kind of funny because there are very few who want a full federalization for everyone. What you have is either full federalization for a subset or a looser for everyone kind of arguments, but no one's happy with the other sides, if that makes sense.
See, this is where I become slightly schizophrenic, right? Because with my British hat on, I'm pro-Brexit. With my Estonian hat on, I'm basically a Euro-federalist. I think they should just get on with it. Guy Verhofstadt can be Emperor of Europe. New treaty, all of that stuff.
So I don't want more treaty change necessarily. It's fine as it is. Let's just get everyone up to speed on this one, maybe, and then we can think about that in another decade or something. There's a lot less appetite now, I think, for treaty change additionally across Europe, because treaty change would almost certainly mean a common European army. And of course, a common European army would be quite French and German dominated. And everybody's just seen how the current French and German governments dealt with the current situations. And who would want them running a common European army, right? Because the Poles would freak out and the Estonians would freak out if they were suddenly much more governed by anything coming out of Paris or Berlin than just simply by NATO, which is how it's been thus far, and which seems to be the good idea, right? Because we know that this one works, and if anything has ever been a good deterrent against the Russians, it's been NATO. So maybe let's stick with that as the defense policy. And I know not all EU member states are in NATO, but the ones that aren't are Ireland and Austria. And especially for Austria, it really doesn't matter because they're surrounded by Switzerland and a bunch of NATO countries. And Ireland, maybe it matters a little bit, but Ireland has its own reasons why not, and that's everybody knows the history between Ireland and the UK. And also, it doesn't matter as much because they're kind of far away from likely aggressors, and who's going to do an amphibious landing on Ireland? I wonder. And then the rest who are a little bit more exposed, like Cyprus, but they have their own problems as well. And is Malta a NATO state? I don't think it is. and that's it, right? Everybody else is in NATO already anyway, and especially the Estonians and the Poles and the like aren't going to be very happy with that changing. That's the problem. If you want to have treaty change, and this is what came out at the end of the Conference for the Future of Europe in May, there's this non-paper, they called it, because it basically said, just leave everything as it is for now, please. And all the Nordics signed that. So Denmark, Sweden, Finland, the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the major Eastern flank states, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, as well as a number of other things. 13 members signed it all in all at the time. And basically said, look, dear France, don't. Just leave stuff as it is. We're not up for treaty change, certainly not right now. You don't have the numbers, don't even think about it, right? Which at least in part came out of the French, this non-paper came out of the French and German relative non-response to what was going on in Ukraine. Now, I'm not saying a complete non-response, just a relative, lack of response compared to what the Baltics did and what Poland did, and also the Nordic countries to an extent, and definitely the UK, which obviously doesn't, count here because it's no longer an EU member state. And that's why that sort of treaty change is not very appetizing to very many who are, let's say, the more newer members by and large.
I'm afraid we must agree to disagree on that one. I mean, there is of course a very good chance that we know this already, that France effectively wants to use European resources, common European resources on the defense and security front to shore up its strange little neo-colonial expeditions in Africa. And okay, so Germany's not pulling its weight on defense issues and hasn't for some time, but it's always struck me as vaguely preposterous and iniquitous that the common defense and security policy can be vetoed by Luxembourg. It's like the lack of QMV on foreign policy issues in the council has always struck me as just ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's the point. There shouldn't be a common defense of the EU because it's a federation, and it should remain a federation for political coordination of what is economic interest. And that is what many people in Europe have been fighting for. And unfortunately, our British friends have given up because they felt it was better to retreat into the oyster shell of their island as opposed to fighting from the inside to make Europe or return Europe to freedom. Because nobody in their right mind could want the économie sociale, which has crippled France since the Second World War, to the point that it still leashes up all of its, say, entrepreneurial spirits and underperforms in economic terms, and solely works for the state, as if it were still the same old republic prior or Napoleonic society. I mean, nobody can, in their right mind, want to do that. If you want to have free speech, say, money in your pocket and a good life, you don't need to do what the French have done. And Europe is not subscribing to it.
I would separate the defense from the economic issues here.
It's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what I'm trying to highlight. The defense is vested in NATO, which is a transatlantic alliance, and that matters a great deal more because global defending freedom is not a purely European thing. Defending freedom against and democracy, property rights, against authoritarianism, and defending free speech against those usurpers and colonialists is a matter of the whole world. And that should be NATO. And if NATO then becomes what is a global defense union, that's fine. I don't mind it at all. Bring the South Koreans in, bring the Japanese in, bring everyone good willing into this organization. Call it whatever you will. I couldn't care less. But defense should never be left only to the French trying to dominate with their crippled economy Europe. That should not be the case.
Okay. Could you, while we're here, Axel, could you talk a little about this mooted rearmament of Germany? Now we heard a lot. We heard that there would be a, what was it, 100 billion invested in defense. We heard that a few months ago.
Yeah, but
I
that's
can't remember
nothing.
whether that was.
100 billion is nothing.
Is that
You
over? Is
always
that
have
over
to.
several decades?
No, it's 1 year. It's a straw fire. It's nothing, and it doesn't really matter. It's barely enough to pay for the deficiency of the previous years. You have to always look at the 2% criteria. 2% of GDP. That's the key aspect. That is how you move a mountain. And Germany actually has an obligation to do something which a variety, pretty much every single US administration, other than the Obama administration, by the way, have asked Germany to do, meaning pay its fair share, which it hasn't done specifically since Mr. Schroeder came into power. And that is the mistake. This is the original sin, the so-called consumed peace dividend. If you have 2% of the GDP going into the military budget every year, you're already good. But now you have to get back into the saddle.
So very much a token effort then.
No, I didn't say that. The 100 billion is a word, but it's not enough. 100 billion is good to pay for certain things which have been missed in the past years. It is a valuable sign, but you have to keep up the 2% criteria. And there are voices in the Communist Party, the Socialist, the unpatriotic party, the Social Democratic Party in Germany. I couldn't get it straight. I apologize. I was going by results and facts as opposed to the names. There are yet again voices in that party which try to find a way to wiggle out of future commitments, and very senior voices, by the way, amongst their parliamentarians and amongst even their defense so-called specialists. I don't know what they're defending other than their own fiefdom, but it's certainly not defending Germany for that matter, or freedom, and definitely not Ukraine as part of that defense of freedom, or Germany. But those Vaterlandslose Gesellen already are arguing that, oh no, Germany could not possibly meet the 2% criteria across all the coming years. That is just insidious.
Thank you, Axel. I know I'm not co-host, but I'm going to jump
Let's
in.
go to Daniel first, and
Daniel.
then to Shamantvi. Daniel, go ahead.
Okay, I want to tell you to Axel about Great Britain and Brexit. That was the biggest mistake ever London made. And we no need to talk about campaign for Brexit, where it was full of trolls, but let's talk about how they entered in European Union with a lot of exceptions, including agriculture. And after that, never get them enough. Always they comment, and was not about social economy, was the side where UK wanted to have all the advantage and to share none. And for me, after that, all that campaign on Brexit was very, very bad, because they said, oh, European Union use us, Romanians and Polish people come to work in our country, and all the bullshit. And in fact, after the Brexit, what they discover? They need agriculture workers, because the crops need people. And just that.
I think it's interesting the way you framed that, the biggest mistake London ever made. What's interesting to me is that this is never framed as a colossal failure of statecraft on the part of Brussels.
I don't think Brussels wanted one moment UK to go out. Was a bad calculus of Cameron. He bluffed, and he lose that bluff, and he lose with the hand of Farage. And now all the Conservative Party, if you say something about European Union, if you are not a Brexiter, you are out of politics. Don't forget.
Sure, but for the European Union to lose through its own flexibility, its globally most significant member, I think, is a colossal failure on the part of Brussels. The bad faith of Mr. Cameron notwithstanding.
Okay, Sharmantvi, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Domin. People and guys, don't be impressed about the 100 billion investment in Germany for the military spending. First of
We're
all,
not. We're not. We
yeah,
didn't say so, Shaman. We wrote.
yeah, and I will just give you a few points why there's after after the announcement of the 100 billion, there's always and still the risk of some shady things. First of all, what Olaf Scholz announced in the Zeitenwende speech was that 100 billion initial investment, one-time investment, and we will spend 2%, at least 2%, he said, of our GDP on the military spending. So just look and just keep an eye on Germany, and I will do so as well. If they try to use the 100 billion and calculate them in for the next 4 or 5 years, depends on our GDP development in the next 4 or 5 years, that if they use the 100 billion to match the 2% goals, because then there was never a 100 billion initial investment, then it's just, oh, we are matching our 2% target for the next 4 or 5 years. Then, and this was already in the first weeks after the Zeitenwende, in the discussions, there's always some danger that they will use some of the money. I mean, now there are already plans how we can spend the money on Navy, on the Army, on the Air Force. But there's always the risk that someone comes up and say, or some parties come up and say, hey, just let's divide it 50% and 50% and give 50% to whatever reasons, give them to other countries, development aid or whatever. Then you have to watch what the German military, the Bundeswehr, is used for in future. Because the last 2 years, we are using them for civil use, for example, fighting the pandemic. So it's if we spend more and more for our German military, doesn't mean we don't we get a stronger military. Because in the last 2 years, soldiers, some of the soldiers didn't train. They were organizing the fight of the pandemic. It was bureaucracy. So the German government was able to save money on other ends, and they are using the military for something the military is not there for. So there are plenty of risk and shady things they can do. And I mean, like Axel said, 100 billion is not even enough. We are talking about that we need 20 billion alone for just the ammunition. Currently, that's not what I'm saying, that's what experts say. They are saying that German military, when it comes to we should defend ourselves and let NATO on the side right now. But if German military has to fight, we could fight with the ammunition we have for maybe 2 days. Then it's over. So this is the current state, and I mean 100
But
billion.
that Shaman report, that is the desired state. Whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks doesn't matter. It's the desired state by the parties in power. The Social Democrats do not want Germany strong as an allied partner. They don't want Germany to be able to project power. They don't want Germany to be able to be in an alliance as a valuable military partner. And the Greens don't want military as such. They see it as a very, very awkward, necessary evil only. There's a large pacifist undercurrent in that party.
Yeah, I
So
don't fight.
what are we talking? What are we
Democratic
talking
or what?
about? The people in Germany have become milk toast.
We are talking about that nothing is done with announcements. Whenever, whatever, in whatever regard, if it comes to Germany announce military aid for Ukraine, when it comes to our own military, we have to watch them 24/7 and look exactly what they are doing and keep the pressure up, because I think you're right on this. And whatever the next chancellor will be, but the current coalition and the last governments were not interested in a strong German military. I mean, if
Yeah, you're right. Not a single government, and this does not. This includes Miss Merkel, Mummy Merkel, and her peaceniks. This is exactly the point. The emasculated social democratic undermined socialist middle of the road parties of Germany, and that includes a completely eviscerated Christian Democratic Union, thanks to Miss Merkel and her cronies, her pollsters, and all these idiots. I'm sorry. Since Gerhard Schröder started to infiltrate German society as a state prime minister of Lower Saxony, things have gone absolutely blast downhill. And that's pretty much your whole lifespan, right, Charman Rebroad?
Yeah, it's exactly. I'm born in the early 90s. I mean, I was born, and I mean, when I was born, this was probably the last days of a strong German military. After the reunification, I think, if I'm not right, we had 600,000 soldiers.
385,000 active duty, but we had a large reserve, yes, and well-trained reserve.
Yeah, I mean, we were the tip of the spear other times, but only 30 years away. And with the current mentality, with all those people, it would be better for us to, let's keep spending and increase the spending, but give the money to Poland and the Baltic states, because they would find a good use for it. Not like we are.
I know what you mean, but of course it's wrong. You know this. You need to have an impact on culture. So the spending needs to be on German people doing German defense, and if you don't do it, that's what they fear. If they have more people who actually do serve in the military, they will have more centrist conservative voters. They will lose essentially the capacity to project pacifism and their own authoritarian vision of a defenseless society. That's the whole point. Because if you have a few 100,000 people who have gone through serving their country, seeing the reality and how difficult it is to do things, then these are multipliers in society. They talk to their spouses, to their friends, they project their service capacity, they act in a different way, and they train other people in a different way. A strong civil defense society is, by definition, a center-right or centrist conservative society, principle value-based. That is what they don't want. The problem is that you can be socially liberal and still value-based national security conservative. But they want to disintegrate this.
I would declare myself as a liberal as well, but to live with those values, to live in freedom, peace, and democracy, prosperity, you should and could be able to defend this. This is the main base here. I mean, look at the world. We see this with other countries. I mean, even the wall, whatever, I don't want to go in that topic, but everybody should know and should be aware that some states like Russia don't like our way to live. So if you like the way we live here, then we should be able to defend it. And I was in school when the last draft was made in Germany. What is Wehrpflicht called, Axel, in English?
Conscription.
Oh yeah, this conscription. So I was in school when the last conscription by the Bundeswehr was made. After that, it was paused. It's not done. You can reactivate it by law. But now, after this, I'm 30 years right now. I'm considering to apply to the Bundeswehr as what is it called, Axel? Reserveoffizier außer Wehrdienst.
Yeah, that's a strange concept which we now have. Reserve officer outside of the the conscripted, or Wehrdienst is actually the service. That's what it actually is. It's defense service if you translate literally. But Wehrdienst is if you join the service for at least 2 years. That is what it would be. So, and I mean, doing that, by the way, that's a great service. I can only highly recommend it. Even at the age of 30, you are still young enough to do it.
Yeah, I mean, bring some. I mean, it's quite a useful thing because people who are working in their normal life jobs, getting experience in whatever, for example, logistics, can always benefit the military. And I mean, we
Absolutely.
are seeing the benefits of something like territorial defense. So Germany should consider this as well, because right now, and even with the plans for the army, so the official page of the reservists showed the plans for the army, so not the navy or the air force, just the army, for 2027, and they plan to have 3 army divisions left. But I was in the military bubble, and I asked them, and they all said Germany can at the moment only do one thing: defend the coalition, or defend Germany, not both sides at the same time, both things at the same time. So territorial defense, like we see in Ukraine, for example, in Poland, we should consider this as well, because there's many benefits to it. And if it's just like we saw in Ukraine, local forces knowing their little towns perfectly, and don't have to wait on the command from Kiev, because they can operate on their alone, because they know their little city, town, and the area forest around it.
Yeah, don't get me started. Let's go to Miko. Oh, by the way, sorry, Miko, before we go to you, let's just highlight one thing. As long as people like Charmant abroad at the age of 30 are around, there is still hope for Germany. So, Miko.
Actually, give me 5 minutes so I can speak. So I'm masked up in Estland. So
You'll get another 5, don't worry about it.
yeah, I need one more 5 minutes. I want to actually comment, what you guys discussed, but I'm in the Deutschland as well now. So I'll speak a little bit later. Okay.
No worries. We also just lost Doman. I hope that I can get him back up quick. Tim, are you en route?
All the Bolt drivers are busy at the moment. I'm working on it.
Alrighty. Let's say hi to Nina.
Hi, Axel. I don't know if you have noticed in Twitter, Domen put the card of Pekka Toveri, and it seems like there has been.
Yeah, I did. We did this in the minute after we had you off the call yesterday. Within the first minute, it was already published.
Yeah, but I saw that it's been spread quite nicely, and also I have trying to pursue my family members who are not very into social media to come to listen on Monday, and I think I succeeded. So that's the biggest win for me.
That's very good, and thank you very much yet again for reaching out to him. The funny thing is that when Pekka and I spoke, he highlighted also that he had worked, of course, in the past together with the likes of Ben Hodges. So that it again shows how well interconnected the two forces, both the Swedish as well as the Finnish forces, have been over the many years with NATO. And Pekka has obviously served also with our American friends together multiple times. So it's not unusual. And the state of preparedness of the Finnish armed forces is astonishing, as I've heard from friends and colleagues who are currently working with them on the preparations for the NATO force integration. Yes, Nina.
Axel, I have been thinking about those countries that haven't been in war and have kept a good defense system. I wonder, because I have heard so many people speaking in the space who has had combat experience, that they say that it's completely a different thing when you are in real combat and when you are just practicing and training. So of course I have no doubt that it has to work, this education and training system. But there is not the psychological pressure.
Well, of course, combat is different. Combat. I can only highlight that people should read, if they can, Keegan's Face of Battle, because it is an unusual report, and it's history on the one hand, but it's also a historic arc and a teaching document, quite literally. I think Keegan put it best in describing the intricacies and the challenge of combat and what it actually means as a fight. So if you have time, Keegan, Face of Battle, it's an old book, but it's extremely valuable in that regard. Because combat is a completely different ballgame. And by the way, fortunately, those nations, and that includes, by the way, our German colleagues, have been in combat, because the German army has been in Helmand province, and the German Air Force has been supporting the people who were under fire in Afghanistan, and people have actually not returned alive. So whilst we have not had a force-on-force conflict for the German army, I would think that when challenged, it will be able to perform. Then John.
Thanks, Axel. Yeah, just in response to what Nina was saying there, that training and practice is, if there's any value in that, I assume there is, but maybe we can compare it to sports. I mean, like football example. If you have a team that only practice, never play a game, I guess the first game will not be so good. But nevertheless, they would have all the tactics in place. They would know how to use the equipment and so on. So and also in practice, you practice against some tactics. And if the other side is using another tactics, then your tactics will not be 100% valid. So, but nevertheless, I guess you get to know the others, and also you know how to use the equipment and so on.
There's the saying, and I think the sentence still holds true always: you fight as well as you train.
Yeah, I agree.
Maria, or Nina, would you allow me to go to Ben, because he had his hand up, and given the fact that he's currently having this harried look on his avatar since a few days, we're really, really worried about our Frenchman.
Of course, because he has his hand up before me. Thank you, Axel.
No, he didn't have his hand up before you. It's not true. He just slipped his, Caesarean hand in, just in between.
Good morning, Axel. Good morning, Nina. Good morning, everyone.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Oh, hello, baby. Gonna share? All right.
So why did you change your avatar to this slightly less imposing and slightly distracted, if not quite harried-looking Caesar? I find this rather conspicuous, given the fact that beforehand you had actually Caesar's image from the speech about the brassica and where people could stick their brassica.
I was not expecting such a level of knowledge of the classics from you. because Asterix is one of the classics. No, actually, in between, I did change to another more Rabbinesque avatar for a few hours for reason that we all know.
But you, as a nihilist, self-denying, and rather atheist, non-Sephardic, how do you come to this?
To be
To go
how
full
do-
on Orthodox rabbit.
Oh, it comes naturally. I think we all have a little Orthodox rabbi sleeping inside us, and you just need to let it out. As soon as it's out, you realize that's what you always wanted in your life. I'm sure.
So there is a rebbe in all of us.
Yeah, it's well known. Actually, it's a not very well known fact, but you're meant to follow the rabbi up until it goes into its hole, and you follow the rabbi hole. It was unfortunately poorly understood by our Irish
Is this a
friends.
misunderstanding of our French language?
No. Perfectly good English language, but
Okay,
our Irish.
maybe you want to highlight, Ben. Maybe you want to highlight that in Judaism, it's not like in Catholicism. You can be a rebbe without being ordained.
Oh yes, of course. Rabbi is more of a community leader. It's more like Obama rather than the Pope, in a way.
Are we going to
she's,
go for full-blown communist Alinsky now, or can we just stick to, Orthodox Judaism for a second?
I'm ashamed to say I don't know Orthodox Judaism all that well. I tend to just read the text. I've said it several times. I'm the worst Jew in the world. But actually, I wanted to speak about beer, if it's okay with you.
It's fine. It's Sunday lunchtime, and Tim and I
Perfect time for
going
beer.
to have it. Yeah, A, that, and B, Tim and I are going to have one in a few minutes.
Oh, fantastic. Although, may I recommend don't drink Lef. It's came to my attention that the Luxembourg and Belgian Chamber of Commerce last month announced that Lef, the famous Belgian brand of beer, was opening a new factory southeast of Moscow. And so I went to check on the list of our friends from Yale if Lef was listed, and it's not. And what is not listed is also, they have several options. Are they digging in? Are they buying time? Are they withdrawing completely, etc.? And the option of doubling down and going full in with their money to support a genocidal state is not even listed. They're doing something that no one was even expecting any Western European
You
company
mean
to
they're
do.
expanding at a time of genocide to showcase that they could really sell some beer in a new market, right?
I'm still hoping that it's a problem with information. Thank you for the penguin, baby. I'm still hoping it's a misinformation or I misread it, or someone made a mistake somewhere. But they seem to be wanting to put more alcohol into those people's system, which is about the worst thing
less
to be doing
alcohol.
at the moment.
But Ben, it's actually less alcohol. If you're doing beer instead of vodka, it's less alcohol. So they're actually enabling them to shoot better.
Yeah, and have fewer accidents.
Well, that's why they had so many medical alcohol bottles that have been found in Repson recently. It's probably to strengthen the beer that they've received.
Okay, can we have some confirmation, independent confirmation, that this is actually the case and not just what we would call eine Ente? Maybe something like a.
So I've just had a look. I've had a look of the Yale list. Obviously, Leffe wouldn't be the one listed. It'd be AB InBev, right? Because that's the
InBev,
company
of course,
that owns the brand. And they are under withdrawal clean break surgical removal resection. Companies totally halting Russian engagements or completely exiting Russia. It includes AB InBev, sold stake in joint ventures and suspend using its license in Russia. So I don't know when that is from, but that is what the Yale list says. And if this is true, this is either a reversal of course, or when they sold the stake, they might have also sold the right to the brand. Maybe that wouldn't be the first time AB InBev
If
would
you
have had
sell the recipe and the brand to them, that is bad.
That would be shocking, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
but
then
the
the
thing
brand,
is that
then the brand should be attacked.
yeah, but it's also announced by the Belgian Chamber of Commerce. If it was a purely Russian affair, I'm not sure the Belgian Chamber of Commerce would really care about it.
So this would be a re-entering if the Yale list was initially correct about them
Then-
having made a clean break.
Ben, do us a favor. Can you get this newscast or whatever that is, or this release from the Belgian Chamber of Commerce and send it to us here on the space? Because if they've done that, then we should go after InBev, and we should go after anyone stocking Leffe, as we call it, and whether it's Leffe Brun or the original one, I don't care. But nobody in the world should be stocking in the Western world, in the free world, outside of North Korea, where they don't have it, because they don't have any beer there, outside of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where they only have Wagner Group, outside of China, where they only kill Uyghurs in the millions, and outside of other authoritarian regimes, maybe the, what is it, the Islamic Republic of Iran, you know, the country which John McCain had a nice song for as the original Beach Boy, Charlie Don't Surf. Seriously, nobody should, if that is true, nobody in the Western world should drink Leffe. Actually, nobody should even allow themselves to drink anything InBev sells.
There's only
That'll be
500
hard.
beer brands that they have. Yeah, that will be
Yeah,
hard.
exactly. No, but no, actually, it won't be that hard, given the fact that InBev is an insidious homogenization culture. So it would actually give rise to all the good German breweries, of which there are many, who've been fighting against this shit, against this dirt of non-pure beer, against this absolute trash and soy-infested and absolutely terribly brewed, sugar-infested non-beer they're producing anyway. So that's good. Let's fight it.
It's as I keep saying, guys. It is time to break up Belgium at this point.
Sorry, wasn't that the original sin, giving it to the Habsburgs?
History aside, it should be half France, half Holland, and Brussels should be sovereign EU territory.
Sorry, what? Half what?
Half Holland. I like to use the old romantic words for countries.
Okay, well, I think there's a lot of people, Flams, who would probably have issues with that. I also would think that there is Eupen Malmedy, and we can talk about that, my friend.
Either way, Belgium has to go.
I'm sorry. How does Tim not catch half as much flack for calling the Netherlands Holland as I do for calling the Czech Republic Czechia?
He just got
Which
flack. What do you
ministers
want?
of the Czech
Sorry,
Republic
wait.
advertise themselves?
First and foremost, he got a lot of flack already, and he knew it, and he heard it. Secondly, he is going to pay for the first round of beer.
Okay, fair enough. As long as it's not
Now he's turning
until
the
further.
car around. Now he's turning the car around.
No, but I am leaving my wallet in the taxi.
Then you will
Okay,
have to
so no
co-host
beer.
whilst I straighten out the British.
Okay,
the
Ben,
Welsh.
go do research, and we'll go to Nina, and hopefully we'll get Miko back, because I still haven't asked him about those missiles. Nina.
That's a long 5 minutes, by the way, of Miko, isn't it? I mean, the second 5 minutes were even longer than the first 5 minutes.
Nina, how are minutes counted in Finland? Do you have different minutes in Finland, or do you have the same minutes as the rest of us?
No, we have completely different minutes here. Anyway.
Sorry, Nina, would that be you have miles and country miles. So you have minutes and country minutes.
Yeah, forest minutes also.
Forest minutes. Oh, you get lost in the dark forest, so it takes a lot longer. Now we know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know exactly what you talked about this beer thing, but if I understood correct, there is some brand that is selling in some way something to Russia, and I think that any brand that is selling to Russia anything, at least I will not buy, and I will also give feedback to those companies. But that was not my point. We were discussing the training of military and combat, and as we know, Ukraine has been in a war for 8 years, since 2014, and when the war started in Crimea, they were not as good, as excellent as they are today. They have learned a lot during these 8 years, and they have used the 8 years also in learning a lot. And as we have seen, Russia, they might have a lot of soldiers and a lot of stuff, but they don't know what to do and how to use them. And when they don't, and I don't think they have learned a lot. I have heard many people, also Ukrainians here, saying that they might have learned something, but not a lot in this time. Thank you. Did all fall asleep?
No, I was just hoping
No.
someone with more military experience would be commenting on this, because that's not a question for me.
Is there any military expert in the audience?
I unfortunately did not manage to listen to your question because I was dealing with 3 raunchy, gaudy, happy dogs trying to communicate with a female dog.
Okay. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I said that about military training and also combat experience. Russia started the war in Crimea in 2014, and the Ukrainians were not as good as they are today. In 8 years, they have learned a lot, and but the Russians, they haven't learned a lot, I think. So it's been like a I don't know how they got got better, the Ukrainians, but they are really clever and also very creative, and have a lot of they don't have a lot of equipment as Russia has, but they know when and how to use them.
It's also the difference in the structure of the army and the migration away from the old Soviet model of an army, which Ukraine had followed, designed and led by its politicians from Kuchma onwards to pretty much essentially 2014. They had not, at that point in time, abstained from the previous model. They have followed that authoritarian and completely bereft of any kind of feedback loop and everything a modern Western army showcases. What the Americans developed extremely well, by the way, already in the Second World War. Even what the Germans and the USMC, the United States Marine Corps, had done in terms of delegation of authority to commanders and the likes, having an NCO core, having also, as we all have fortunately learned after the Second World War, having a rules-based environment in the armed forces. Everything which NATO actually brings to the table by coordinating and integrating the capacities of the Western armed forces, in Western as in the free world's armed forces. All of that, Ukraine has extremely swiftly, and there you're completely correct, Nina, has very, very swiftly adapted to by means of its own pursuit, as well as coaching, training, and provisioning of human resources and support. And that is exceptional. So they have essentially, if you're in the Indy 500 and you're 2 laps behind and you make time and you then overtake the leader, that's what Ukraine did. And that is quite astonishing. This is an exceptional feat. It's a feat of ingenuity, as you said. It's a feat of, and it's an achievement which bears out their discipline, their dedication, their commitment, and their resilience. So it boils down to people, and it's actually that is the other thing. Many people are currently looking at Zaluzhny, and yes, he is great. He is fantastic. He really is extremely widely and across the whole army respected, but he's not alone. The strength of Zaluzhny is vested in this officer corps and its non-commissioned corps. The sergeants, master sergeants of this army of Ukraine today are a testament to its strength, are a testament to its distributed control. They are all humans, and some of them are not perfect, and some of them are idiots, I'm sure, and some of them are crooks. That happens in every society, in every army in the world. But the way Ukraine deals with this, the way Ukraine constantly enforces its rules-based setup, that is quite astonishing for an army which is that young, if you think about it. For an army which is that challenged and restricted and constrained and at risk and dealing with scarcity, that is outright astonishing. And it's a testament to the Ukrainian culture. Then John.
Thanks, Axel. I just want to check. You probably it's a very late question and it's already been answered. But has anyone seen the tweet from Chuck, our friend Chuck, where he's suggesting plausible deniability from the US? That when they say that the weapons used were not delivered by us.
You mean the chocolate missiles?
Yeah, exactly. So suggesting that deliveries from the US to other countries could have then be again delivered to Ukraine, just as an explanation to the long range.
So, for example, you're saying the US might have sold some ATACMS to, say, Poland or Romania or the UK at some point,
and they have.
And then,
they have.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying that some of those ATACMS that have been sold previously to one of these countries might have then been sent on to Ukraine, and this wouldn't be a part of what the US denied.
Exactly that.
Sounds like a sensible idea to me.
Yeah, I think he's quite adamant that this is what they have been using. So I guess he's trying to find explanations to how it was done. Sorry, this is a little bit off track, but everyone likes or loves HIMARS and ATACMS, so maybe not displaced.
No, it's absolutely correct. We are all quite surprised that nobody has asked that question before.
What's your take? Anyone?
We think that these were missile strikes.
And big, fat missiles at that, because of the size of the craters. and possibly ones with a slightly delayed fuse as well because of the size of the craters. Say people who looked into this. I mean, it might have been sort of a joint action of some sorts of both rocket artillery, if this is what this is supposed to be called now, and forces on the ground. But no, it looks like some missiles had a part to play in this. That's for sure. Someone say something, please.
Maybe.
Excellent. Nina.
Thank you. I can be the someone, but I'm not saying anything about that. But did you read that there have been strikes again against the Kherson bridges last night? Yes.
Yes, it's most excellent, isn't it? Chernobyevka moved by 20 kilometers to the sort of northeast, I guess.
I think it was something like 20 hits or something like that.
Oh, was it? Excellent. I didn't have the time to look that deeply into it as yet, but fantastic. No, the more the better.
Yeah, I think it was the Kherson cat who posted that.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a look at what Kherson cat has been posting, but not everything is yet. It's great, really, isn't it? Especially Kherson cat is indeed a most excellent cat. I think we can all agree about that.
One of the best cats.
Yeah, as good a cat as you can find. So I'm looking for some writings at the same time. Where is Mika? Is Mika still in this post? I would love to talk to Mika and Axel and Tim about some missiles.
Domin, we'll be showing you where we are in a few minutes.
No, that's fine. I know where you are, but then Mika is there with you, is he? Or will be with you? Will he be? And I'd love to talk to all of you there by the Gulf of Finland / Gulf of Estonia. On that eastern edge of NATO Lake about certain missiles that might be, detailing that eastern edge of the NATO Lake. That's what I'm getting at.
Domin, do you feel very alone there?
I feel abandoned, frankly. Soon they will have to, go on the speaker system and start advertising for someone to come find me.
Well, why don't you join us for a beer? Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, it's a geographical issue fundamentally.
Trying to get I Like Wendy up. I don't know how that would work.
There we go. There we go.
Now, that is a listener who would like to have a beer with us. I Like Wendy.
Thank you, Axel and Domin. Yeah, I thought the idea of a fireworks display was that things generally blow up in the air and not on the ground. But it seems that the invading Russians, somewhere around the Antonetsky Bridge last night, tried to put on a fireworks display where it was a bit out of sync, really. Some of the things.
Perfect interceptions, though. Perfect interceptions. Not a single missile was not intercepted by a piece of infrastructure that the Russians have.
Well said, but I mean, generally the Catherine wheel, which is some often used at the end of a fireworks display. This is one of the few fireworks which actually happens on the ground, and this seemed to have been let off pretty early on in the performance. So yeah, it was a really unusual fireworks display. Things just blew up on the ground. Not a lot happens in the air. So whoever they employ to put on this fireworks display, yeah, they need to do some thinking about this, because I mean, it's wonderful to see such exciting detonations of a bridge being used to transport genocidal, invading forces into a free and sovereign country. But yeah, on a fireworks display level, it doesn't quite work. I thought I'd also commend Ukraine on its fantastic organic weapons system. This country can grow anything. Its black, fertile soils are they're the envy of many countries around the world, and its people have this huge and inspiring desire to be free from from Russian tyranny. But it can also grow its own, as well as growing its own crops. It can grow its own weapon systems, and I think the strikes on the Saki airfield, with these new weapons that have a CEP of, not very much. Let's just put it that way. What an amazing country! What an inspiring country! So yeah, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Sorry, that wasn't really a question. Just got back from doing something important. Thought I'd chime in.
No, it's good. It's good. I like when I'm a fan of this. It's, what should we say? I think that it'd be great if Ukraine were supplied with more such fireworks materials. It's important that as much capacity for fireworks is there as possible, because fireworks displays are very popular, and especially ones that can be, then recorded and sent around. I think that's particularly it's a good experience that brings people together in additional support for Ukraine. It's kind of like a virtuous cycle of fireworks support. So the more fireworks, the more support.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a fireworks display is a community event. It's a time when a community can get together and enjoy a festive type light show. And Ukraine were, they were generous enough to give the international community the chance to enjoy this at Saki Airfield this week. And yeah, I hope they can they can continue to provide us with such entertainment, because yeah, it's great fun for all the family of Ukrainian supporters worldwide, that is.
Yeah, exactly. Fun for all the family, and I think that sort of just as fireworks might make a mayor more popular in a regular city, right? This is I think in much the same way that they definitely make more fireworks more popular elsewhere. I think that's the crucial point here. Right? The more the better, the more the merrier.
Absolutely, Doman. Yeah, it's great fun to watch, and yeah, the ingenuity of Ukraine's ability to produce these organic weapon systems. I mean, it's an industrious nation, and its industry in terms of its ability to produce weapons, which most Ukrainians didn't think they were going to be suddenly invaded by a genocidal war criminal army in February this year. But they have adapted. They've adapted. They've developed their own weapon systems to sink cruisers in the Black Sea, and now to hit airfields 200 kilometers away. So yeah, Ukraine is a lesson to the world, and in how quickly good ideas can leave the drawing board and be put into practice in real life. Inspiring country. I also think its justice system is undergoing some developments as well, because after this war is finished, the Ukrainian justice system will not stop. And I was briefly on the space last night to talk about the Russian war criminal Igor Girkin, aka Strelkov, or whatever alias he goes by these days. I think Ukraine should apply to have him extradited into Ukrainian custody, because if the enemy really dislikes him that much for posting criticism of the Kremlin dictator on the internet, then there's a very easy solution for the Russians for this. All they have to do is just hand him over to the Ukrainians, because there are a great many Ukrainians who would like to have a piece of him. Back in 2014, this particular individual was responsible for, or partially responsible, for the murder of 298 people on MH17. He commanded groups of marauding war criminals who went into Ukrainian cities in the Donbass to murder brave Ukrainians who went out on the streets with their flags and wanted to maintain freedom for their country, the integrity of the international sovereign borders of Ukraine. And these Ukrainians ended up being buried in their local parks. And any individual that has committed war crimes in Ukraine, any individual who has organized for weapon systems to be moved from Russia into Ukraine for the purposes of war crimes, such an individual is going to be a person of interest to the Ukrainian justice system today, tomorrow, and in the future until their dying day, because there is a long arm of Ukrainian justice that will not stop in its pursuit of these perpetrators of war crimes. And Mr. Girkin is one of them. So yeah, if the Russians want to have an easy fix for this for them, because I know he's followed by a lot of Russian troops on social media. If they want to get rid of him, just hand him over to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians will know exactly what to do with him. Ukrainian justice is fair, but there are a fair number of Ukrainians, particularly in the east, who would rather like for him to be dragged through every village and town that suffered under the invasion of 2014. They would also like to have their say, and they deserve it. But at the very least, he should be handed over to the Ukrainian authorities, and he can run wherever he wants to run. He can shave his eyebrows off. He can, as he did yesterday, he can change his clothes. He can change the color of his hair, but he will be hunted. He and anyone who's committed war crimes in Ukraine they're going to be looking over their shoulder for the rest of their lives. So yeah, let's hope that the easy solution to this is found, the just solution to this is found, and that he is handed over to the authorities of Ukraine for justice.
Thank you, Alec, Wendy. As per usual, very well said. Let's just note one more thing about that particular war criminal. This isn't his first, this isn't his second, this isn't his third round of being a war criminal. He's had plenty of that in the 90s and 2000s elsewhere already, right? Transnistria, the Balkans, etc. He's very particularly well versed in being a war criminal. So I believe there's a very comfortable cell somewhere in the Netherlands with his with a name tag in front of it already. That having been said, going one south from the Netherlands, Ben, do you have a couple of minutes to talk about Belgium? Axel and Tim, we have discovered, we believe, what is going on. That is to say, Ben has discovered what we believe is going on, and I just checked the Yale list to confirm. But I really want him to be the one sharing the findings.
What is Belgium finally breaking up?
No, not that bit. No news on that is yet.
Sorry, Belgium is not breaking up?
Don't tease me, Doman, with this stuff. Don't tease me.
I think it will take some 570 days to find out. I think that's how long it took last time.
No, it did not. It did not. We took Belgium in 2 weeks.
Sorry, actually, I was referring to the last time that they needed a government to be put together.
What I found remarkable about that is that it didn't have a government for, 18 months, yet managed perfectly fine. So it does make you think, doesn't it?
But it makes one conclude as well, not just think. Okay, so I'll have to break the not very good news then, if Ben isn't going to.
Come on, Ben.
Are you familiar? Yeah, I think Ben is indisposed. Axel, I know you don't like basketball, but I bet you have heard of Anadolu Efes, the recent EuroLeague champions. Okay, maybe you haven't, but you've been to
the
Turkey.
last basketball player I respected was Larry Bird.
He's still alive. Anyway, so let's talk about the Efes bit of that. Have you've traveled to Turkey, doubtlessly, Axel, and I'm sure you've seen only one beer brewer's signage outside of a bar, and that beer brewer was
Weihen Stefan.
In Turkey.
Of course, German beer is sold in Turkey, and what you do is you don't drink the piss they serve there. You drink proper German beer, or
okay,
Czech
great.
beer.
But the most common brewer in Turkey is Efes, right? Right. Okay. So what we figured out is the following: AB InBev has quit Russia, but they've sold all the stuff in Russia, seemingly to Anadolu Efes, which still operates in Russia. AB InBev seems to have, I think, a 24% stake in Efes, in Anadolu Efes. So really what AB InBev has done is it took its part out of the joint ventures and other operations in Russia, sold them off to a Turkish company in which it has a very significant stake, and that Turkish company is continuing operations in Russia. That seems to be what the situation is.
That's perfect. Now, let's do the following. Very simple. AB InBev should be attacked, and its brand, Leffe, should be attacked for being part of this. The brand value of Leffe has just dropped to 0. We will make sure that it goes to 0. That's it. That's the task now. call NAFO. This is an Article 5 thing. This has to be done. Put pressure on AB InBev. Have them pull out of their joint venture with those utter indiscriminate war profiteering Turkish people who believe that they can do this. Fuck them.
Would you think that qualifies as sanctions evasion?
No, I would consider this to be the liquidation of the board of InBev. Having whoever at InBev made that decision, sanctioned it, and supported it, should be fired. And the institutional investors at AB InBev should take a very, very sincere look at this tactic. And I think AB InBev should be put on the sanctions list by the Americans for having done so. And it should AB InBev should be prevented from selling any product in Germany.
Axel, is Germany a major market for beer brands such as, say, Stella Artois?
Yeah, no. Shit beer is not sold in Germany. We only sell this to tourists, and when the UEFA or FIFA force us to.
Löwenbräu?
Löwenbräu, whilst acquired by AB InBev, is a traditional old brewery in Germany which has not changed its recipe despite the fact that AB InBev tried to.
John, just what you talked about this beer thing. Have you seen any tweet or any source of it so that I could have a look and spread a little bit of
If you check the Nest, Nina, Ben,
Yeah.
the most recent tweet in the Nest is from Ben, and it's all about that. And there's
Okay.
there's a little bit of tweets under that clarified the situation. And I'm sure Ben is going to keep adding to that as he does his research.
Thank you so much. I will do what
Easy.
I can do.
Thank you, Nina. Mika, you're up.
Yeah, finally my mic is okay. So I sorry the problems. And when I heard actually Löwenbräu, so I had to comment. So it's gonna be Augustiner, guys. So Augustiner Bräu is better. So that's the kind of thing, I just landed actually to the Munich and here, so the 30 degrees. So I really like the Augustiner and I would recommend it. I think so Nina will like it as well. And I think so Axel has just been so long in Estonia. He has forgotten all the good years. So it just takes, what you find in Bavaria, first like Löwenbräu, Hopper, aber we have here Augustiner. That's a very cool beer. I had actually comment, regarding one of the speaker, Sarmant V Pro, so some kind of bread. Very good comments. Born in 1990s. Before the conscription. Now, seen a kind of the war, and wants to join the military. And what happens when a crisis starts. I just wanna have one comment, because the thing is, when a crisis starts, what do? You get your own guns, and what you do next? You call your friends who has guns. This is the thing, You get your own guns, you call your friends who has guns, and these guns, these friends can be actually, outside of your country, and this is a thing, Always, something happens, or something comes up. Is that take your own guns, of course, and then you call your friends who has guns, and then you start managing the situation. So that was basically my comment. And another comment was so many comments, by the way. Hey, good job, getting Pekka over here, and I should have contributed more, and I have a little bit more that, but I do the DMs regarding that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mika. I have a question.
Let
for
me
you
just
now.
highlight one thing. No, sorry, Dorman. I apologize. Break. Very simple. Let me read out to the public who we have there, because these people are insidious. So, Anheuser-Busch, for our American audience, you may know this. These are two very good German emigre families who went to America to avoid being persecuted and constrained by what was then a very insidious authoritarian landscape in the German-speaking countries to do any kind of business, and they avoided being conflicted in the First World War. But they had a few other tricks up their sleeve at a later stage. Now, Anheuser-Busch and InBev are now a joint entity. The CEO I couldn't care for at the moment, but the CFO is someone, our other friends who are as orthodox as we are, Fernando Momenson Tenenbaum, not from the Hollywood movie, is the chief financial officer. If you dispose of the future income streams from the royalties / brands and brand allocation and brand income, I'm quite sure this is not just a COO or CEO decision, but it is a CFO sign-off. Somebody from our little shtetl, somebody should have a little word with Mr. Tenenbaum as to how he feels about supporting a genocidal regime, which currently, with mobile incineration units, burns corpses of people they tortured and killed. Maybe that resonates with Mr. Tenenbaum as the CFO of Anheuser-Busch InBev. Maybe he finds the moral fiber to actually live up to the promise of never again. Maybe if he doesn't, he should be disinvited from ever going to Yad Vashem.
Absolutely, Axel. And you know what? Here I market it. It's not Anheuser-Busch. Yeah, fully agree.
This is what war profiteering is.
Let's then stay just for a little bit longer on sanctions and evasion. Jessica Berlin, good friend of the space. We had a fantastic conversation with her a couple of days ago. Notes that the SPD-led state government of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, where Nord Stream 2 enters Germany, set up a Shell environmental foundation funded by Gazprom. Suspected aim: help Russia dodge US sanctions and complete Nord Stream 2. Die Welt apparently reports that between February and November 2021, Gazprom pumped 200 million euros into the foundation. I'm sure you have comments on this, Axel.
Yeah, this is old news, but it's of course not well known outside of, shall we say, those who have actually taken notice, and of course German society and politics. But yes, the foundation had been set up by the communist woman, Ms. Schwesig, who believes that she leads Mecklenburg-Vorpommern just because she's been elected into office by people who are like her. That's fine. That's okay. That's a democratic process. We accept this, that the communists are yet again leading the northernmost and quite utterly bereft of much economic activity state, where finally Elon Musk has actually gone into to build something useful, one would hope. Now, Lubmin as a setup benefits from this foundation's activities, and the foundation is a crisis moment in the compliance of politics mingling with economics and the infiltration by, in this case, the Russian imperialist state. So as a consequence, we could talk about this for hours. What it means is it is implicit corruption. At this point in time, there is not yet anything for which Ms. Schwesig and or her henchmen and all her communist friends and all the insidious FSB people working with Nord Stream 2 and the utter group of despicable, unpatriotic traitors such as Mr. Mürzenich, Mr. Scholz, Mr. Steinmeier, who currently serves in the highest office of Germany, but was, don't forget, he was the chief of staff of Gerhard Schröder in Lower Saxony. He became the chief of staff of Gerhard Schröder when he was a chancellor. And later on, he became even a party candidate for chancellor, failed to win a majority against Mummy Merkel and the mummy. Mommy, Mother Merkel? How should we call it, Miss Merkel? Tim.
I don't really have a view on that. I've already always called her Frau Merkel.
Is that the woman? Sorry, is that the woman who has been found now actually to be portrayed by people who don't like her, of course, in her swimming garderobe in front of slightly more elaborate schemes of Russian tourists in Crimea?
Yes, I believe we're talking about the same lady, and I have seen that picture. Though I think it might be photoshopped.
Oh God! So the photoshopping was essentially a consequence of her bad behavior in the past, her peacenik behavior and her anti-nuclear behavior and her, oh God, I can't stick the Russian dog Mr. Putin slid into this meeting, and I really want to find a solution which is peaceful. That woman in a green garderobe?
Yes.
What does this do to the legacy of strong women in power, such as Maggie Thatcher?
Well, another term I've heard for Angela Merkel was the, whereas Margaret Thatcher was the Iron Lady, Frau Merkel was the nickel-plated lady.
Well then, and with this nickel and diming, let's go on further, Dorman. See, Ben, you don't need any German bashing from Macron and his Macronistas. We can do this all by ourselves here. Because it's not German bashing, it's bashing those who are traitors.
Let's go to Nina and then to Shamantvi. Nina?
Yes. Vodka of Finland zurück. Nächstes Mal, letztes Mal hier. Gut.
Hot mic, Mika.
Ja.
Miko, when you pick up the barrels, would you mind getting me 2 Heckler and Koch and at the same time enough ammunition, please?
Ja, ich kann das machen. Sorry.
Wunderbar, danke.
Ja, sorry, I had the hot mic, sorry.
It's not a problem. When you wrap up the ammunition, please make sure that you don't forget the box with the grenades.
Ja, das geht. Also, ja, kein Problem.
Passt. Shamanti Brot. Marine, Nina is currently laughing through the forest, so please go first, and then Nina and I will talk about the depths of the Finnish forest.
Yeah, thank you. And it will be quick because I just wanted to add that nobody in Germany, and you described how this is go to the highest office in Germany, resigned so far for this whole thing with Nord Stream 2. And since the possibility for our foreign, I mean not German audience here, the possibility to encounter a wild German who try to lecture Ukrainians about corruption, I give you a tip. Ask them about Wirecard, ask them about Cum-Ex, and ask them about Nord Stream 2, and they will be they will have to do a few hours to deal with that.
You know what the problem is, Shamanti Brot, with Cum-Ex as a scandal? If you try to find a way...
Nobody understands it. That's the problem.
No. You and I understand it, and it's easy to understand if you look at it and read through it. But the key thing about it is when British journalists research it, or American journalists research it, their adult filter gets them out of action. That's why the Financial Times has failed to be able to report on it. That's why the Wall Street Journal has failed to be able to report on it. That's why the Telegraph, the Daily Mail Online, anybody has failed to be able to report on that dividend stripping tax evasion scheme, which led Mr. Oliarios, the then still family ordained managing director and shareholder member of the board of Warburg, Warburg Wirtz, once a proud bank in Hamburg, to come to grips with the fact that he had to ask for support, meaning tax deferrals and other little goodies from what was then the leader of the executive of the Hanseatic Hamburger Bürgerschaft, the then Lord Mayor of the free Hanseatic city of Hamburg, which once prided itself for righteousness and being solid, and one of the few bastions against Hitler, and then for its pride and fighting against Hitler was completely, utterly bombed to bits by the Brits. But there you go. Yes, that city of Hamburg, this wonderful international city of property rights laws and conservative tradesmanship, that city of Hamburg, which produced Warburg Wirtz, then provided for this unique scenery of someone who now denies being the chancellor before the finance minister that he had known anything, because there's no evidence and there's nothing in writing. Aha, nothing in writing other than the diary entries of Mr. Olearius. If only the Americans had any tape recordings of phone calls. If only the NSA and Cheltenham were to function properly. If only they could help end this drama.
Yeah, you're right. And yeah, just for the audience, don't let you interrupt you from those Germans, because we cannot speak about corruption right now. I mean, it's just hilarious.
Actually, now we lost Mika again, just when I was going to ask him what's going on with the missiles on the Gulf of Estonia. And
before we go there, let's go through what phone call of any human being in Europe is safe from detection if there are keywords which are conducive to money laundering.
I have no idea.
Precisely none of them.
People in Germany need to learn and grow up. They need to learn that none of the information they believe that they can hide is safe when they commit crimes, collaborate, cooperate with the enemy, or are conducive to collaborating. They haven't understood the concept of the Five Eyes because they were not invited. Because since the Ostpolitik of Willy Brandt, they are not trusted. And since specifically Gerhard Schröder and then Mummy Merkel, they are trusted even less. It is despicable.
Axel, can I just say something here before I go to the forest?
Yes, please. We'd like to know, how's the forest? We're here at the at the harbor, as you know, and
yeah, I'm not there yet, but I will be. Just very shortly, I read that France has just, or actually Macron has just approved the ratification of Finnish and Swedish NATO membership. So one less to go. Thank you.
Keep this. Shaman Vibrot, have you found your words again? How do we deal with Miss Schwesig?
Oh, I can't say this for legal reasons. I'm sorry. But I have a question following up what Nina said. And Nina, please be aware. I think you are going to the forest because it's calm and relaxing and you think you are alone. Don't forget the Finnish snipers. They are listening to you every day, hearing what you're saying. But I think they are supportive of what you are saying.
They know not to take Nina as target practice. It's okay.
You
So,
know, I'm a
what-
NAFO fella. I will take them out before they take me out.
So, which countries are missing to approve the NATO joinment of Sweden and Finland? Last time I checked, it was only 1/3 of the countries left. Have
I will check
anybody?
it out now. Hang on, I will check it out.
But Axel, what Schwesig did is considered. I mean, if she would have done it in the last century, we would see her in court right now for treason, and it's treason.
Well, definitely before the advent of Mr. Schroeder on the German political scene. Yeah, actually, by the way, I have to say this: up until 1990, someone who would have cooperated and collaborated with the enemy as she has done would have definitely landed in the Hague, and someone from the BND would have been camping out at her home. We are not doing enough. We're not doing the right things. We're not doing them hard enough. We're not doing them tough enough, and we're not angry enough yet to actually do that.
George.
Okay, guys. Good morning. Here from the great old U.S. Can someone just give me a quick 30-second synopsis? Who's the new trader?
Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, okay. So, are they the ones that own left?
Yes, and Budweiser. Well, the what did you have on that side of the Atlantic anyway?
Okay. So they're reopening, or are they opening new facilities?
So it seems what they're doing is the following. It's kind of complicated. Maybe Ben can explain better, but because I'm not 100% sure this is what's happening. But AB InBev, which is the company, the current incarnation of Anheuser-Busch, right? It exited Russia months ago, but it did so in a way where they sold what they had operations in Russia and joint ventures in Russia to Anadolu Efes, which is a Turkish brewer. So all of the operations still seem to be running. They just moved them off to a different brewer. But this isn't a completely separate brewer because Anadolu Efes is, I believe, 24% owned by AB InBev. So what they did is they sold their stakes to a partially owned company by them, not a wholly owned, not a controlled, but largely owned by them. And now they seem to be expanding operations under the brands that AB InBev usually owns, such as Lef in Russia. Tim, do you have a better understanding? Maybe you're more financially literate.
Now, on the topic of Leffe, Axel and I have just been discussing a theory. Now, is it possible that the board and CFO of Anheuser-Busch are actually working for us? And what they've done is they've sacrificed a brand. You know, they know it's going to destroy Leffe, but they're doing it pour encourager les autres, right? So they know that if one of the best beer brands in the world can get royally fucked by being sold in Russia, then all of the other brands of everything will be quaking in their boots. What do we think? Do you think this was actually us? Don't all shout at once now.
Come on, a little bit counterintelligence thinking, please. It seems we've managed to break the Slovenian, French, German, Swedish alliance.
I think we've just exploded heads with our grasp of strategic intelligence issues.
No, Gunny is coming. There won't be any left in England anymore. Gunny, no left for you anymore. Gunny?
Morning all. I've just logged on. I'm at work. Sorry, what beer's probably going to be sold in Russia now?
Leffe.
Doman, do a 1 minute wrap up of Gunny and then we do it again.
So, Gunny, you know AB InBev, the giant brewer that owns 500, 600 different beer brands, including Leffe, but including the American Budweiser and so on. Okay, so they left Russia months ago, but they kind of fake left it by selling all of their joint ventures in Russia and all of the operations in Russia to Anadolu Efes. That's my understanding. I'm not 100% sure this is correct. To Anadolu Efes, which is a Turkish brewer, which is also 1/4 owned by AB InBev. So, and they seem to now be expanding production of flagship, or at least one flagship AB InBev brand, Leffe, in Russia through Anadolu Efes. So it's kind of like a fake divesting that they've done.
So Russia committing genocide and also having ships in standoffs with American carrier battle groups, and you'll be able to buy Budweiser in Russia shortly. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Budweiser is Hobbit piss mixed with despair and sadness, isn't it? So I mean, I don't drink it anyway. I'd rather drink puddle water. But that's pretty rude of them, isn't it? All right, that's a Leffe. Yeah, I'll take that off the list. No, it wasn't on the beer list anyway. So yeah, it looks like it's English real ales then, doesn't it, from now on? But what a shocker, eh? Budweiser. Don't call it beer though, because it's not really beer. It's kind of an approximation.
But of course, you have to remember that a lot of English ales are owned by InBev. I believe Marsden's is owned by InBev, is it not?
Oh, are they? All right, Marsden's. Okay, I'll take them off the list.
Possibly Shepherd Neame as well. Because they bought Sab Miller, and that owned a lot of the big English breweries. I think. I would have to look it up, but I think quite a lot of the real ales are actually InBev.
Oh yeah, I mean, I suppose one of the options is if you get a list and then just twit the shit out of it. All these breweries, which are going to be braced for a major economic slam anyway, because of what's coming. Yeah, and then we will just publicise them, and then blacklist them. It's easy enough. There's plenty of real ales out there, aren't there? I'm sure some of them don't support genocide.
Gunny, the brew of genocide. Have you a little whiff of Holocaust?
Yeah, you could get a couple of their bottles, couldn't you, and replace the labels with their new brew, the genocide, the Busha brew, something like that. I mean, that'd be pretty cruel, but if it's the only way to get through to these idiots, I mean, I don't know. How do they think they won't get found out? But yeah, if Russians want to enjoy Budweiser with their potato salad, then good luck with that, eh?
But so far, it's only the Left brand which we've identified, and because the Belgium Chamber of Commerce is the one which highlighted that this were possible now under the current New Deal.
Yeah, it's a shame that, because quite like Leffe. Doesn't give you much of a hangover for some reason. But, oh well, yeah, like I say, just maybe if we could bang out a list, we could start blacklisting some of these places. There's lots of really good distilleries and brewers out there, aren't there? A lot of them are going to be struggling. We'll find out some approved providers, and then that's where I'll be sending my business, because I like a beer. So
yeah,
just the one.
I added this earlier. sorry, I highlighted this earlier, Dorman, sorry, that the CFO, I mean, this is a decision. This is a big decision. Handing over a money-generating brand, one of the big brands in their brand portfolio, over to a minority investment and cooperating partner of theirs in Turkey, of all places, in order to be able to sell that brand, that nixes the value of that brand globally. So the CFO, a Mr. Tenenbaum, has just allowed the company to eradicate the value of one of their major brands in their portfolio to zero. That is, by any institutional investor standard, a firing offense.
Yeah, let's publicize it then. Get it out there. Get our facts squared away. Start publicizing it. Let's see how long the shame takes before it gives them a kick up the arse, eh?
Absolutely with you, mate.
I just hope no whiskey distillers are got their fingers intertwined in the Russian pie, because that'd be heartbreaking for me if I have to start pouring bottles of whiskey down the plug hole.
If I were a Diageo, I would market the shit out of it and eradicate InBev.
They have suspended all shipments to Russia, Diageo. I can tell you that much. That's what the OLS says.
That's what I'm saying. If I were them, I would market the shit out of this. I would talk to everyone in former Fleet Street, and make sure this gets out.
Yeah, I mean, if a few of the brewers did some Ukraine-themed beer, I mean, I'd buy a slab every time I can of the Ukrainian beer that Asda and Tesco's sell. Maybe if a few brewers wanted to follow along that line and do like a proportional donation, I think they could steal quite a lot of business in the real ale industry, which would be fantastic.
You know what's funny, Gary? You know Chernihivske, the Ukrainian beer that you were drinking some months ago. Do you remember? Came in a blue and yellow can. Yeah. So that's actually owned by AB InBev as well.
Oh, you're kidding.
They should be so fucking ashamed of themselves. And anyone, by the way, it's Sunday lunchtime, right? It's Sunday lunchtime, Gunny. Anyone who goes for a Sunday roast today in England and were to consider having a left with it should talk to their publican, should talk to the people who serve the beer and tell them no to left it.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. In my local, everyone drinks Stella and Heinekens.
Stella's in Bev, I can tell you that's for sure. George.
Yeah,
I was just having a laugh here, and I was about to write it to him, but okay. The Saatchi and Saatchi beer Stella is the same, Gunny. Sorry, George. Please go on.
No problem, Axel. I think since this is the company, right? This isn't just. I mean, okay, it's one brand, but they made Anheuser-Busch made the decision to do this. So Anheuser-Busch needs to be boycotted. All of their brands. That's the only way, because you can't just boycott left. It wasn't some middle manager that said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna make the decision to restart production or whatever they're doing in Russia." It was Anheuser-Busch. So Anheuser-Busch needs to eat it, and all their brands. That's the only way they're gonna get the message, because right now they're like, fuck it. So we lose one brand, we got all these other ones going. You know, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Money. So the boycott should be all Anheuser-Busch labels, and I know they own a lot, but oh well, you know, as someone with a conscience, you know, around the world, people have to just, you know, make sure that you're not helping idiots and idiotic CEOs, pour money into Russia. That's all.
But the problem there, George, is it's like trying to, in a beer context, boycotting InBev is like trying to boycott Kraft, Nestle, Unilever, and Johnson & Johnson, right? Like they just own everything. They own everything.
I know, but we have to start somewhere, right? We have to
Slightly
start
less.
somewhere.
I agree with you. Slightly less fatalistic. It's very simple. Boris Johnson still is there. Rather than taking pictures of himself in camel and the likes, he still has a bully pulpit. It doesn't matter. He can get out there and tell people that this is wrong.
Axel, you're 100,000% correct. Yes, these whole high-profile guys. All right, he's no longer prime minister, but he still has a big following, especially outside of England, because of his stance on Ukraine. And if he wants to continue helping Ukraine, you're exactly right. He can make this another one of his. Another one of these issues. He can press this forward.
I think we're all missing the. It doesn't matter if there isn't a massive drop in sales. It's the FaceTime, isn't it? It's the PR, and if your CEO and one of the minions at the daily Strokey Beardy meeting produces a picture of one of your products in the hands of a Russian soldier with a trash Ukrainian village behind it, it's bad PR. It doesn't sit well with them, and I think I'm right in saying things like that for major companies, it will put them in a little bit of a tailspin. I think there's nothing worse than your product being associated with genocide. It's just simple as, isn't it? So you go down that line.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I think we need to up the action on this.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, nobody go flash to bang. Get the details out, I suppose. Make sure everyone's content with this is actually their intention. And then, yeah, a little bit of photoshopping. If anyone's got any IT skills, don't look at me. I'm an IT mong. But some of their fine beery products in the hands of Russian child rapists. I'm sure that will wake up a few people.
You mean a shock and awe campaign?
Yeah, I mean, once they're doing it, they're doing it, and they should expect some kind of PR kickback on it. I'm surprised the Ukrainian government's not kind of jumping in on it straight away, but they've got a lot on their plate, and they can't keep track of every bunch of idiots who does something nonsensical. But yeah, if it's true, let's start banging out the memes and see what happens. But I mean, if they're sacrificing Budweiser, I'm perfectly happy with that, to be honest with you. But some of these other products, that might be a bit of a.
You mean the formaldehyde swill?
Yeah, well, you see, I sound like I'm giving Americans a hard time about their beer here. Actually, New England ales. I was lucky enough to try quite a few last time I was out there, and they're absolutely superb. And they will give any British distiller a run for them, a brewer a run for their money. To be honest with you, it's absolutely New England ales. It was shocking and quite depressing how good they are. Absolutely fabulous. But Bud and Coors, I mean, well, what is that about? It's like toddler beer, isn't it, really?
Something that does concern me about this proposed boycott is that Tennant's is an InBev brand. And so if Tennant Super Strength is subject to a general boycott, I'm not sure what the homeless people of Scotland are going to do. Honestly, they're going to be in a very bad place.
That's a bit savage, isn't it? I tell you what, if they've got shares in the company that makes tablet as well, then there are some people in Scotland who are truly screwed, aren't they?
Well, they've still got White Lightning, I suppose, but I suppose that's more of an English homeless tradition. The white cider. But certainly there are. I suppose they've still got Carlsberg Export, or is Carlsberg Export also an InBev brand? Is Carlsberg an InBev brand?
I used to drink White Lightning, Tim. Thank you.
And it shows.
No, Carlsberg is most certainly not an InBev brand.
Thank heavens for that. The homeless population of the United Kingdom can sleep easily on their park benches.
I don't want to tell you guys what the homeless here in the United States drink, and it's not a beer.
Is it kerosene?
Probably bourbon, which is pretty much the same thing, isn't it?
No, it's actually, believe it or not, working in a hospital. We get the guys come in here and they're actually drinking cleaning products.
Oh Jesus!
Is this with tonic or what?
No, I don't think. No, but it is. Yeah, when I first started working here in Philadelphia, yeah, I was completely shocked.
Well, if you think about it, that's a logical...
Philadelphia. So wait, George. I didn't know you were an Eagles fan.
It kind of makes sense, really, because if the president of the US suggests injecting bleach, why not cut out the middleman syringe and just, take it orally with a Pepsi Max? Kind of works for me.
No, but to Axel, I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm a transplant, remember, from Canada.
And Canadians don't like football. Okay, I get it. That's fine. So you do, but do you have a hockey team in Philadelphia, which matters?
Yes, it's the Philadelphia Flyers, but once again, I'm a much
Never heard of them.
Canadians fan.
Never heard of them. Who are they? Do they play with? Are they allowed to play with the Maple Leafs and the Edmonton Oilers from time to time?
Yeah, they're remember the Broads. They don't play hockey. It's more like a boxing on ice.
They're exceptionally well suited to Philadelphia, then.
Mate, I gotta tell you, the city of the lovely, hugging and friendly, lovely shoves is a nice city when it comes to football.
I haven't been to a football game in years, Axel, and I don't know. So the last time I was there, the police presence was pretty thick.
Let me think. This must have to do something with the culture of the city. And there's a certain level of gaudy, spirit-enhanced happiness.
Something to that nature, but it's a very big working class city. Yeah, and they sometimes get very how do you say it? Very enthusiastic about their sports team. Pretty much like the people from Liverpool.
I was just about to say this. They are in the best tradition of the good supporters of the best football teams in the world, such as Eintracht Frankfurt. I am fully with you.
So they have a dust up once in a while, as they say.
And just a little. In our case, it's typically pyrotechnics and things which nobody likes anymore. But there you go.
All right, gentlemen. So if someone gets more details about this Anheuser-Busch brouhaha, please post it in the nest. I'll be following along today. Thank you, guys.
There is one article, George, before you leave, there's one article which Ben was so kind as to already put up using a French, reasonably well respected newspaper, Les Echos, about exactly that case, and we will be posting more information in that regard. We will even try to get people who are, shall we say, slightly more elevated and slightly more well connected in the media to come join us in that campaign, because this must stop.
Thank you, everyone, and have a good Sunday.
And thank you very much, George. Just a refresher for anyone who's missed it. Quick summary of what we think is going on. It seems as though even though AB InBev has quit Russia, that is the main company that owns hundreds and hundreds of beer brands, they seem to have sold them off to Anadolu Efes, which is 24% owned by AB InBev. Ben should really be the one explaining this, but sadly he's indisposed. And so brands of AB InBev seem to still be produced in Russia, and there seemed to be an expansion of Leffe production specifically. So it's a way to avoid sanctions by selling things off to your partially owned subsidiary. Could it be a subsidiary? I don't know the terminology. But if you sell off stuff to a company that you also in part own, that isn't really divesting properly. So they seem to be sort of fake divesting, and that is not kosher. I hope that clarifies it for people who asked me in the last 10 minutes in the DMs. I will keep making this announcement from time to time as people dribble in. Nick, is this correct?
Can we highlight, Domin, before you, I know this is very nice, and please, we can go on. Can we please highlight that normally we are very critical of the slightly sensationalist British tabloid press. And we have a view on all these hacks and their motivations. But today, we call upon them, please do your duty. Be as you normally are, even on a Sunday. Call out them fucking bastards who help facilitate Russians to drink less than vodka, meaning beer, and bringing a perfectly good occupied brand, meaning an InBev occupied, squared away, homogenized brand of what was formerly a fantastic Belgian beer, and liquidate it by means of selling it to these genocidal maniacs who like to rape 8-month-old children and film it. Because that's what this is about. Somebody is facilitating genocide, and somebody on the board of InBev, which is Anheuser-Busch InBev, where a CFO has the surname Tenenbaum, has allowed this to occur. All right? So please, people of Fleet Street, do your duty.
Ben, could you just clarify if my explanation was correct previously?
Domin, I'm sorry, I just put the baby to bed, so I
Okay,
wouldn't know
I
what your translation
will
was.
state it again, and then you tell me what the holes in it are. Then we go to Nick and John and Sergio. Ben, is it correct when I'm saying that Anheuser-Busch, that is AB InBev, the giant company that owns hundreds of brands, has left Russia, but in order to leave Russia, they sold what they had in Russia to Anadolu Efes, whom they own at a 24% clip or something like that. And Anadolu Efes is still operating in Russia fully. And now what they're doing is they're expanding the production of at least one of the AB InBev flagship brands, that is Leffe, in Russia through Anadolu Efes, whom they partially own, thus doing a very not really proper divesting process, and it's effectively sanctions evasion. Is that correct, Ben?
Yes, it's correct. They seem to have had a joint venture initially with Anadolu Efes. So it was, if I recall correctly, 60% InBev and 40% Efes. They sold their share in the joint venture early April to the Turks. But it has emerged that they actually own, it's even more complex than this. They bought a company last year that owns a large share of Efes. So it's actually an extra company in the middle. And the former joint venture and now fully owned by the Turkish company, a Russian branch, is now investing in a large plant in Kaluga, which is a very interesting region. I really hope Finance was here to tell us about this place, which is a region that seems to have been devastated absolutely devastated by the general divestment and withdrawal of European brands. Just to give you an idea, Volkswagen used to have a plant, Peugeot used to have a plant, BMW and Mercedes used each to have a plant, and all those plants have closed. Part of the staff is still being paid until the end of the year, but that region is going for a complete collapse in the coming few months, and it must be already healing. No, sorry,
It's
reeling.
right outside of Moscow. It's close enough to Moscow for people to be like, oh yeah, it's basically in Moscow, but at the same time, much cheaper and much more economical to operate factories in.
Yeah, and there's apparently it's the best run province in the whole of Russia. You only take 35 days to get a license to build a new house against 540 in the slowest province. The former governor who ruled the place for well over 10 years said that his model was Singapore, not Moscow, not nothing, Singapore. So he was trying to build a little well-run province south of Moscow, and the thing, and it did manage to attract a huge amount of investment, and this completely collapsed. And so it's doubly interesting that this the investment of the now Turkish-run BV Russia is going to happen there because it's highly political. I'm sure that the local authorities are saying, "Oh, you see, the sanctions don't affect us. We're opening new factories to replace the old ones." So it's probably doubly problematic. And just one extra piece of information: InBev is currently the main player on the beer market in Russia. It owns just south of 30% of the pivo market.
Thank you, Ben. You gave a lot more comprehensive a view than I was able to, and it seems that you've managed to use your
Domin,
time wisely.
I'll get Michal to join us quick.
Perfect, thank you. And let's go to Nick in the meantime. Nick?
Yeah, I'll get the jokes out of the way first. Tim, you are going to be cancelled for your cultural insensitivity because everyone knows that the preferred drink of Scottish homeless people is Buckfast. I don't know who makes Buckfast. I think it's actually still made by the monks in Devon, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, it's made by Buckfast Abbey, which,
There you go.
despite its association with the alcoholic community of Scotland, is a wonderful place to visit. So if you ever fancy a spare, relaxing weekend of contemplation, then Buckfast Abbey does accept guests, and it's a really quite wonderful place and a wonderful community. Even speaking as a non-Catholic.
Yeah, I have a French friend whose online handle is Buckfast because of the Abbey, and he's a beekeeper, I think and he had no idea that of the number one thing that certainly Scottish, probably most British people think about. It was interesting what George was saying about people in hospital coming in with having drinking cleaning products. I'm told that in the early stages of COVID, there were emergency rooms in the UK that put out alcohol-based hand sanitizers and then had to remove them because people who came in drunk were sort of helping themselves to a couple of handfuls. I don't know if that was true, but it was reported at the time by a nurse.
Makes you proud to be British.
Yeah, and finally, Doman, you missed a dad joke there when you talked about the brouhaha. I mean, please. The serious point is, yeah, sanctions are going to be undermined, and we are going to discover more and more cases where people have been undermining them from day one. I mentioned the other day, I used to have a bank account with Standard Chartered, and I was frequently disgusted, but not disgusted to the point of actually cashing in and paying the capital gains tax, because every year or two they would receive some huge fine from the British or American regulators for having laundered vast amounts of money for the Iranian government or some other sanctioned regime, while taking a year to validate my wife's change of address because she only had an official certificate from the town hall rather than an electricity bill. So this is going to happen. This is going to happen. I'm not certain what the name of the CEO has to do with it, Axel, other than the fact that he might. Do we know if he's German or Mr. Tenenbaum? Do we know if he's German or just of German descent?
Tenenbaum.
Yeah.
Nick, please. Tenenbaum. Do you know?
Yeah.
Did you not
Pine
never
tree.
ever? Did you never ever go for the movie The Royal Tenenbaums? Do you not understand that this is an old German Jewish family, which has?
Oh, is it Jewish? I didn't know that. I just
significant
thought it was a German name.
Tenenbaum. Of course it is. It's a significantly good old school German Jewish name. It's old Yiddish, and it's very well represented, especially in the United States on the West Coast. And it's a great name. It's a great tribe of people. I love them. I respect them. But this Mr. Tenenbaum, as the CFO, may have either taken or tolerated, conceded to, acceded, or at a later stage ratified a very, very wrong decision.
Yeah, well, there seem to be plenty of other people with Jewish names on both sides. Prominent in both sides of the war, are there not? So I don't know. I don't know if that's right.
Well, there's first and foremost a lot of good old Jewish people who are actually providing SIGINT, HUMINT, and who are fighting in Ukraine. Let's start with that.
Starting with the president.
Excellent.
Okay, I genuinely did. I actually thought that your point was that he might be German. I had not considered the Jewish angle. I know there are a lot of people in the US, whenever they hear any German-sounding name, kind of assume it's Jewish, and that can lead to difficult conversations. But yeah, my main point is that companies are going to be. They are already doing it. We just haven't found out about it until, for example, this one. They will be using all kinds of constructions to try and hide this. And I don't know what the solution is, because it's going to be very difficult to organize a consumer boycott of kind of half the world's beer brands. It's certainly one that would have any sort of meaningful impact.
Nick, on the contrary, when the company is so widely represented, there's more points of contact. If you want to look into civil action and civil disobedience as well as civil protest, the more points of contact, the more synaptic connections there are, the more effective resistance can be.
I have severe doubts about the actual effectiveness of consumer boycotts at an economic level. I think obviously there is scope for. Let me finish, please, Axel. Yeah. I think obviously there is scope for extensive, terrible publicity for them, and I think we should absolutely maximize that. But I am not convinced that there are many cases. The one case I can think of a long-running consumer boycott is the off and on boycott of Nestle that has been running since at least the 1980s, particularly in Christian circles over the breast milk, the formula milk thing. But even that, I don't think necessarily hurt them too much. So as I say,
agree.
Let's make absolute maximum publicity out of this. Let's get an awful lot of people writing to their congressperson about it and everything else.
No.
Let's not imagine that it's going to have a big. Let me finish, please, Axel. Let's not imagine that the actual economic impact of the boycott is going to be as big as the economic as the impact, the public relations impact of the terrible publicity. And I think that's where we need to.
Yeah, you arrived at it. The public relations impact. So brand degradation and brand impact is taken seriously by institutional investors. I said it this is a little bit earlier prior to you joining, where I said it exactly. This is where mobilization works, and that's what I was highlighting and reverting back to. I apologize. That's why I want to interrupt you. I'm agreeing with you. This is all about motivating institutional investors, putting pressure on the board to relieve those who have made these wrongful decisions of their position. And institutional investors are the ones who react very, very badly and very, very quickly to brand tarnishment and brand value deletion, because this is what has happened. The Leffe brand must be intolerable. In the next 48 hours, I don't want anyone in the Western world to consume any Leffe beer anymore.
Axel, can you recommend an alternative for our listeners who want beer and want to have a clear conscience? Because they know that the two important components of beer is clear water and clear conscience.
Well, I can recommend to you the Schneider Weisse from Munich, because the owners of Schneider Weisse are fully in support of Ukraine. And they are not owned by any other brewery group, and I'm not affiliated with them. A friend of mine is now managing them, yes, but I have not been given any money ever by them. I've not been given any free beer, but I can tell you one thing: they are patriots, they are in support of freedom, and they couldn't care less about what InBev says.
Hurrah.
Find me a French independent brewery, please. I'll be in support of them.
Me? I don't drink beer. Okay.
I just read that Aldi in the UK sells Chernigivsky, Ukraine's leading beer brand. So
Guess
those of
who
you in
owns
the
that?
UK, huh?
Guess who
Sorry?
owns that?
I don't know.
Guess.
Oh, not InBev.
Correct.
Oh, please.
I mean,
Oh,
incorrect.
dear.
Not InBev.
Oh, who?
So it is InBev. InBev owns them. Gunny already went through this earlier.
Righty-ho. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Shocking, isn't it? Sitting on two chairs comes to mind.
I'm wondering whether we can discover there are companies that do and don't make supermarket own brand products. If we were to find out that InBev does not make, because the number of brands is just horrific, but if we were to discover that InBev only makes its own brands and doesn't make supermarket brand beers and beverages on another line, then that would be a simple one-off thing, would be to say, if you're not sure, buy a supermarket brand. I remember this only because Kellogg's used to advertise, "We don't make cereals for anyone else," to which somebody once replied, "Well, I went round to my neighbor and he had a packet, so I'm pretty disappointed by that." If we were to if we can kind of hunt around the InBev website and see whether they have you cannot, because some companies do this. Some companies say, don't imagine for a moment that you can get our quality blah 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 by going to the supermarket and buying their own brand. On the other hand, I know if you buy Mentos, Mentos the candy, the Lidl brand Mentos is just Mentos with a different wrapping on and 50% cheaper. They're absolutely identical. But some companies don't do that. So I only ever buy supermarket brand beer anyway, because I tend to put lemonade or piquant or something else in it to make it taste less awful. So I don't think that I imagine that that's made in cheaper breweries. I'm sorry, Axel, I'm never going to apply for a German passport. So maybe that's an alternative. But nobody is going to be able to memorize the list of the InBev brands that they now have to boycott. It is quite staggering.
Well, no, it's completely fine. We should just simply list and highlight that these are at risk as well. You have to put it in the right way. Campaign-wise, it's simple. You target Leffe, which is one of the main top 20 brands. There's a brand presentation InBev gave to analysts of investment banks more recently, yet again. And their brands, their global brands, include Leffe. And they want to project Leffe's growth. But however, unfortunately, by this means, they essentially deleted and amortize to zero Leffe's brand value if the attack is done right. And this attack must happen. This is completely, utterly, unquestionably wrong what they've done with that brand. I'm sorry for everyone associated with the brand. I'm sorry for the product manager. I couldn't care less about InBev. They have been homogenizing good beer brands and good beer operations for many moons as institutional investors. They have been trying to dominate the way beer is marketed, and that they have watered it down. And the merger, Anheuser-Busch, has not made it any better. So having said that, start with a brand. It's Anheuser-Busch InBev.
Yeah, is it InBev that where absolutely every single beer is available in Radler form, and they decided that they were going to use the word Radler worldwide to mean shandy, causing much confusion in almost every market.
Well, the
apart from
German
Germany?
word Radler, you have to be careful about this. The German word Radler is essentially a description of how you actually put both lemonade, or in this case, real lemonade, original lemonade, into a beer in order to make it more palatable for those who cannot afford to drink a beer. This is a concept which comes up in the 1920s and then exists since then. The shandy is a different version of the same in a different form. It's completely fine. Just because you have less exposure to beer in England, because you have fewer people, doesn't matter. You have your own titles, and we completely respect this, because German brewers respect English brewers, German beer drinkers respect English beer drinkers. We do not respect anyone who drinks Radler or Shandy. That's completely fine. So we can mock them all. And just because InBev then, with their marketing, but it's like somebody at Goldman Sachs in the more marketing-driven side of the analyst says, we can define the bricks as a block because they should work together, and come up with this shit because one of their board members thinks it's a good idea. It's just stupid. And the same thing applies. This is just marketing. Nobody really cares. We should care about good beer. Yeah,
the dog is
cares
disagreeing
about
with
a
you.
female dog. Yeah, no, there are 3 dogs, and they all are super, super interested in a female dog going past. You could say they're good boys.
Well, it's also interesting. The thing about this story is it's worse even. This is worse even than, for example, Auchan and other groups, some of the fashion groups that took a long time to decide to close, because this isn't just, oh, well, we don't want to close and we'll drag our feet. This is actually, okay, how can we explicitly make a construction that will actively allow us to subvert the sanctions? So, I don't know what in the legislation of the sanctions, what is foreseen as remedies for companies that do not comply. I doubt if it involves executives doing jail time, because it never seems to. But this should be, there should be the, as you say, Axel, the possibility for the shareholders should be looking at, having a couple of having 20 million a day in value destroyed until they stop doing this might concentrate minds. But yeah, this doesn't surprise me, I'm afraid to say. This doesn't surprise me, and I think we will hear more stories like this, because nothing, for many people, nothing should get in the way of shareholder value.
Well, while we're on the topic, just to take a very brief step back, while we're on the topic of alternatives to the InBev cartel, as we all know, the best German beer is Kolsch. Sorry, Axel just kicked me quite hard. As we all know, the best German beer is Kolsch, and the one of the many breweries in Cologne that is not owned by the InBev cartel is Cologne Hofbrau Früh, which comes in a distinctive stripy I beg your pardon, which comes in a distinctive stripy red tin. It's a privately owned, family-owned brewery that produces the wonderful substance known as Kolsch, which is brewed within the city walls of Cologne, and I can wholeheartedly recommend that. I don't know if you can get it in the UK, but it's pretty much ubiquitous in Germany. So, German listeners, grab yourself a tin of fruit.
And old-fashioned socialists, of which I am not one, may wish to assuage their conscience by drinking Rothaus beer, which is 100% owned by the state of Baden-Württemberg and has been, I think, since its inception. It's quite remarkable. The government is actually running a brewery, and it's quite a cult brand in Germany, I believe.
No, only in one part of Germany, and the people who have no idea of beer.
But everyone loves beer.
Absolutely unsuitable for drinking.
But can they organize piss-ups in this brewery? That's the big question.
I'm sure they can. Now we have a bunch of people waiting. Let's go to John Stewart, and then John, and Ben, and Kozak. It's John Stewart, please.
Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you can carry on.
Yeah, I just was going to drop into make a joke about something Gunny said a while ago, but I've had a weird connection here, so I've been dropping on and off. He mentioned drinking White Lightning, and I've been successfully boycotting Leffers and all of the beers since I got sober in the summer of 2000 in AA, and have a good friend who came around about the same time I did, and he always says the one advantage of being an active alcoholic is he can instantly recite the 67 times table, because that's what White Lightning used to cost, was 67 pence, and he can just do it like that still 20 years later. 67, 154, whatever it is, right up to about 20 quid's worth, because he was a marketing executive, and he'd get out of work, go straight to the nearest off license, and just that was the cheapest alcohol he could get. He was pretty convinced there weren't even any apples involved in manufacturing it, and he needed to work out how much, because his wife had confiscated his credit cards, so he had to work out how much cash he had on him. By this sort of having memorized the 67 times table, he could work out how many cans of White Lightning he could buy. So don't drink that stuff, Gunny. It's filth. And since listening last night, there was an amazing conversation on methyl alcohol and the different types of alcohol, which I tried to get my head around over the years, and was explained brilliantly last night. I really enjoyed that, so thank you for that. It was fascinating, the amount of knowledge that's available on this space. And I wondered if in terms of the various cultural issues around who to support and stuff, I do remember in the 80s, I think, a reasonably effective cultural boycott of South Africa. And as a student, no one would have a Barclays student bank account, which didn't seem very much at the time. But when you think about how valuable student bank accounts were to banks going forward in terms of future customers, I think it possibly had some impact, because it was pretty much 100%. Certainly amongst friends I knew, nobody had a Barclays account because they were so invested in South Africa, in apartheid South Africa at the time. And I've been a bit disappointed to see there hasn't been quite the same level of sort of popular movement there. But I wonder if, in the information age, a useful thing would be a website or a blog that sort of listed companies that help Ukraine, or companies that don't, companies that are still in Russia. That would be an interesting bit of consumer advocacy to undertake. I don't know if anybody on MryiaReport's got that capability. I'll be happy to help out with that. And I just, before I sign off, I watched this morning on YouTube Elena Gnes, OLENA GNES. She's a YouTuber. She's been doing daily vlogs from Kyiv, and she's a travel guide. And ITV News in the UK have done a compilation of her blogs over the past year, and it's extremely moving. It's called A Year in Ukraine. Her YouTube channel is What is Ukraine? And she's Elena, OLENA Gnes, GNES. And yeah, I'm not ashamed to say it made me cry. It's an outstanding piece of journalism to have spliced it together. It's her daily YouTube blogs intercut with bits of news from Kyiv over the past 6 months. And I, having been someone who's been a critic of legacy media, it's worth 10 minutes of anyone's time. It's an outstanding piece of work from ITV News. I'll drop you the link, Doman, if you do want to put it in the box, whatever it's called. It's a very sobering watch, and she's a real sort of magnetic YouTuber, fantastic lady with a young family, and the husband's fighting on the front. And it's an outstanding piece of journalism, in my view. So thank you for a great stream, everyone.
Thank you, John. And by the way, good morning, Yehuda.
Good morning and good afternoon to Europe. Hope you're doing well. The whole continent, even, except for Nick. He's not on the continent. Barely European after Brexit. I just wanted to remind the audience we have the UAV team today coming, the trainers from MryiaReport, which I'm very excited and looking forward to hearing and listening to, and I hope you all are as well. And also we have James Vasquez of American repute. He will be on today as well. I forget the times. I know what it is my time, but and I thought that it'd be nice to remind people, please do retweet the space and let everyone know. It's going to be a very good day for understanding what's going on in Ukraine. And yeah, have I missed anything?
Yes, you have missed something. Domen, tell him why Anheuser-Busch and InBev are indescribably perfidious.
You know what? Ben is up next anyway, and he knows it better, and he can explain it better. So let's Ben have a crack at it instead. I've said it like 7 times now.
Good day, Yehuda. Yeah, so what seems to be happening is that InBev, one of the largest drink.
No, you mean Anheuser-Busch InBev. Call it what the American audience understands. Anheuser-Busch InBev.
And they
Anheuser-Busch.
They usually say Anheuser-Busch, so that's.
Yeah, but the name is German, so it's fine.
I okay, as long as you understand. No, yeah, it's a big beer manufacturer in the United States. Well, they make beer in the United States, that's for sure. Go ahead, sorry.
This is the country that brought you Vincent van Gogh, so be careful with the pronunciation.
I know, gotta be careful.
It is. It's not. Okay, never mind. So that large conglomerate, early April this year, made a big show of leaving Russia and is actually listed by our friends at the Yale University as one of the companies that divested completely. They had a large joint venture with a Turkish brand, and they sold their share in that joint venture along with the rights to use most of the brands, albeit not all of the brands, in Russia. So they sold them to the Turks. Efes, which is apparently the largest beer in Turkey, owned by one of the wealthiest men in Turkey. And they left. So that seemed to be it. And it turns out that it's not as simple, because actually Anheuser InBev is owning a good fourth of that Turkish brand. So basically, they sold their assets to themselves, but they went from mostly European owned to mostly Turkish owned, and this nice little exercise of magician allowed them to look good. Yeah, exactly. And so you can imagine mixing genocide and beer. We had Axel all rattled up, rightly so, as well as a number of listeners who have been sending me a lot of DMs, and most of them are stopping to drink Leffe, as well as many brand as we can find that belong to this company. Oh, and the little detail that made it even worse is that apparently in early August, the FS formerly joint venture invested in a large plant designed to produce beer south of Moscow. So they are doubling down and directly supporting the economy of a country that is waging a war of genocide.
And so by doing this shell game and moving ownership from here to there, they're most likely attempting to avoid current and future censure of some sort. I think that's where we're going with that, if I'm not mistaken, this early in the morning for me.
Well, the royalty game. So this is a license and a brand being sold, or the future brand income being sold off to a non-consolidated affiliated entity because they're below the 25% threshold. As a consequence, Anheuser-Busch InBev has perfect plausible deniability. However, there is a Mr. Tenenbaum who is the CFO. Now, if now people were outraged about the fact that, we're now selling beer, allowing the Russians to produce the beer to sell to their middle classes so that they can therefore be more comfortable in supporting Putin's regime to allow Russian soldiers to rape 8-month-old children, because you can't do this raping perfectly well if you are drunk with vodka.
Yeah.
If we allow this, if we allow this and we give them beer as bread, we prolong this conflict. Maybe we should find a way to tell Anheuser-Busch InBev that this brand, Leffe, a traditional good old brand, which they have already homogenized to death, is no more. Because if this brand cannot be purchased by anyone anymore because nobody likes it anymore, because nobody likes to support this kind of genocidal action, which is the ultimate result of all this shit, then maybe this deletion of a brand actually hits the CFO. And that's the only thing that matters, because institutional investors in these companies won't like that.
And what's the CFO's name again?
Unfortunately, a very good old German Jewish name, a Mr. Tenenbaum.
Do you think that Christmas won't come early for Mr. Tenenbaum?
I am so distraught. You have no idea. I am so ashamed. You have no idea. I am so angry. You cannot imagine.
Yeah. Does anyone know what Tenenbaum means? It's a little joke.
Of course, everybody knows.
I know
that's
you
the point.
No, you know. What do you think? Everyone speaks German? What's wrong with you? It's English, lingua franca. Anyways, Nick knows what it means. He's probably sung that hymn in church at some point. No?
I, for one, am very curious what Kozak thinks. Our Zaporizhian friend.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Добрый день. We can hear you, Kozak.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Добрый день. I joined you as speaker because I wanted to ask you to remove one of the tweets in your nest. Unfortunately, there was a mistake. I mean about tweets from Special Kherson Cat, where you can see a car damage from artillery shell or something like this. Unfortunately, there was a mistake from one of Ukrainian accounts from occupied Crimea. This video and this news is from Russian region. I can send you screenshots of the article.
Nick, your mic's hot. Can't hear Kozak.
Karen Kozak already done it. Sorry, I wasn't aware that it was untrue. I trust Special Kherson Cat most of the time.
There was a mistake from the guy from Crimea. He acknowledged it and he deleted this video, but but it already spread throughout the internet, and I just really don't want this room unintentionally to bring like untruth news to you.
Thank you for letting us know, Kozak. Already done. Yeah, I usually, I hope Special Cat usually checks the sources, but I can understand how these problems can happen sometimes and misunderstandings. And thanks for the update. Do you have any thoughts on European and American companies skirting sanctions and what should be done about that? The whole beer debacle that's been going on, or do you have any news from Zaporizhia by any chance? Hopefully, no news, because no news is often good news.
Well, yeah, we had something going on here in Zaporizhia. Well, the most important thing is the situation about nuclear power plant and what is happening there. I think my president he made a video about the situation, and he made a warning to every Russian soldier that shoots from the cover of nuclear power plant are just stationed there to be really careful, because if they stay there and if they will continue doing what they are doing right now, they will be in the sights of our intelligence services and our military services. So they were warned about the situation. I don't know how are you watching after other news. Like there was a video of people living Energodar. It's the city satellite of this nuclear power plant in my region. I read one of the accounts from the guy that works in that city, and when all this shelling started in the area of the living part of the city, people decided to leave that area. Other people from other occupied cities, they also share their opinion that this wave of the refugees will be bigger the closer we go to the winter. Especially it will be bigger closer to the September when let's say as I may say, educational season will start, because Russians, they want to open schools and make children to go there. There are still people with patriotic ideas there that don't want their children to be taught by Russian standards, and also Russians have a big problem with making local teachers to work with them. As you know, I don't know if you have seen this. There's a video from from Russian how it's called radio channel. I think it's Moscow Komsomolets, and the guy in that how it's called, the guy that rules the air. He had an interview with one of their Russians from occupied forces in Melitopol, and the Russian guy he said that locals do not want to work with them, that 80% of teachers, they refused for cooperation. They still receive payments from Ukraine, so they have no problem with finding the means to survive or to live. And there was an interesting thing that the guy from occupation forces, he wanted to to capture families of those teachers, to make a little gulag, as he says. Ukrainians are really afraid of that gulag, so we should make them a small gulag in the Zaporizhia region, so they will be afraid of us and will cooperate. Also, that guy mentioned that one of the directors of the local.
Hey, Kazakh.
Yeah.
It's Kazakh.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but just for the audience, I just want to repeat that, and I'd like to do it for you. So, in the occupied parts of Ukraine that the Russians control, Russians are attempting to commit, and this is a big point here that we should discuss, a form of genocide, cultural genocide. They're actually deciding that Ukrainian children will be taught by Ukrainian teachers, not in their language, but in Russian. And presumably their new curriculum will be 8 hours of babbling about Russia and Mr. Putin, how amazing Russia is and how lucky Ukrainians are to be captured and subjugated. And the teachers in that region have said, beat it, F off. We're not going to do that. We're not going to teach our children that. And so what the Russians have done is they have their little talking heads to scare Ukrainians who said, well, we'll just kidnap the family members of the teachers and put them in a concentration camp. That's what a gulag is. And then those teachers will be forced to teach the Ukrainian children Russian. And then we'll see how they like that. Now, just think of how insane that sounds, right? Just think of how crazy that actually sounds. The Russian government is supporting people who say they're going to capture, kidnap the children and parents of teachers, put them in a concentration camp to force those teachers to teach Ukrainian children Russian propaganda. It is absolute sheer madness. And this is something that, for Kazakh, unfortunately, it's kind of like situation, no change. That's how the Russians behave. It's not normal. We can never allow this to be normalized. So I want to be that Western voice, Kazakh, that speaks to that for you. So I apologize for interrupting, but I felt I really needed to reiterate that comment to our audience. I hope you understand. Go ahead, Kazakh.
No, it's okay. Thank you, Yehuda. You can describe my thoughts better than me because I don't have such so many words in my vocabulary to describe this, to share my thoughts and opinion. You describe it really well. Like Russians, they tried to rule with sorry for my comparison, like giving cookies to locals, but not many locals decided to cooperate with them. So that's why now they try to settle fear in locals and rule through fear. And it's not the first time in our history. Ukrainians and Russians, we have a long history, and it's not the first time when we are forbidden to live and to raise our children as Ukrainians. Russia is an empire, and it's bringing imperialistic ideas and tries to combine, to melt all the nations that they occupied or brought under their rule in one cauldron. And we as Ukrainians we oppose this. We want to have our own identity. And imagine that these things they are openly spoken on official radio channel. It's not like a private conversation. It was official radio station, and you can find, I think still you can find the video of this. It's not a secret. You need to understand that high officials like Lavrov, they are trying to watch and to filter what they are saying, but people on the lower levels, they or do not want to do this because of their lack of brains, or just thinking that it won't get further beyond the borders of Russia, because this program and this radio channel, it's targeted on Russians. And also on us as our neighbors, because we understand Russian, we can understand the message. But for Europeans, for foreigners, you need to want to see the translation, and not every TV program is translated. You know, there are a few Twitter accounts that translate this information and try to bring it to you, but still there's this barrier of languages. Yeah, so I return to my topic. What is happening in my region? About this I told you in Ecuador. What else? Oh yeah, we had a few explosions some messages of partisan guerrilla fighters, but no actual army movements. The front line, I think, more stable here. So that's probably most of it.
Kazakh, can you please talk to the audience? Tell them about the soon to probably not be alive Muscovy sanitation workers who were sent to Donbass, and they were told to work as the sanitation workers because the Ukrainians won't support the occupation regime. They recently did a video where there was one leader, let's call him Sergey. I don't know if Sergey's alive. He's certainly, I don't know if he's brave or he's just pissed off that he didn't get paid, or both. What happened there?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so there was a video from I think occupied Lugansk region. The group of workers from I think Moscow company. They came there like were sent there by the company. It's not their like volunteer work. They were sent there to repair pipelines and all this infrastructure, and they were promised to receive payment for this. But as usually as it goes, the promise was broken, and people have not received any payments, and they decided to film a video where they address, I don't remember Putin exactly or the
Putin. They
Putin. Oh
addressed
yeah.
Putin.
Yeah, so like oh Mr. President, we were like they lied to us, we need payments and so on. It's a common thing, you know, that from Mariupol, in Mariupol, I mean, there's the same thing with workers. There's a video, but without such advertisement to officials. But one of the guy and the comment to this video says that locals that survived and stayed in Mariupol, they were organized to repair that infrastructure, and they also were promised to receive payments, and they also did not receive any. So they decided to how do you call it in English? Like to stop working and to not let the like heavy equipment to leave their company in Mariupol. So it's a common thing there. And I remember there were even messages that locals at first they received humanitarian aid packages with food for free, but then there was a lot of things to do in Mariupol to cleanse all those debris, all those dead bodies, and local occupant government, they decided to provide people if they work for them. Like if you will clean debris for I think 8 hours per day, you will receive a good package of humanitarian aid. If you do not do this, you will receive like half of this. So this was the instrument to influence locals to work, and they just worked for food. You need to understand that this thing with just working for food, it's not the first time. Before this, on occupied territories, before February 24, on parts of occupied Donetsk and Lugansk regions with so-called LPR and DPR, they also on some production lines they also received packages as a way and as a payment. It's a modern type of slavery right now when people work just for food. And
That's the glory of Russia. You work till you die, but we'll give you some free food that humanitarian organizations sent to give away. It's a great deal. It's a real winning side of history. Yeah, no, it's funny. The Russian narrative they keep babbling about is, you know, how unified and how amazing Russia is and how strong and powerful it is. It can't even pay its own occupation forces to clean the streets and make sure the sewers are working. That's how pathetic Russian attempts to subjugate Ukraine are. So this is when we need to keep putting on the pressure on the information space. We need to keep talking about it. Russians don't like being ridiculed. They don't like NAFO, apparently. They repeat, information warfare campaign talking points and not even realizing it. That Russian diplomat who said, who is pronouncing this nonsense? Repeating NAFO talking points. It's hilarious, but they really don't like it. So my point is, you're hearing it right now from someone in Ukraine on the front line. The Russians are disorganized. They're clowns. It's a clown show. They've resorted to medieval barbaric tactics: capture a population, force it to work for you, and give them food as payment. So in other words, if they don't work for you, they die. Right? This is a war crime. This is a form of genocide. This is what the Russians do as their fallback position. They can't even pay their own workers who come from Moscow to do work in the infrastructure, and they had a little verbal mutiny. Now, that's not going to go over well in Moscow. The leader of that group's probably dead, or will be. And this is what we need to do. We need to retweet things like this, talk about it, share, because the Russians are going to feel more and more pressure. They can't be this stupid for this long forever, right? They need the voices like Kozak to come in, and we need to amplify that. Make these posts, even on your own time. Find the quote the tweet that Kozak was talking about. Maybe we should do a tweet about the teachers being forced in, being told they're going to have their family put in a concentration camp. And don't use a word like gulag. Say concentration camp. A lot of people don't know what a gulag is, right? I met a guy who thought a gulag was a Hungarian food dish. It was goulash. He messed it up. Say concentration camp. Tell people what it really means, because that way, we create this critical mass of truth. It's not even propaganda, because it's true. But when you create it, it creates pressure on those people in Europe maybe sitting on the fence, or those people in America who don't really care. But sometimes when things are so bad, some people don't even believe they're true. But we have to be the ones to amplify Kozak's voice. Kozak, I wanted you to finish. If I interrupted you again, I'm just doing it for the audience to amplify your voice.
No, it's okay. You're doing great. You're doing better than me. So yeah, as I told you, there's not so many news in my region. I can tell you a little bit about others. Well, the Kharkiv city is still shelled every night, or maybe even every day. From my region, especially from places around Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and Energodar city, Russians are firing on the other bank of the river, where Nikopol and another small town to the east of that city are. And it started not so long ago. It started almost a month ago, but it still continues. There were messages from, I don't remember, our intelligence, that Russians are making not excellent, how to say it, small artillery fires from a village called Vodyane, which is to the west from their Energodar, and they are shooting in the direction of Energodar, trying to stage that it's we who are making those strikes. The situation there is very complicated. There were messages of Russians trying to starting they try to start a work of relocation. I mean, remaking of electrogrid, so that the power from nuclear power plant wouldn't go to our unoccupied territories and will be redirected to Kherson region and Crimea. Also, there was a message and a photo of one of the electric poles. I think it's called huge, these metal things which hold the wires, and it was blown. It was really hard damage that it fall on its side by locals, and this was the power grid going to Crimea. So our partisans they try to make it harder for Russians to relocate or to rebuild our power grid. I remember you had a interview with a woman from our company. This works with
Olga
nuclear power
Kosharna.
plant. Yeah, I was listening to that, but also only to the last parts of this. And after her speech, I became less worried about like a really huge explosion or like disaster as in Chernobyl. But still, I'm a little bit worried that some of the I don't know, like systems that control the work of nuclear power plant may be damaged, and there may be a leak. But I'm not that worried much of the explosion. Well, we will see. I hope that Russians are not stupid enough to like really blow the thing. It's more like a way to put fear into European governments, Europeans. It's a way of terrorism. Mykolaiv city, which is from on the like to the northwest of the Kherson, is still shelled every day. A lot of people left city. I don't know what is the percent of the population nowadays stayed there, but yeah, the situation is continuous. Here in Zaporizhia, we started to receive more artillery strikes than it was before. The last one was 2 days ago. According to officials, they fired at us with MLRS systems. Before that, I remember they fired at us with rockets from like C-300 or something like this. So they
Kozak,
used like
how far
yeah,
from
yeah.
the front? How far from the Russian front is the city of Zaporizhia?
I think it's around 100 kilometers plus minus. I don't know exact numbers. Well, we definitely further away than Kharkiv or Mykolaiv. I remember I saw a message that Kharkiv is like from 30 to 50 kilometers from the front lines, and with Mykolaiv, I think the situation is the same. So we are more far away, but Russians long range multi-launch rocket systems can reach us. They are targeting, as of now, as I understand, they are targeting mostly one of the districts of our city. I don't want to tell you like exact region, exact district, but it's full of like factory areas. I think they think they have an idea that something may be stored there, or that we are using them in some or another way. I don't have any information on that, and I don't want, if I even had to share this. Also, they previously tried to damage our railroad. There were
On the island, right? The bridge
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
island.
There were strikes on the island.
So just
And
to explain this
yeah.
a little bit, Kozak. So the Dnipro is very wide. It's a very wide river, but in Zaporizhia, there's an island in the middle of the river, so it makes it a lot easier to build bridges across. Because how wide is the Dnipro next to the island? 10 kilometers, maybe more. It's really wide, right?
You mean from one side of the
One
river
bank to the other, yeah. If you don't have the island, how far would it be?
I need to Google that. Sorry, I don't have.
But it's really wide, right? It's really, really
it's
wide.
wide, but it's not that wide. I think it's maybe 2-3 kilometers, but I'm not sure. I never like really was thinking about this. I never intended to know like information.
Let's take a pause for a second. Breaking news: Government of Poland will no longer be issuing visas to Russian citizens. and there are a number of other EU countries that have suspended Schengen visa privilege for Russians. Poland is, I think that's a serious crack in that dam. Obviously, the Poles don't have much love for the Russian genocide machine, but I just wanted to interrupt and let the audience know that the Polish government will no longer be issuing any visas for Russian citizens. How do you get to Germany from Russia, Axel? I'm not a geography major. How do you get there? If you're taking a car or a train, just curious.
Taking a car or train from where to where?
From Russia
To where?
Germany.
Oh, that's at least 29 hours. Because it's 7 hours currently, at least, with the interruption. If you go from St. Petersburg to Tallinn, that's currently 7 hours plus whatever additional waiting time at the border.
We're overthinking it. I'm trying to say Poland is in the middle, so you can't go. A Russian citizen can't go into Poland. I know it's not the only way to get to Germany. You kind of ruined my stole my thunder. But my point is that the noose is tightening, right?
Where did you find these news?
On the interwebs, so it must be true.
Yeah, but where? Because it seems as though it's not yet. It's only a draft, and there might be a decision midweek, but that it's not actually been done yet.
Yeah, because Duda was supposed to make a decision on Wednesday.
There you go. Yeah, Visegrad 24 is an aggregator, and it jumps on rumors. It's not a reliable news source.
Oh no!
And you don't get a visa for Poland. You get a visa for Schengen. So you don't. Yeah. So your Schengen visa that you get from the Hungarian consulate entitles you to drive across Poland, assuming that unless they really start to tighten up on that. So if it's true,
there's precedence. However, there's precedent from the COVID days. However, that we can actually do additional border controls.
Sure. But and again, this if it is true is good news. It indeed tightens the screw a little bit. But saying you can't drive across Poland, so now you can't get to Germany is incomplete, as we discussed.
Nick, I was obviously just tongue in cheek with they get to Poland, because then obviously Axel started talking about driving through Estonia. My point is, as you said, the screws are tightening, so I think we need to trumpet that. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's another place I saw, not just Visegrad, that said Polish ministry announced that it was going to join Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. So yeah, well, I'll see if I can find the other note I read, and we'll go from there. But yeah, I think it's just amazing. I don't think this is a case of putting the cart before the horse. I did hear about it through a contact of mine who is a NATO-y type. Yeah, I'm very happy about that, because this really, I mean, that's where the tide is going. If you've noticed, there takes one country in Europe, they make a little crack in the dike, and then a couple more jump on, and then the people who didn't want to do it have no choice. So they're like, oh, we're in for the ride, and then just end up doing it as well. I'm quite confident that that's where this is going, and it's very much, especially with NATO countries, there is a pecking order. There is rarely a chance for a NATO country to say, well, no, I will not. I just won't do it. Hungary being a weird example. But I think it's good, and I look forward to it. I just wanted to let people know I'm not going to concede that it's an incorrect point from Visegrad, as Domin has said. I'm going to look up one of them might even be a Signal DM. But yeah, Nick's had his hand up for a bit. Do you have a question for Kozak?
Sorry, Yehuda, just to cut in there. Samuel Romani, who is a fellow at the Royal United Services Institution, is reporting this Polish Schengen-Russia visa ban as well. So this looks legit.
Yeah.
And he has Samuel has very good friends both in Krakow at the university as well as in Warsaw. So let's take it as it is.
Yeah, I have a friend in I have a friend in a place where they hear things, and I did read that in a message this morning saying, "Yeah, the polls are down," and then I put a question mark, and he said visas, and then I just got online and I read some other stuff, so I'm like, "Oh, that's what he's talking about." But yeah, no, the polls they pulled the trigger. I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to say well because it's not announced officially that it's not done, but it's done. Same with the TACMs. We called it here weeks before, 17th of July, TACMs. It's great. Feeling good, and I'm feeling good.
But Yehuda, when we called them what? Atacams.
Atacams. All right. So yeah. So I mean, and the whole point is Nick with the Schengen visas. I'm talking to a North American who sees a map and they're like, there's Germany, there's Russia. We know Russians like going to Germany, and then there's this big old Poland in the middle. I know it's, I'm oversimplifying it. Please forgive me, Nicholas.
Oh, all right.
Should we go to our suite?
No, Nick was waiting for the longest time, I think.
Was he?
I had another point just back on the InBev thing. So I found that Ben had I don't know if it was where you discovered it, Ben, but there's this tweet from something called the Belgian Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce in Russia, who presumably are celebrating the fact that one of the beers being produced is Leffe, which these days is about as Belgian as cricket. But
Nick, this is how it started 4 hours ago.
Okay. So what I've done is I looked at this.
Oh, Miko, your mic's
Hello?
hot. Miko's
I
mic is hot.
I thought, well, what is this Belgian Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce in Russia? So there is a thing called the Belgian Chamber of Commerce, and they on their webpage they appear to be. I mean, Luxembourg's a very small country, so it makes sense that they would have some history together. And it seems that the Belgian Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce does indeed have about 30 international branches. They have one in Barcelona. They appear to have one in Russia. Now, that doesn't mean that this Twitter account is genuine. And so I have written to the Belgian Chambers of Commerce headquarters in Brussels to say, guys and gals, this account that claims to be affiliated with you is telling everyone what a great job InBev is doing of sanctions busting. Is it indeed affiliated with you? And if it is, then would you please tell them to knock it off? So I tweeted that, if you want to have a look at my, I think, most recent tweet. I wouldn't at this stage encourage people to pile in on the Belgian Luxembourg Chambers of Commerce, because it might well be that they have cut connections to these people. It might well be that this Twitter account is actually nothing to do with them. But should it turn out that they have, in fact, this is in fact affiliated with them, and that they haven't closed down their Russian operation, then perhaps a few more messages in their direction might be in order. So I will keep people informed if I get a reply to that. If I don't get a reply, I will assume guilt. It's too. This is too important to pussyfoot around with. I'll give them a couple of days, and if I don't get a reply, well, screw them. And they do, in fact, have up still on their website a map of Europe where they operate, and Russia is on there. So already, okay, they should update that. But already, I'm quite skeptical. So if it turns out the Belgian Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce is also still operating in Russia, then we have some other people whose life we can make uncomfortable.
I trust it's probably the sort of AMCAM arrangement, right, where they have chapters in various countries that kind of promote cooperation between that country and the host country, where they tend to be local employees, I'm guessing, rather than foreign ones coming into, say, Russia to run it. That just a guess, because I haven't looked into it, but I would suspect it's an AMCAM type arrangement.
But the entire chapter should have been closed down on February 25th.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and unquestionably, just maybe it's harder to enforce, right? Because if it's just locals, the way they've done it, I think Ben was quite astute in determining how this bypass was done. It was done through a partially owned subsidiary, so to speak, Anadolu Efes, right, or at least rather a company in which AB InBev has a huge stake. In Turkey, and obviously Turkey isn't following any sort of sanctions. So there you go. That's that. Let's go to Dunjon and then to Watchful. Dunjon.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, so about this visa ban, supposedly visa ban by Poland. I would argue that would completely block them, wouldn't it? Because they can't fly in. I mean, Poland, even though we have a Schengen area, that's internal, right? So the border to Belarus, I assume they have
no, that's not correct. If they have a Schengen visa, they can turn up at the Polish border even if the visa was not issued by Poland. It is a visa to enter the Schengen area. So this does not this does not affect their movement in the same way that we've seen Russians who are going on holiday in Spain have been driving into Finland to go to Helsinki airport. So this does not in and of itself prevent Russians entering Poland if they can get a Schengen visa from another country, unless Poland was then to escalate and state that it would not honor visas issued to Russians by other Schengen countries, and that would be quite a crisis within Schengen, and I think they would want to avoid that. So the preferred method is to get
United States. Not if Nick, you're right, but not if the United States were to declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism, because then Poland, under its own laws, would be allowed to prevent people entering who are potential facilitators of terrorism.
That's an excellent. That would be an excellent solution. But for the moment, just for Dunjon's, for the moment, this does not prevent Russian holders of a Schengen visa entering Poland. What they're saying is that Poland will not issue these visas, but Schengen visas are issued by 26 countries, and they are common to all 26. And as I say, while one is normally expected to enter Schengen at the country that issued the visa or the country where you are going to spend the majority of your trip, the simple fact that you can't fly into Schengen actually means that Russians have a legitimate reason for turning up at the land border of another Schengen country to get to the Schengen country that issued the visa. So this will not, in and of itself, prevent Russians entering Poland.
Yeah,
I think it's important to understand.
Nick, you're splitting hairs. No one. So when I said that, let's be honest. Like, you're looking at a dam that's only partially destroyed and the water's rushing out. So, well, it doesn't look that bad. Part of the dam it's going to be gone. The floodgates have been opened, is what we're trying to say. Floodgates.
That is a separate issue. I agree, and I agree there appears to be considerable momentum for the EU countries to stop issuing the visas. But I'm trying to make I don't consider it excessively pedantic point that there is a huge difference between which country issued the visa and which country you can enter, and those two are completely separate. And therefore, the claim that this would stop Russians entering Poland is simply factually incorrect. And occasionally facts are important.
Yeah, no, they're always important. You don't need to be a smartass because we already know you've demonstrated you can be one. I'm just saying that the dam is broken. Poles made a big decision. Things don't happen overnight. You do realize that prior to this, we were sitting here equivocating if Germany would send more than 3,000 helmets. Boy, has the world changed, right? People were talking about hundreds of meals, MREs, thousands of helmets, maybe some body armor. Now we have America delivering HIMARS and ATACMS. So, I think we all have to recognize the clearly incremental action that's being taken. And no offense to Estonia. When Estonia says something, it's not everyone's jumping on board. But Poland is a big player in NATO. It's a huge player. And when Poland made that decision ahead of schedule on pretty much, I would say, the recommendation of the big players in NATO, it's huge news. So I'm going to stick with the very good news. and I'm very happy about it. How it plays out and Schengen, look, I almost thought if you kind of sound like a travel agent for someone in Europe, trying to find ways to get it. Fine, I get it, but I think it's all for naught. I think within a few weeks, I think you're going to see that travel ban on Russians. It's a simple ask from Ukraine. When Zelensky asked that, it's not a bridge too far. And I think it'll mean a lot symbolically for the West and Ukraine, and something that we're going to see a lot more of sooner than later. That's all I wanted to say, Nick. If anyone thought it means that 0 Russians will enter the country of Poland today, that's not what I meant. I don't think I said it, but just because facts do matter sometimes.
But it's doable. It is,
John said it.
Gentlemen, it's doable. It is absolutely doable.
I didn't say it, Nick. You need to maybe we're not saying.
I wasn't replying. Yehuda, I wasn't replying to you. I was replying to Dan John, correcting a point of fact.
To me. Yeah, I thought you said I said that.
Gentlemen, it's doable. All of this is doable.
Yeah, for sure.
What we need now
is the US to do it. It's not the Europeans doing it. The Europeans are constrained. What Nick is highlighting is that the Europeans have self-constrained them by means of allowing Cyprus and Malta to dictate how freedom is defended. That must stop, but it can only stop by means of abiding by other supranational agreements and therefore laws. And this can only mean that the United States has the lead on the issue of state sponsor of terrorism. Because then Poland, Estonia, the Baltics can immediately, and Finland can close their borders and introduce checks. That's all. So simple.
At that point, the visa thing becomes irrelevant.
Yeah. Don't confuse us, Axel. Czechia is nowhere near.
I think that's actually. I think also.
No, but seriously,
I think also
Cyprus just needs to be cut out. Nick, you need to convince your government to send the Prince of Wales for a Freedom of Navigation Act and a friendly visit close to Ayia Napa. Somebody needs to show Cyprus where the hammer is.
Cyprus isn't in Schengen, Axel. But
no, but Cyprus has a vote. Cyprus currently, because of the consolidation process, has a vote as to who is allowed temporary residency in Cyprus, and therefore can then apply for what? A Schengen visa more easily, and that's what they've been doing.
You can only apply for a Schengen visa in your. You can apply for it in your country of residence, but they still look at your passport. We certainly need to make it harder for Russians to get Schengen visas. I am not disputing any of that, and I like the idea. That the designation as a terrorist state would actually, in effect, cancel the visas because it would save the weight that we are going to have before countries like Germany and Italy and France start saying that they're not issuing Schengen visas to Russians anymore. So I do like the terror. But do we know why the Americans are still holding out on that? On the designation as a terrorist state?
If only we had people who were part and parcel of the North American security environment who could talk about this. Ron Klein, Mr. Sullivan, the apprentices, they could all talk.
I did flush the toilet. Let me go pee. There you go.
Sweetheart, Yehuda, you have a little boy doing what he should not be doing.
Sorry, I hot mic you.
It was a hot mic of a little 2-year-old. That's all right. Now, having said this, we'll go to whoever is watchful eye.
Good day, guys. Great discussion. Still,
you're Australian.
No, I'm not. As Brazilian as can be, but UK adopted. Right. Just touching. Just touching back on the beer discussion. Has anyone had the time to have a look at the other interests of the Brazilian trio that are the main investors behind InBev? Because amongst many other brands, they own Kraft, Heinz, Burger King, is there a trend there about the operations in Russia? They are super protective of their names, private individual names, and their brands. So I think it would be interesting to have a look at, they own Gillette. They've got investments with Warren Buffett and many others. So those guys are super protective of the brand. And it would be interesting to, if someone could have a look at that and see how these companies are they still operating in Russia, and in what way and what capacity are they operating in Russia. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Are we talking about the largest construction company of Brazil?
No.
Because they have been rumored to be amongst one of the funders of one of the big private equity funds who then co-invested through an investment vehicle into the Anheuser-Busch InBev merged setup.
I'm not aware of that, but it would not surprise me. Those guys, they've got their fingers in so many business interests that it's impossible to track them all. But they are all.
But there's only one, right? And that's a very, very old name, is it not? And one which is of German descent.
Odebrecht. But the three guys, the Brazilian trio, Jorge Paulo Lemann, Carlos Alberto Sicupira, and Marcel Telles are the biggest investors behind all these groups. So it would be interesting to maybe to dig a little bit deeper and see if there is like a common trend, of the way that these companies are operating in Russia. I'm very curious. As Brazilian, that touched a nerve, and I would like them to be whiter than white, as it were.
Off topic, if you could please go to our there's a feed there. Oh, Ben's put something in there. Who took down my post?
Nobody. It just hasn't appeared on your screen yet.
There it is.
Give
No,
it
it's
give it
there.
half a minute.
Yeah, no, it's there now. It was there before, but it disappeared. So Chuck, our friend Chuck Ferrer, he's our favorite Navy SEAL. It's not like we know a whole lot of them, but he's, if he was a reality TV show, he'd be the deadliest catch. He's posted something about MryiaReport, another shipment. If you want to show him some love, retweet him. He's a great guy, and he's really, really smart. Also, he went through, we had a situation where we talked about the Saki airport attack. And, I think we had, was it General Hodges? Unfortunately, he had come on, and we were talking about Nick's hot mic, and General Hodges was very displeased that Nick's mic was always hot. Anyways, but now it is not, so all is right in the world. But basically, Chuck had said, this is attack. Well, we'd all kind of said it's ATACMS. A few of us had maybe some inside knowledge. And we said, it's ATACMS. They've been deployed. Yeehaw. Stick it to him, Pa. And then General Hodges thought it was a special forces thing because there was a big Washington Post article about it. And obviously, when Chuck was asked about it, he said, look, the kind of ordinance required, special forces aren't carrying containers of explosive on their back, and they're not going to be throwing it in, on the wrong side of a revetment. They're going to be placing it where it needs to be. So it was a missile strike. And he called it first here on MryiaReport. Washington Post has had to eat crow, and so he's got some posts about that. If you want to take a look, he goes through the reasons and rationales as to why he was pretty confident what it was, and he was right. And it's and as Nick has elucidated, the facts do count sometimes, if not all the times, dare I say. So check him out, please. Chuck Ferrer, great guy, and also he's doing his best to highlight a lot of the good work we do because he really believes in us, and it's a great guy. Thank you so much. And then I think Luis.
No, I think Ben was first. Hi guys.
I'm a bit busy at the second. Go ahead, Luis.
Thank you, Ben. Actually, I just wanted to point out that what Watchful Eye said is quite important. If you don't know by now, there is a list, a pretty good list of companies that are still acting in Russia, that have business in Russia. This list was made by Yale. And is being updated currently every single day. So supporting Ukraine means also not buying their products from companies that are still doing business with a terrorist state like Russia. So if you want to go and buy some products from that companies, just don't do it and donate the money to MryiaAid. It is better invested there.
I couldn't agree more, Luis. And actually, this Yale list has helped us a little bit in uncovering exactly what AB InBev was up to here. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but AB InBev is listed on the Yale list as having suspended operations, right? But there's another company in which AB InBev has, I believe, a 24% stake called Anadolu Efes, which is a Turkish beer brewing company. And it seems that they have sold up their operations in Russia, AB InBev that is, Anheuser-Busch InBev, to this company in which they hold a large stake. And it is through this company that AB InBev brands, such as Leffe, still are produced in Russia. So Anadolu Efes has an F grade on the Yale list because it's still, continuing operations. AB InBev has a B grade because it's suspended operations. So, but you wouldn't know that unless you knew the connection between the two companies. So, while the Yale list is most excellent and was very helpful in confirming our suspicions here, Ben's primarily, I had like a 0.5 percentage point stake in this, but it was very useful in this respect as well. Just highlighting that. But these sort of contraventions of sanctions, these workarounds, make it more difficult for a consumer to act appropriately. That's all I wanted to highlight. That it's not always easy, even with the Yale list.
Yes, absolutely. But I think it's a good starting point, just looking at the list and just canceling everything that you bought or are buying from those companies still acting there, even if you don't know if there is something behind it. It's a very good starting point to do something against it.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Nick,
just a further update. I did a little bit more exploring on the Belgian Chamber of Commerce site, and even if that Twitter account that said Belgium Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce in Belgium in Russia isn't an official account, the Belgian Chamber of Commerce proudly announces on its website the countries in which it does business, and it appears to have one office. I don't even know what the redundancy is here. One office for Russia and one office for Russia and Belarus. And those are still up on its website. So as an absolute minimum, they need to update their website to show that they no longer do business there. But really, these guys can get fucked. So I take back those of you who may have seen my Twitter about how I sent them kind regards. The kind regards are hereby rescinded, and they have some rather snotty regards from me. And if anyone feels like filling in the form on the website of the Belgian Chambers of Commerce to say, hey, people, seriously, you still operating in Russia? Then, if they woke up tomorrow morning to a couple of dozen web forms, that might be a nice touch. So something concrete you can do for Ukraine today. It's small, but go to the Belgian Chambers of Commerce website. You'll find the links on my tweets, and just fill in the form and give them a polite but firm indication of your opinion of the fact that they seem to be still operating in Russia and Belarus.
thank you, Nick. Just one more comment here. Tim, please don't tell them to split up the country between the EU, Netherlands, and France. If you do write in, I don't think that that would add gravitas to your suggestion. Luis?
Just a quick update for the people that don't know that. You can always retweet a retweet of yours. So if you go to that list of Yale and you make a tweet about it, and in 2 weeks you just retweet it again to remember your audience or your followers about this list, you just unretweet the retweet that you made and retweet it just simply again. So it will get up in your timeline, and your followers will see it again.
What all don't we learn here? Right, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody wants to? Oh, Ben, fantastic! You're no longer busy. Excellent.
Um,
Ben, you seem to have muted yourself.
I'm an idiot. I'm definitely an idiot. I wanted to let everyone know I was an idiot. I thought that was a good time filler. No, this whole thing with the InBev has once more highlighted the position of Turkey in this whole sanctions skirting business. And it's amazing because it seems that these days every road leads to Istanbul and Ankara. Like every time there's something stupid, something mean, some way of weakening the whole process, it's the Turks doing it. Be it allowing the Russians to get Turkish passports, to this extremely strange, massive increase in exports to Turkey from otherwise sanctioned industries in Europe, to the main headlines grabbing stories that we've seen along the lines of the grain deal and hosting grain stolen by Russia and Ukraine, etc., etc., etc. Turkey is slightly overdoing it at the moment, and I was wondering if you or someone could have a more potent trend and maybe have like what do you think is going to happen, and what can be done to get the Turks to fall in line?
So this is kind of the thing, and I'm sure lots of people will have something to say about this, but it looks as though Turkey is playing a double game. It is playing an economic game on the Russian side, and at the same time still somewhat supporting the Ukrainian military effort. Right? They sent 50 MRAPs, 150 more to come. Bayraktars are not going to be sent or sold to Russia at all, only to Ukraine. No, it's kind of it's an interesting double game that they're playing. And it seems as though they're trying to just get the best result out, not just for Turkey so much, but certainly for the ruling party and the president ahead of elections, I think, next year. Seeing that they're suffering rather high levels of inflation because of past bad decisions, also previous bad decisions that they've made, and I think they're trying to limit any exposure that they might have, negative or otherwise, to anything, and trying to play the game to maximize the returns for Erdogan domestically.
You think
Hey, just an announcement on the Polish visa thing. I think it's gone mainstream now. I think the secret's out. Yeah, it's the dam is breaking. That's good news. I've been ever since we were chatting. I was trying to just confirm some things, and I think it's good news all around. Yay!
If only we had someone from Poland here on the panel that could maybe let us know what the Polish media is reporting. Joe?
Yeah, so the Polish media are actually not talking about it at all. I also spoke with my mom about it, and she said that it's what was reported by the post on Twitter is bogus, because there's no talk of it whatsoever, and we are not expecting to hear anything about this decision over the coming days, because today is Sunday and tomorrow is a national holiday, so we are not going to work on it and report it. And also there's a lot happening in Polish politics right now. I think we can expect it for like 99% that the visa ban will be in some form reported, and it will be passed. I think, like Yehuda said, it's more. The first thing about it, the most important thing, is a gesture. It's like with the train that was taken by the group of presidents from the Eastern European countries early in the war. It's a gesture act. It's symbolic, and symbols also matter, especially in this day and age where social media are an important part of the narrative. But no, the news are not talking about it.
So nobody's saying it's not gonna happen. We're almost certain it is gonna happen, almost certainly by the end of this coming week. However, seeing that this is something that actually requires, written action by the government to be put into force, it's not something that can be done halfway or deniably. It's important for it to actually be done properly through proper channels, and only then it is actually a done deal, and only then does it actually affect anything. I think it might be. It might be similar to yesterday with the Montenegro supposedly expelling the Russian ambassador, which a certain Twitter account also reported by mistranslating that they're expelling an unnamed diplomat and handed a diplomatic note to the ambassador to notify them of that. Guess which account was that?
Yeah, I guess I know.
So just for just to give people a heads up on how these international foreign affairs types things work. There is no such thing as Sunday, Monday, or Saturday. Decisions are made and work is being done around the clock. So what this is a result of is people opening their mouths and leaking it, right? Not just because they're excited, not because they're trying to screw over their own country, but they want to say, hey, yeah, we're doing it, right? Again, things don't happen in a vacuum. They have to be, border officials have to be told. Memos sent down the pipe say, by the way, if someone does show up, you're not letting him in, and this is what you're going to say, and these are the rules, and this is, if it's a British or Canadian or Commonwealth, we'd say it's an order in council. Here's the information. Let's just get it right. We're a professional country. But the fact that someone might not be reporting it, it doesn't bother me at all. They don't have to. As well, there are other considerations. So, Polish government might be switching up certain security measures at the Polish embassy or consulates, or they might be, warning their Russian staff that work for them, hey, you might get in trouble because this and that. So there are a lot of other considerations. So until they officially announce it, until you hear the Polish government say, president say it, yeah, it won't be quote unquote official. But decisions are made behind the scenes, and they're not necessarily advertised. I don't think us sharing it in this space is going to change world history or the course of European, Polish-Russian relations. But I'm pretty confident in saying that it's a done deal. How they implement it, another story altogether. Again, there are security considerations at embassies. There are just things that the Polish government's probably having their smart policy wonks to draft a letter, then has to be translated and into Russian and sent to the Russian ambassador. There are all sorts of things that come with it. It's just not, hey, I've decided it. It's a little Mickey Mouse when politicians do that, just to say things and then let their bureaucracy take a week to figure it out and how to implement it. So if I was a Polish journalist, I'd probably not say anything unless I heard it from the president's office or the foreign minister's office. But the reality is, decision was yeah, I'm gonna go with it's been made, and I don't think it's a surprise. I think I'm pleasantly surprised that it was Poland next, because again, Poland is a big, contributor to NATO, especially Poland. It's put its money where its mouth is. One of the first countries just to outright double, make a commitment to double their GDP, their expenditures on defense, vice GDP, over the next 5 years. So they have a lot of skin in the game, and what they say matters a lot. So I just want to point that out. Thanks.
Yeah, I would totally agree with what you just said. It's, I think, just from a policy standpoint of view, they want to be very careful that everything is done according to the law, especially that we are dealing with Russians, and they can exploit any kind of loophole left over. So, but the sentiment in Poland is that I wouldn't be surprised if it passes over the next couple of days. Like you said, I think it's a given.
Yeah, sorry, Domin, I interrupted you there. Just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, no, it's gonna happen. It just hasn't happened yet. In reporting that it has happened, that it has been announced specifically, as somebody is doing, is incorrect, because it's clearly not been announced, so the Polish national media would be all over it. That's the difference, and it can't come into force until it's announced. Because right,
No, and
that's
just for clarity again, the comment I made, I'll stand by it. The decision has been made. It doesn't mean it's announced. Doesn't mean it's in law. But the decision, meaning those who are in control, have decided. And there are other also ancillary reasons why messaging like this occurs. A lot of it can also be to help another country that Poland is talking to, which might be on the fence. They'll say, okay, well, we'll leak that the decision has been made. We'll process the paperwork. We'll do all the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic side of it, and in the meantime, judge reaction from your public. As to, you know what I mean? Like, so it's a way of gauging. It's kind of situating the estimate, as you might say. So totally normal stuff, and I think it's great. Bottom line is, this is a widening of the breach in the dam of should Russians be allowed to travel to Europe. I would say absolutely not. I'd say it's completely fair, to marginalize Russia, and if anything, to let Putin feel the consequences of his actions, right? Because discontent in Russia is an extra factor and consideration that Putin has to, contend with, and it's far be it from anyone to make Putin's life easier. Putin's life. His regime's control on the country needs to be made more tenuous, not more safe.
Now there, I completely agree with everything. Absolutely everything.
Has anyone actually have we spoken about apart from the visa ban, about what's happening in academia? Because I remember early in the war there was this idea that perhaps Russians should be not allowed to apply to European universities, and the Russians, of course, started crying. There was this huge story about someone who apparently received a letter from a university in UK saying that he's denied, and he started saying that he was denied the place because he's Russian, which more I don't know, but might have not been true. Maybe he was just not good enough. And then the idea kind of died. And I think it's even more important to the influence of Russians within academia than Russians being tourists in European Union, because academia tends to be sort of like a mouthpiece sometimes of policymakers, and then the Russian narrative can creep into our discussions. So just wondering if you guys discussed it at all.
Not for quite a long while, actually, simply because there wasn't really anything that came across anyone's desk that would be by way of news. or updates on it. But if you want to have a little look-see into it, we would be very happy to raise it again, of course. But if we knew, what the current situation was, for example, in various places, and what's to be celebrating or conversely be appalled by, or something in between, of course. But I don't know exactly what the current standing on various things is, especially since many institutions don't do an awful lot by way of public relations in the summer. What I can tell you is that certain institutions have particularly widely opened their doors to Ukrainian academics and researchers that have been displaced because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or have had to flee the country because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and are now hosting them at their institutions instead. And I think that is certainly something to be very much celebrated.
No, I agree. This is a good step, but still, for example, just looking at, I remember Uliana, that she was a speaker for a long time here, and she told me the story of at LSE there are student unions, organizations which have also funding from the university, and one of the biggest student union is the LSE, Russian Business Society, also known as the Russia Mafia Society. And when you go and look at them, nothing really happened after the war. They continued with all of the presentations, so on and so forth. And I even heard from Uliana that one of the committee members on her Instagram would post pictures with the Z, the letter Z on her. I don't know if it was like a shirt or something, but she would propagate the Russian fascist movement, and no position was taken on behalf of the university. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yes, I recalled that as well, naturally. And but see, again, right, trying to be kind of timely with what we talk about. I don't think that anything has particularly changed in the 4 months or so since she brought that up. And therefore, there's relatively little to say, other than to maybe say, in preparation for the new academic year, which is about to start in the coming weeks and possibly months, depending on where you are. Maybe it would be a good idea for now to be reviewing such procedures if you are in the administration of any such institution of higher education specifically, anywhere in the free world, and maybe consider what the options are and what the best ways forward are, rather than ignoring the matter and thinking, oh, it's all resolved itself, because very clearly such matters do not resolve themselves on their own without any input by anyone, and it would be very good if they could be so done as to be resolved. Actually, the interesting question here is not just tourist visas, but what about other types of visas that are issued by various countries, including, say, student visas, and what is to be done with those? And there's been some discussion maybe that we have had regarding those, but maybe we can have a little bit more of a think in just a bit. I'm going to go to Michelle now, as I don't want to leave her waiting for too long. But then we can naturally return into this and maybe consider what it is with the other types of visas, because you talk a lot about tourist visas and then on the one end of the scale, and then the sort of long-term residence permits and visas on the other end of the scale. But we don't talk about these, special visas that are more in between for. That go on for several years, but not just, but not in the same permanent manner as, say, residency visas. That having been said, Michelle, please.
Hi guys. I'm interested in asking a question about something you were talking about earlier with Turkey. Every time sort of we talk about Turkey, or you guys talk about Turkey, and you say kind of they're taking this kind of weird balancing act middle road where the government is doing all these dodgy things with Russia, you always mention Bayraktar, but aren't those decisions, I mean, this is what my question is, like, I keep feeling like the decisions that Bayraktar or Baykar is making are being made by the son-in-law. So his ethics are driving I'm assuming his ethics are what are driving Baykar policy, not so much Erdogan. How connected are those two things? Because I feel like Erdogan is very much more leaning towards being pro-Russian, while Baykar, as a company, have clearly kind of laid out their position as being pro-Ukrainian. I don't know if it's right that Erdogan and the Turkish government should be getting credits for the humanity and decency of Baykar. What are your thoughts on that?
So
I think it's
you go first. Oh yeah, Turkey is a bit of a labor of love. Let's be just. I want to make it clear from my perspective that it's certainly not out of any humanitarian concern. Money is money, and one thing Erdogan loves to do is make money. He's come a long way from selling watermelons on the street. I doubt. I'm not going to complain about the company because they're providing a product that's so very useful for Ukraine, especially in the first few months of the war. But none of it was done out of love for Ukraine. It was done out of a love for money. Mr. Erdogan is quite famous for money, stacks of money in shoeboxes with his children. This is just, a happy coincidence for him that he's able to capitalize on it. But it's definitely, what you thought about Erdogan, I would agree with. And then I would add a lot more, but I'm not going to do that right now. So they're not related in any moral sense or philosophical sense. It's strictly about money. And I'm sure the Ukrainians don't really care either. They need the product. If the company wants to gin up business, I mean, it's the best advertisement you can have. That company will sell drones till the end of the world now, right? Because they've seen, whether or not the exact details of their efficacy, which they were obviously, but there will be legends made of it. Countries around the world are going to be swooping over to them to find out and ask and buy. So for them, there'd be zero reason. They do not like the Russians that much that they'll not sell that equipment. So I hope that explains it. Doman, please jump in.
What I want to say is Erdogan, isn't pro or anti anything really, except for being very heavily pro Erdogan. That is his principal policy position, is to do whatever is best for Erdogan. So Turkey currently is going through horrible economic turmoil. Maybe Ben can outline that a little bit better, but let's just say it's bad. And Erdogan is trying not to get kicked out of office physically or through elections. So instead, it's very advisable for Erdogan to try to get prices of food as low as possible. That's why he's very interested in various wheat deals, get as much of the economy going on in Turkey as possible, which is why he's very happy for Turkey to be a bypass for sanctions by all manner of ways. Ben can give some examples. There's apparently there's some very specific industry that suddenly started exporting $500 million worth a month from Italy to Turkey. From like April to May or May to June, and in that same month, the exports from the same sector from Turkey to Russia also went up by $500 million. Right, so I think we can all guess how Turkey was being used as a bypass there. On the other hand, Turkey doesn't want to get into completely bad crisis. Is that the word? Whatever it is, it doesn't want to be. Completely kicked out the various defense agreements and the like by the collective West, and therefore they're not giving Russia anything militarily useful, probably. So the drone decision, yes, it is down to the son-in-law. However, I bet the son-in-law and father-in-law talk sometimes, every now and then. But also Turkey did give some 200 MRAPs, I think, so sort of mine-resistant 4x4s, IED-resistant 4x4s, which is pretty good because Ukraine can put them to very good use. They're better than a Toyota Hilux, that's for sure. And I think they gave them a few other things as well. There's some ammunition transfer at some point for rifles, something along those lines. So it is doing a little bit, but fundamentally it is a double game, right? And it's a double game where Turkey's trying to get as much for Turkey, and specifically Erdogan is trying to get as much as he possibly can for himself, as possible. And it's really that's really where it is. They realize that they can
Turkey
get a
is
lot
the bird,
economically
right?
from. No, Turkey is the bird. How many times do we have to go through this? Turkey is the country. Turkey is
Please
the
explain
fowl.
it to all those sandwich-eating people.
Right. Okay. So, the country of Turkey is trying to get everybody to instead use the word Turkey instead of Turkey for Turkey, because they don't want to be associated with the bird, or because Yehuda.
Well, because in the 1950s, Turkey was the third worst insult you could call someone, and someone in Turkey found out recently. Very, very upsetting for them. And now they demand the whole world call them Turkey. Next, they're going to ask us to speak Turkish. It's
Therefore,
so Domen, as a non-Armenian
we have
sandwich
instituted
eater,
a policy.
as a non-Armenian sandwich eater in Denmark, and someone who studied chemistry, has the molecular construction of the bird changed since?
Not at all. Not at all. So we're
Has
instituting
the
a
molecular
policy.
construction of all the human beings in the country changed since?
No, don't think so. Not because of that.
So nothing
anyway.
has really changed. It's just
No,
the fact that
just the name.
Disengagement and their constant blanking out of the fact that historically they committed genocide against the Armenian nation, that this has stayed also safely in the same vein, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So if that's
exactly
the case, so genocide against Armenia, and then they like to make sure that we all fail to understand that they are still the same bird.
Yes. So
right.
therefore,
So
we
how
shall
did you
institute-
how does the house how does the household of Domen now call the sandwich?
Yes, it's very straightforward. So anything to do with the bird and the meat thereof is Turkey, and anything to do with the country remains Turkey. This way, in avoidance of all doubt, Turkey is still Turkey, and the Turkey has been just as delicious as the one before. So easy.
So does that mean I can still go to the deli and enjoy a smoked tortilla sandwich?
Exactly. That is exactly what we're getting at. Yes.
I am so glad. Yehuda, are you not glad that Domen solved this issue on a molecular level?
I wouldn't call it molecular, but I'd call it adequate.
Right. So we were in Turkey somewhere, dealing with their production of Turkey and some such. Ben, did you have any thoughts on this? And then we can go on to our Nordic friends.
Just a couple very quickly. First of all, in Portuguese, the bird, Turkey, is called Peru. So maybe you could call the country of Turkey Peru, and that would solve the problem. May create a few confusions, but at least that would solve that one problem. What I wanted to say about the Bayraktars is that all the announcements about the Bayraktars tend to arrive right before or right after and other announcements whereby Turkey is supporting Russia in a very considerable manner. I have not checked the list recently, but it's very clear that the Bayraktars are used a little bit as a PR tool, and they make a lot of noise. They're very helpful, it's not a question, but when on the other hand, Turkey is used as a conduit to bring millions upon millions of euros worth of trade into Russia, they're pale in terms of significance compared to that, and this is very concerning, and this is not a balanced situation. I don't think Erdogan is not playing both sides. He sees that anyway, Turkey may not be able to bring a lot to Ukraine in any case, but that Russia is absolutely desperate, and it is when Russia is desperate that Turkey may hope to make a killing in Russia, make a lot of money right now, create important routes for later expansion into the country. And let's not get fooled. The Erdogan, as well as a number of the members of the Turkish business elites, are probably rooting for, not for Russia, but for as strong a support to Russia as possible, because Russia cannot say no to Turkey at the moment, or at least that's how it seems to me.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, it's a very interesting situation of kind of codependency, right? Let's go on to John.
Thank you, Doman. Yeah, so this thing with renaming the country of Turkey. The thing is that most countries, they have several names designated to them, depending on which other country is pointing to that country. For example, Turkey in Swedish is Turkiet. And they can never convince us to change that to something else. And I assume that goes globally. So it's an effort in vain, I think. And nor shouldn't they have the power to tell anyone else what to call their country, I think.
It's actually delusion. I never before has there been I've never heard of it. It's absolute national delusion. Whoever believes in Turkey, they're policing the language of the world. We've noticed that in English, a very popular language, the name of our country is the same as a bird that looks ugly. And that's an insult. In fact, if you call it that, you're insulting us. We are changing it, and we demand that you not call our country Turkey. It's bizarre. It's just bizarre. It's the strangest thing. Imagine, as crazy as the Russians are, our country is called Russia. We want everyone to pronounce it in Russian, but transliterate it into your language. It's such a strange, petulant, childish thing to be upset about, or why it's even an issue. It's this neo-Ottoman BS that Erdogan likes to push. He is a delusional man who thinks
Putugan. We call him Putugan.
Putugan. Yeah, Putugan there. He thinks that no one's told him. This is the weird part. Everyone's afraid to. All of the staff have been afraid to tell him for years that he's actually the president of Turkey. And that's it. And Turkey has really, really high hopes. It's the AKP party, the Justice Party, their Justice Development Party. They're very proud of Turkey's history. Some might call it history of colonialism and genocide, but they think they're the bee's knees, and they've literally reached out to governments around the world demanding that those countries should not call them Turkey anymore, but we should call it Turkiye and pronounce it with the two dots on the U. I think there's there. It's almost, if it wasn't real, it'd be funny, but it's actually a sign of real fascism and real bizarre behavior. No one understands it.
Sorry, Huda. Will the current president of the United States pardon that behavior?
Well, you know what? On Thanksgiving, he's supposed to pardon a turkey. He might have to pardon a turkey, and we don't know how it's going to go right now. The jury's still out on the Thanksgiving turkey. No, I mean, it's retarded.
Isn't it in the English language? Yehuda, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you are you're a master and purveyor of names and languages, including the English language, as amalgamated it is in the country, which formerly was a dominion and since then has somewhat found a way to become less of a devil's brigade. But having said this, is there a possibility that at least Canada could have the balls to call this out as something which definitely has nothing to do with English, because there is no such thing as a double dot to indicate something unpronounced about that vowel?
Yeah, well, I don't control the country. That might surprise you to know. So I'm not
But the
sure what I can
language,
do.
is the language controlled by your country? I thought the
No,
language
no.
transcends it and actually comes out of. What is Tim? What's this language called? It's called what? How do you call this? Is it called Scottish, Welsh,
Is it the lift or an
Canadian,
elevator?
or American? No, it's called English, right? It's called English. We just found out, Yehuda, this is some news. You should get this out there quickly. It's called English, we're told, not Turkish.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this one. That was a long time to land the plane, Axel. But no, I'm just kidding. Yeah,
I couldn't get onto the same plane as the dad joke. Sorry.
No, it's crazy. But yes, you may. Go right ahead.
If there's one country that could benefit from this, actually, of course, it's Deutschland, because almost every country in Europe has a different way of referring to Germany, such that if you see it written down, you don't even know they're talking about Germany. So I think Germany should definitely go for this. But also what might scupper the Turkey thing is good old-fashioned United States in particular, although the rest of the English-speaking world doesn't do a whole lot better with this, total inability of computer systems to deal with accents. I've lost count of the number of times something has gone wrong because I tried to include the accent that is on my street name. And so I think the United States should simply say that's fine. But if anybody from Turkey wants a visa or wants a visa waiver to come to the United States, they're not going to be able to type the name of the country in because we use good old 7-bit ASCII with no accent.
Yeah, no, it's a silly, childish, power play. I'll agree. I think I beat it to death. Let's go to Auntie and Marina.
Yes, hello. So this is a question for Doman because I'm concerned that with all this questioning about Turkey, that there's something about Hungary that we're missing out on, and that Doman should be finding out for us. Is there something about Hungary, Doman, that we should know about that we don't yet know about?
Well,
wait, are you alluding to a Hungary-Turkey alliance?
Well,
that is
would
the keep
never
Sweden
presume to
out of NATO alliance, isn't it? It is the
Yes.
Hungary-Turkey alliance.
Yes.
I think I know the answer. We should all just export all of our Snickers bars so they won't be so hangry in Hungary.
Good one. Thank you. I think that's the answer.
Did
I
you
was
just
looking
say
for.
that?
I did.
Get some nuts.
Should be the American-produced Snickers bars because they have more corn in them, and I think Turkey's quite like corn. On a serious point, Antti, there was a little bit of interesting news recently. The Druzhba crude oil pipeline that runs through Ukraine and into places like Hungary and Slovakia from Russia got shut off earlier this week because maybe it was even last week. Because the Transneft, which is the Russian pipeline operator, could no longer, due to sanctions, pay Ukrtransnafta, which is the Ukrainian pipeline operator for transit. So Ukrtransnafta said, well, if you're not going to pay us, we're not going to let your oil through. And a couple of days later, MOL, which is the Hungarian petrol company, MryiaReport, something like that, decided to pay for the transit instead of the Russians. So now it's opened up again. That's the major news regarding Hungary. Nina.
Thank you, Doman. Just about this ridiculous Turkey. If we start talking about different languages, how they pronounce, what the words are for different countries. Doman, which country are you from? Slovenia?
Yes.
Okay, it's Slovenia. And actually,
we're new enough. We're new enough that there aren't a million names for us around the world. They're all kind of similar. Whereas, Germany is the right mess, isn't it?
Yeah, but for example, USA, we can say like USA, or we can say Yankit.
No, you can't say USA. Now you have to say USA, just how they pronounce it, or else we're going to do something.
We
No one
say
knows what.
USA or Jenkit.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. No one can do anything. Like it's like the Italians saying, "We demand you call our country Italia in English." No one's going to listen. That's ridiculous. Grow up, Erdogan. Get a life.
France is Ranska. So, and what other countries
Got to
you
drop
are
the
from?
K there.
And what's France in
Sweden.
Swedish, Nina?
France in Swedish is Frankrike.
I mean, I
Frankrike.
can definitely tell you. I currently live in Estonia, where my home country is called Saksamaa.
No, and here you say Viro. You say Viro or Eesti.
I know, and it's beautiful, isn't it?
Nina, what's the Finnish for Sweden? Is it Ruotti or something?
What? Then John, you don't know what it's. It's what? Ruotsi.
Yeah, that's what I said. Ruotti.
Roti is an
Ruotsi.
Indian bread, I'm afraid.
No,
John.
Ruotsi is what Finns and Estonians call the Swedes, meaning Sweden.
Okay.
And it's actually, if you were to do this in German, if you were to say Rots or Rots in German, it's
It
what
means
you
red.
spit out. No, what
Yeah.
you spit out.
Uh-huh.
So
you have to stop
let's tell Erdogan to stop messing with the language of freedom.
That's it. And I think we should move to a point more about Ukraine, because I feel that next we're going to be doing world capitals, and Ouagadougou is one. I don't know.
As I was about to say, Yehuda, speaking of world capitals, it is very, very important to the Chinese Communist Party that you call it Beijing. Therefore, you mustn't. Therefore, you must call it Peking, because they don't
Or even
want you to do
Peking.
that.
It's a Beijing duck, right?
I met a duck.
Well, we call it Peking. What's the problem? We call it Peking.
And the duck is served on China.
We sound like a bunch of children right now, I'm afraid, but I like it.
Yeah, but we have to do this.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so let's go back to genocide and how to defend Ukraine against the Russian invasion.
All right, let's do it. Nick's got the answer. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just about to say it occurs to me that we should point out to Erdogan that people who ask other people to refer to them by a non-obvious name in the form of their pronouns are regarded as highly woke, and I wonder if Erdogan wants to find himself identified with that. He could have in his Twitter bio, my pronouns are Turk and Ia or something.
Well, at least he and the whole squad have the same kind of belief system of authoritarianism. That shut everybody up because it introduced the fact that there are insidious elements in US politics on the left. Yeah, thank you very much. Beforehand. Nina, ride off your horse, please.
Thank you. To another topic that Reuters is spreading disinformation again. Like this is not news. They say that Ukraine targets Russian soldiers threatening Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Why on earth would Ukrainians be fighting for their country? And it's not Europe's, it's Ukraine's biggest nuclear power plant. Reuters, I don't know. They need to give their heads a shake, I'm afraid.
I think there might be something a little bit behind that, but it's very twisted. I believe that President Zelensky has said that because the Russians have been making threats and or shelling the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, that any Russians that I'm trying to remember the exact quote myself now. He basically said that any Russians in that area would be a special target. And I'm sure if that was taken out of context, people would say, see, the Ukrainians are saying they're going to shoot at Russians at the power station. So I think that's probably why. Reuters are saying that, but it's twisting what he meant.
Yeah, probably. No, it makes sense. Ukraine can definitely stop any resupply or any movement towards the reactor. They have the pinpoint accuracy to do it. What Reuters should be publishing is Russian aggression and genocide and irresponsible military maneuvers in and around an enormous power plant threatens the safety of Europe. What will Putin do next? Like that sounds more like an article that I would read.
Yeah, most definitely. I think people really need to ask themselves, journalists, news organizations, who is ultimately morally responsible for this whole mess? Is this something that Ukraine started? Did they invade Russia? Are we having these problems in Russia? No, we're not. We're not, because they never invaded Russia. We're having them in Ukraine because the Russians invaded their country. So I think this, Ukrainians cause problem by fighting back in their own country as opposed to just surrendering perspective is somewhat ridiculous. But people are dumb.
I think part of the problem is that on day one of the invasion, the invasion was very definitely man bites dog. And now it's kind of become dog bites man. And everyone's always on the lookout for man bites dog. And so if you can suggest that the Ukrainians are vaguely doing something wrong, it's like if you find kind of, Tom Hanks gets a speeding ticket or something. And the way, the amount of reporting that these things get is out of all proportion to their actual importance, because it comes down to, okay, we managed to find something with the opposite sign for once. And I didn't. People looking to go, oh, I didn't know that. Whereas if you just sort of put in the paper every day, Russians kill and murder yet more people, people become sadly immune to that after a while. It needs an escalation each time to keep people interested, and I'm afraid that is just part of the human condition, or the human way of dealing with the time thread of their timeline of their lives, frankly, that we have to live with. And in this group, we have a fairly special group of people who are still capable of getting equally upset about what's happening in Ukraine every day. But we are the unusual ones, and we're not constantly looking for the man bites dog story.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think there's an element of sort of novelty seeking if it can be presented in a very different way. I think that's part of it. I think there's another problem, which is obviously the Russians want this to be in the news to try and scare the West. But the Ukrainians, far from taking the opposite perspective, they actually want it to be in the news to make the West pay attention and go, look, see how bad Russia is. So actually both sides are wanting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant issue to be in the news for different reasons. But what it means is that ironically they're sort of amplifying one another's story, if that makes sense. They're both giving the impression that something terrible could happen, and they're both pointing the fingers at each other. And it's difficult, because if Ukraine tried to sort of downplay it and took the attention off of Ukraine, they're going to lose some attention, and unfortunately they need the attention in order to continue to get help from us. So yeah, there's something about the propaganda that's a bit mutually reinforcing in terms of attention, even if the actual story's different.
Oh my God, so you're saying the Ukrainians are manipulating the Western media? The world must be told, treble exclamation mark one. Yeah, after a while they start looking for the meta stories and the meta stories. And again, I think we need to understand it. It's difficult sometimes when you are exceptional, which I think people here on this issue are exceptional. I'm sure we're all exceptional in many other ways, guys, but we're exceptional on this issue. It's very difficult sometimes when you're in that small exceptional 2% minority to even begin to imagine what it's like not being. In the 98% of people who go, oh, so that war still going on? Okay. Is I saw gas got another 2 cents cheaper this week. I was hoping that would carry on. What? But that's what the majority of people out there think, unfortunately. But we have to live with that, and we have to work within that.
Nick, shall we talk about student visas a bit?
I don't know a ton about student visas, but go on.
Oh, actually, sorry. We have Michal up.
They should all be cancelled.
Yeah, they should all be cancelled. But let's shelve the student visas for a bit, because we can talk about beer instead. Because we have
Just to say, student visas are a national matter. They're not a Schengen matter. They're an entirely
That's
national
good to know.
They're an entirely national matter. They will typically come with, like most residency visas do, and I don't think there's an exception to this, if they come with a residency card, a biometric residency card, which I think they probably do, if they're for a year or longer, then that also includes Schengen 90-day in 180 tourist privileges, as do all EU-issued residency cards. But the actual issue of the visas is a national matter and does not grant the person entry to Schengen until they've landed in, let's say, France, and got their residency card. So it is much more clearly a devolved matter. But again, as I said yesterday, the EU countries could all get together and say we're not going to have Russian students in, but it would be a gentleman's agreement round a table rather than an actual EU directive.
Roger, thank you very much, Nick. This is actually really helpful because I don't know where I'd even go googling this. At this point, I'm going to say very warm welcome again, second time, to Michal, who's been working on that Yale compendium, let's call it, because it's more than just a paper, isn't it? With Professor Sonnenfeld. And we've been using that said compendium quite a lot earlier today, looking up exactly what's the situation between AB InBev and Anadolu Efes and the likes. And I just want to start with a thank you, but I'm sure that Ben and Axel will have much more, substantive things to ask here.
What kind of substantive things do you want to be asked from Tim and myself, who are currently already in the process of dissecting as to how to get rid of every single dual citizenship person who doesn't rescind Russian citizenship whilst being in the EU?
I thought you were going to say you're already in the process of getting rid of every beer that AB InBev has ever produced that is currently in Estonia. Because the conventional way of getting rid of those is,
Estonia doesn't have any InBev.
Good for Estonia then. So nice to meet you all once again, and to the matter at stake. I was actually looking it up yesterday, and we have 2 people on our team who are looking into the whole InBev debacle right now. If we actually are certain of the fact that they, so let me begin first with a few remarks on the business retreat itself, because it's the whole issue with InBev. It's kind of telling. Because, well, if you think about it, the business retreat is more than a list. We are obviously tracking it, but the process of writing off assets and leaving Russia is not that simple. Some companies, and this is also what I was reading yesterday in the Russian business media. Some of the companies, and this is, well, it's about 30 or 40% leave and do not leave anything behind. I mean, these are mostly importers or exporters. They are just simply cutting all their business relationships with Russia. Then you have the companies that are sort of withdrawing, but they are de facto selling the facilities to the local management team, and you get de facto spin-off companies which are not connected in any possible way to the company itself, but then again they retain at least some of the Western tech and some of the know-how, just simply because of the fact that you kind of have the continuity, and you have the third category, taking aside our categorization from A to F, but you also have the companies that are simply, well, not even trying to wind off or reduce their Russian operations. They are just simply staying there. In this case, doubling production actually and doubling investment. And obviously, one of the major ways that the company that companies that are trying to do business with Russia are using is via Turkey. And you see that in this case with a Turkish joint venture, and I'm sure that you guys have already done a deep dive into the whole beer debacle, and I will gladly hear from you and your thoughts about it. But from what we can tell, you clearly have a Turkish joint venture, and a license to produce beer, which has been transferred to the Turkish joint venture, which can then sort of you sort of have this clean operation in which it is not the Western company itself, but the Turkish joint venture which is doing business in Russia, and the Western company can simply state that, well, it has done a write-off of its Russia investment, and that's what they did. I mean, we have linked on our list their statement from the, if I remember correctly, from the 22nd of April, in which we read that, well, they want to sell their joint venture interest to a Turkish partner. Whether they have actually done it at the end of the day is a completely another matter, and we are currently looking into it. So that's why it hasn't been yet updated on our list, but it shouldn't take long for us to actually thoroughly research it and confirm this, the news. So these are my thoughts on the matter, and I can assure you that we are working on it.
So how difficult is it to do it, right? Because obviously with complex structures, let's say complex ownership structures, it can become very difficult to it can become very difficult to assess, which is a company doing it, and then what is plausible deniability and so on. How are you planning on tackling that? Sort of a more descriptive thing next to some companies, or what kind of approach?
So, yeah, I mean, in this case, we are looking into business registers, and we are looking into business intelligence, simply speaking, into merger market and all these kinds of well, this sort of stuff in terms of assessing whether it has actually happened. Mostly, we are also looking into the Russian news and Russian business intelligence media, RBK primarily. In this case, we will also send an official letter to the company to be sure. And they like looking at the companies that we have analyzed hitherto, they have actually responded to us. So well, we'll be waiting for the response and doing a parallel research on it. These are the main things, and I will also defer the nitty gritty to my colleagues who are currently working on it, as we are sort of at least I can speak for myself. I am personally redirecting my research efforts into some new things on Russian semiconductors and processors and the issues associated with import substitution. But then again, we have a team, and yeah, we are working on it.
So, Michael, given the fact that you're investigating these issues quite comprehensively, and thank you very much for joining us at such short notice, very much appreciated. Obviously, this is a massive issue, and this is something where the international community and social media should interact very quickly in order to ensure that a company mired in bad quality issues such as Anheuser-Busch InBev could at least be forced to acknowledge that they made a massive mistake. Technically, what they just did is they deleted the brand value of Leffe by allowing a company such as FS, which runs under the aegis of Mr. Erdogan, still its operations in Russia, and therefore is conducive to genocide. Why do we allow this to remain in the overall space? A brand such as Leffe should literally cease to exist tomorrow.
Well, if you are asking the why question, then
I didn't ask the why question. I asked not why do which I apologize. I should have specified. I apologize. But the question is, how do we counter it? That's a better question.
Well, if honestly, on my behalf and what we are doing, we are doing the research part, and well, we should get back to you on a short notice. But actually, I think well, I'm not a specialist in social media marketing and in social media campaigns myself, but I think that looking at the previous cases of business withdrawals from Russia specifically, getting that information to media and publicizing it works best, at least looking at business retreat cases in Poland specifically. Media were really eager to publicize and to publicize that information. I bet that it's pretty much the same case in all over Eastern Europe, maybe except for Hungary, in terms of media of the media coverage. So I think getting that information to the media and contacting local journalists is the best choice here. Maybe creating some sort of Twitter cloud on it, and I bet that you're experts on it, given your Twitter expertise. I'm not an expert myself on that, so I will defer the question back to you actually. But on our behalf, we are not necessarily engaging in campaigning ourselves due to the fact that well, at the end of the day, we are doing the research, and obviously it's highly immoral to do business in Russia, and we are not trying to sort of defer the moral responsibility to somebody else. We are clearly not. But given that we are a research institution, what we can do and what we will surely do is to grade the company, do a thorough research, and then with that as the sort of basis and foundation, well, you can go to the media and say, yeah, you have this beer manufacturing company. We are 6 months into the war. They said that they are winding off the Russian investments in April, and then suddenly not necessarily suddenly, but they clearly changed their mind. They are sort of doing Russia washing and having that joint venture in Turkey. So, and it's speaking to a larger phenomenon. So I think that media might be interested in it. So yeah, that's pretty much all I can say on that.
Have you looked into what kind of level of donations the Anheuser-Busch Foundation has given to Yale?
No.
Tackling you should. Anheuser-Busch, as a good old American company, is extremely important to the economy, but it's also easy to be moved by public outcry and institutional investors. What InBev, the entity which has been purchased into that merged entity, Anheuser-Busch InBev, the South African / English / continental European hodgepodge of brands and family interests, which are quite commensurably insidious. Relevant. These interests have been consolidated, and now they're institutional investors. By the way, one of the biggest institutional investors, as my colleague tells me, is an entity associated with Philip Morris, of all places. So as a consequence, one should be careful. However, we must not cease to be transparent. We should focus on the facts. So if you at Yale provide the facts, we can do the campaigning.
It's not an entity associated with Philip Morris. It is literally Philip Morris or Altria or whatever they're calling themselves this week.
Oh, do they call themselves Altria this week?
I think that's the new name for Philip Morris, isn't it? Altria, Alteria, something like that.
Is there an ulterior motive in calling yourself Altria?
But Axel will be here all week.
No, not all week, but calling out ulterior motives when you call yourself Altria as a name change because don't forget, the conveyance of market value by means of having image transfer is extremely important. There is no possible positive connotative image transfer coming out of being one of the 7 dwarfs having lied to Congress.
True enough. But yes, as I understand it, Philip Morris is one of the largest single shareholders in InBev. I may be wrong, but that's what Professor Google tells me.
Oh my God, just imagine if Professor Bloomberg were to tell you the full shareholder registry.
Just imagine having proper information resources. Wow, just imagine.
Would that include a university such as Harvard or Cambridge or Oxford or Duke, for that matter, from a legal perspective? Or, Jesus Christ, who are our colleagues outside the MIT who are very good at numbers? Yale. Yes, I remember them. Yale.
I don't know why you're including Cambridge in the category of proper information. It is a KGB operation.
Good. So let's revert back to the leftists at Yale. Sorry, no, the good people at Yale who are not leftists, but really good people. Michael, no, obviously having a joke here, but it's important that we all understand that facts matter a great deal. And the facts you have uncovered with your professor, the whole team, are essentially vital to making sure that people in the Western world do understand what matters.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, on the institutional investors note, of one thing I can safely assure you, we have been there have been attempts at influencing our team, and quite a few companies wrote threats that legal threats. Some actually sued the university, and there haven't been any case of actually us succumbing to company pressure. So it won't be the case with InBev, even if it has some institutional power in the trust of the university, which I doubt, but still, if it does, then it doesn't really matter for us and for our research team. We are independent to the core, and yeah, I will probably head off to more Russia research, but thank you guys, and yeah, we'll
Michael,
back
how can we support you? What can we do? Ben, Dorman, I, Tim, we all do research on a daily basis. That's our kind of thing. I mean, we literally live on Bloomberg, if not beyond that. So whatever you need from us, we'll be happy to supply. But then again, what FS does currently, many moons ago when I was younger, I was in Istanbul. I opened an office there, and I had my fair share of experience, not just with this piss poor beer, but also with the people who unfortunately own this company. How shall I put this? We're happy to supply whatever information you need.
Sure. Thanks so much. And we'll get back to you shortly.
Much appreciated. Dziękuję bardzo.
Ben?
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick recap of something a bit silly, but which is really important. If you are ever to tweet about this, it's very important not only to be subtle, but also to be clear. If you're ever to ask Leffe or InBev or anyone what they're doing in Russia, asking it like this: what are you doing in Russia? Or is it normal that what you're doing in Russia, or something like this? You need to be as clear and as negative as possible, because there's a lot of computers that will read it, that will pay attention to it, and the computer knows that genocide and massacre and lack of ethics and this sort of things is a negative. And what the computer does is that it estimates the sentiment, what is called the sentiment of the tweet. And if the tweet is clearly negative, it will not be ignored. It will be taken into consideration, and at the very least, some alarms will be raised, and potentially even some automatic trade will happen. And this might mean that if the backlash is strong enough and negative enough, that's very important. It has to be clearly negative. Innuendo, most of the models are not good enough to catch the innuendo, but truly, genuinely massive negative comments are the things that the computers can understand, can process, and can act upon. So don't hesitate to retweet, and don't hesitate to mention it, and don't hesitate to be as loud and as negative as possible. Thanks.
Well, those are pretty easy instructions to follow. Thanks for that, Ben.
Do you mind me inserting something silly before Tim and I
Not at all.
take a plunge? The key thing is that at the moment we're seeing what many people have been projecting. Berdyansk is getting a shelling. Now, take a little map, have a little look-see, look at Zaporizhia, look at Melitopol, look at Berdyansk, and look back into what we discussed in April, in May, and since. There is one support attack vector which matters. That's this one.
Axel, let's pretend for a second that I didn't know what a support attack vector is.
If your main attack vector is somewhere else, you try to make sure that you tie up resources of the enemy, and you try to discombobulate their planning, that you try to find ways to make sure that they can't be certain as to what is the outcome. They do not know the strength of the support attack vector. They do not know necessarily whether it's one or whether it spreads out, whether it's a singular vector or a hydra. That's the whole point about a support attack vector. You need to make sure that you keep the other side guessing. And if you're really good, your support attack vector is actually a real attack vector, but it doesn't look like it at the very beginning, and you confuse them. Tactical and strategic ambiguity.
Well, I'm plain confused already, so that must be really good.
Well, you're French. You're French. When have you ever won a battle force on force? Since Napoleon.
Me? I've never won a battle. I never got into a battle.
Do I have anyone who is a historian and military in some shape or form could
Wait,
find
wait,
when
wait,
the
wait,
French
wait.
army has ever won the battle force on force since Napoleon?
Isn't there?
Tim.
Wasn't? Wait. Isn't there a battle somewhere in eastern
You
France
didn't win a
where
single battle in the First World War. Please spare me this bullshit.
a
You are so
certain? No.
lucky.
I'm talking
You
about
are
the second
so
one.
lucky
I'm
that
talking
Pétain had the Americans. Please don't give me this shit.
a certain panzer division came in hot and running and came out hot and running as well, and with a significantly fewer panzers. I wonder who was the commanding officer. What's his name? Massu. May have been. Yes.
You're really coming with this. This is the only thing you have. When I talk about a force on force, frontline contact and battle, and you talk about one division doing one thing, I mean, that's silly. Please, Ben. A little bit more self-respect would be helpful. So, Tim, please, when did the French army last beat something in the field? That was against you, wasn't it?
My hot take, and Axel will probably kick me very hard for this. Verdun broke the German army, and Germany had lost the war by the middle of 1916.
And of course, I completely disagree because essentially that's completely, utterly bloody wrong. But thank you very much. And it's not the French who did this because it was the support attacks by the Brits who actually exhausted the German army to go into the 1917 campaign. And we could talk about military strategy and this insidious conflict of brethren and cousins, which is the original sin of Europe, as long as we like to, because it's the worst ever war waged in Europe. Because the Russians allowed Western Europe to fight each other.
The Somme was a sideshow to the Battle of Verdun. The First World War was mostly, from an Allied perspective, a French shout, and Verdun broke the German army. This is my intractable position.
Intractable position, given the fact that the Americans came in and actually pierced through, and that both Pétain and all his other crooks had to do the other thing. Now, the key thing is that the First World War is the ultimate sin. That is the whole point. It eradicated
of the German industry.
No, on bullshit.
Of course, it was triggered. It was triggered by the Rye and Steel Alliance. And French poodles are agreeing with me.
That is just madness.
Force on force, Axel is being defeated by French poodles.
You were. The French didn't defeat anyone in the First World War. That's a joke.
I think Axel is celebrating the purchase of a new set of extremely precision, high-tech, German-made movable goalposts.
Accurate, Nick. Accurate.
No, seriously, what I've been highlighting to people for many weeks is that what people fail to understand is the strategic calculus of the Russian Tsar, who believed that by putting the incendiaries into the Balkans, that he could find a way to destroy Western Europe, because he and his regime were behind, and they did. My friend M has highlighted this to many people here on a regular basis. People fail to understand, and if people read history and read, for example, even, should we say, more summary kind of history, it's difficult. Journalistic, fictional, no, not fictional, journalistic kind of approach to history, like the Sleepwalkers. It explains fairly well that the only nation which was bereft of any benefit of the Industrial Revolution was Russia. And they were happy for the Western European nations to fight each other, to kill each other. to kill the flower of their education, to kill the flower of their wonderful young men, at that point in time, predominantly men, who were capable of doing innovation. The outcome of the Industrial Revolution and its evident, positive, democratic change to society, the change to its wealth creation, was so massive that the threat to their own rule. And this is what drove them to insidiously infect European culture between 1911 and 1914 and be one of the worst forces in instilling fear, doubt, seeding discord, and trying to find a way to, in between the families of Europe, who unfortunately at that point in time still ruled, don't forget, to create this conflict. There was no need for this war. It's the worst thing ever happened.
I would add my 2 cents to that by way of an anecdote. Now, there's quite a famous picture from my school, my alma mater, Fettes College in Edinburgh, which was the first house photo taken of any of the houses in my school. It was College West House, I believe. And the first house photo was taken was the boys of College West House in 1912. And you have, it's about 40, 50 boys in the picture. And the housemaster is sitting right at the front, and then behind him you have the house prefects and blah 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 blah, so on and so forth up to the top where the younger boys were. And my old history master, Mr. David McDowell, he wrote a book called Brave Vigorous Life, where he tracked the fates of all these boys. A number of them became very famous. One of them was W.G. Seller, who wrote a book called 1066 and All That, which British listeners and Axel may be familiar with. And what struck me when I read his book was just how many of these boys fell. So you look at the line of house prefects, there are about 12 of them. All of them died on the Western Front, every single one. And around 30% of the rest of the boys died on the Western Front. And the housemaster, by 1915, the housemaster was so distraught at the fact that so many of his charges were coming back from Flanders in coffins, that he himself volunteered. He was a 55, 60-year-old man. He volunteered for service in the British Army and served in an ambulance unit on the Italian front. One of the very few British contributions to the Italian front was ambulances. And he ended up serving in an ambulance unit on the Italian front, where he died. And you imagine this was one house in one school in one country. You repeat this across all of the houses, in all of the schools, all across Europe, in all of the countries, in England, in Scotland, in France, in Germany, in Austria, in Hungary, and then you start to count the cost of war. So never again, never again.
I agree with you, and the sobering tone you've taken in every single village across, I guess, across the continent, at the very least across France that I know, you've got those monuments absolutely covered in the names of young men that went and never came back. But regarding the causes, I think Axel is giving way too much credit to our friends in St. Petersburg at the time, because I don't think these intellectual midgets had the ability to plan this sort of things. I mean, I'd be exceedingly surprised that if they could tie their own shoelaces. So them planning the destruction of Western Europe by Western Europe it sounds to me absolutely impossible. They may have wanted to conquer Constantinople but their ambitions stayed there. On the other hand, it's also true that Germany was facing what was completely overestimating. Once again, actually, it's quite interesting to see how it repeats itself, was completely overestimating the ability of Russia to become a massive industrial power, to become an actual threat for the German industry. That we had seen that in I don't exactly remember the date, but if I was to say, it was around 1885 when Russia banned most of the German export, tried to develop its own internal industry with French and English or British capital. And this led to a number of successes, but overall it was a completely dismal failure, and Tsarist Russia could probably never have become a significant industrial power, even if they had tried. But the Germans were not convinced of this. They were profoundly worried about this, and this, at the very least, was one of the main driver of the war, and one of the main triggers. Misunderstanding and overestimating the strength of St. Petersburg. And yeah, it's, when we think about it, it's really terrifying to think that we've made 100 years later exactly the same mistake. We overestimated, and we planned around this overestimation. In one case, the German overreacted, and in other case, they underreacted. But in both cases, we got it very, very wrong. And I'm saying we because the rest of Western Europe was very much making the same calculation as the Germans were doing. It's not a German issue; it's a European issue. Yeah, well, and the other one, which was strongly overestimating the ability of the Russian economy to develop, and the ability of the Russian army to actually do anything of any significance, was Russia itself. They saw themselves as able to defeat a third or fourth of the German army that was facing them in the east, and they completely failed. Which, by the way, a quick answer to Axel, that's maybe one of the reasons why France had so few victories against peers in the past 100 or 200 years. We tended not to attack our neighbors. That's very helpful. That tends to be good in general. Not very good for
Sorry,
the
in
record.
1870, 71, you did what?
Yeah, if you look at
thank you.
if you look at the string of what had happened just before, with Germany attacking Denmark and Germany attacking Austria, and
I'm just asking. You just said you didn't attack your neighbors. I'm just asking questions. That's what I'm trying to say, Ben. That's what I'm trying to highlight. Western European nations had managed to get out of the conflict of 1870-71, because don't forget the French position to the German civil revolution, which they should have supported in 1848-49, was to allow the Prussians and the Habsburgs to make a compromise, because they thought, this way, you know what, oh God, they won't get too strong. Big strategic mistake, because they didn't understand, because they were politicians, they did not understand industrial economics. They didn't see it. They were not progressive enough. They didn't understand technological evolvement. This is the biggest problem with our politicians today as well. They don't understand technology at all. They are useless when it comes to tech. This is what Elon Musk and others are constantly complaining about. Our politicians are so stupid when it comes to physics, mathematics, chemistry, technology. It makes you sick to your stomach. everybody in defense technology understands what's needed and what is possible. And this is so silly. And when you then talk about the French army in 1871, that's irrelevant because the only thing which happened is that the Russian Tsars wanted Western allies or the Western European kingdoms and empires to fight each other because they had no way of otherwise continuing their own power. The Duchy of Muscovy was dying, was withering. The Industrial Revolution in the 19th century at the end showed already how bad it was. This is why it faltered. This is why it collapsed. The biggest ever defeat of the Russians was in Tannenberg. They are the reason why this all happens. And it's the French politics of today. It's the German idiocy and politics of today. It is our appeasement. It's our failure of today to see the historical arc that this all comes back to the failure of the Russian culture to actually come out of Industrial Revolution and find a different way. And it's a massive failure if we allow ourselves to be divided today about past insurgents and past conflicts. It's nuts. It's crazy. We should not allow that to happen. What we should do is unite, defend democracy, support Ukraine, make sure that we are in favor of technology and get rid of the enemy. Nothing
Axel,
else matters.
I know you're simplifying for purpose, but there's one detail that you glossed over, which is very interesting and has fascinated me ever since I discovered it, is that it's not entirely true that the Industrial Revolution was foreign to the Russian Empire. It was actually, there are actually two booming areas in the Russian Empire that were showing the world a lot of promise, a lot of innovation, things that could be done. And you know, of course, which two these are. One of them is called today Poland, and the other one is called today Ukraine.
Two subjugated entities, not a single Russian city, not a single industrial complex.
No, what I'm saying is that
and by the way, when you say Poland and industry at that point in time, you're not saying Danzig, right? Because you can't, because it's German at that time.
No. I'm
for
talking Silesia and the like.
Silesia, Polish, please. Okay, next.
Yeah, no, but it's an interesting case because actually it developed in close relationship with their German neighbors.
You do read from time to time history about the 7 Years' War, right?
Not really.
Start from this and we'll talk about the industrial development of the region first. But the key thing is you're right about one thing, that Russia is an absolute failure at that point in time. It needs the West to fight. It manages to incite the fight and support this incitement, and the West failed. If we allow the narrative and the failure to yet again occur, we are all stupid.
I agree, but just to go back to Poland just a quarter of a second, there's a teeny bit of data which I really love, which is the fact that Polish women working in industry at the time in Russian-occupied Poland were paid better industrial sector was like in Moscow at the time. So for female wages to be higher than male wages. Oh
You
no.
scuttled half your fleet in 1858, so
1858?
yes, because you didn't have the money to continue operating them.
Oh yeah, but like I meant commercial navy. France only had a decent commercial navy between 1650 and 70, 80, and then it was all downwards. But it's not very important. Axel, I'd love to continue learning directly from you, but there is very charming ladies requiring my attention, and they do more than bark. So I'll let you be for the moment, but I'll be back very soon, hopefully with more things to discuss. Thanks a lot, Axel. Thanks a lot, Domin.
Axel, in 45 minutes time, what are we doing? Who are we talking to? What are we talking about? Axel?
Tim is with you.
Axel has gone for a wee. We're 5 beers in, so
Understood. Okay.
I'll forgive him.
Tim.
I'll forgive him his weakness. I was going to say the
I
last
will ask
time.
you then. What are we doing in 45 minutes?
I'm out the loop on that one. What are we doing in 45 minutes, Damon?
We are going to be talking about drones in 45 minutes with some good people from MryiaReport as well as UAV Tech. I hope Axel heard that. Because maybe it's a good time to maybe remind everyone that over the past week, a number of people associated with MryiaReport on the one end and UAV Tech, a drone manufacturer on the other, were in Ukraine, and they were training up some Ukrainian troops on the use of some very much cutting-edge, newfangled technology called drones. They're not the sort of drones that work in factories. No. These are the sort of drones that fly around and look down from high above at Russians, see what Russians are doing, and help Ukrainians win. And that's the sort of drones that they've been training the Ukrainian frontline troops in using, and we're going to be talking to them in about 45 minutes time. We're supposed to, we were trying to talk to them on Friday, but they were out of the range and their internet was not very good, and then cut out, so we couldn't really get more than through about half an hour of it. But today we'll have far more time. So if you want to know exactly what the good people in MryiaReport have been up to while they were in Ukraine, tune in about 45 minutes time, and you'll hear from the should I say the horse's mouth? But you know what I'm getting at, right? Straight from the source.
See, I'm very interested to learn about the tactical level military applications of these drones, and the extent to which they are replacing, platoon and company level light heavy weapons, if that's not too much of a tautology, such as mortars and M203.
It's almost as though this is something of your expertise, Tim, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that. But certainly, as a man who has carried a mortar base plate, this is a very, very interesting area of warfare for me, because I have traumatic memories of that horrible 30-pound piece of shit attached to the outside of my Bergen as I walked across various dismal training areas in our United Kingdom. An experience I have absolutely no desire to repeat, and I wouldn't wish it upon our Ukrainian brothers either. So it is interesting to me to what extent will drones replace that kind of horrible, and to the extent to which it is replacing that kind of horrible in the conflict in Ukraine. Sorry, the war in Ukraine. We should use the proper words here.
I think what we're going to do, we're going to send dear Tim, to somewhere to Cherkasy and train people on mortars.
The only training I've received is how to carry the base plate. That's it.
So, Axel, should we maybe put that card up on the Twitter timeline so that more people can, share it out and retweet it, saying that they're
Why
coming in
don't
about
you?
45 minutes time? Well, I can't. I cannot because I cannot enter the MryiaReport account.
On the mortar, sorry, on the mortar thing, is the issue not at the moment just sheer numbers? Mortar base plates are not expensive. Mortars are not expensive. There are many, many, many platoons and companies on the front line, and there aren't that many drones. The mortar, when you wake up in the morning, is still a mortar. The drone has to go back to base, has to refuel. So, maybe when the Ukrainian army has 10,000 drones, then we can talk about it. But it seems to me that you'd rather have a drone than a mortar, but that isn't the issue. We'd all rather have a car than a bicycle, but lots of people have bicycles. So it just seems to me that the numbers and the cost currently don't add up to do that in huge numbers.
And of course, a drone is not a drone is not a drone, right? Some drones are much easier to make. They're much cheaper than others. The cheaper ones tend to get hit by things more quickly. They have different roles. Some of them are purely observational, different sort of range, different sort of endurance, right? There's lots of differences within.
Well,
I mean, much more differences within drones than within mortars, that's for sure. Nick.
That's a separate question, but one can easily imagine a drone that has roughly the equivalent firepower of a mortar. Something like a big Switchblade or something like that, or the Switchblade suicide drone. Nothing as big as a Bayraktar. You can also imagine an artillery equivalent of a Bayraktar. The point being that the drone at the moment is always going to cost 15 to 20 to 30 times as much, need somewhere to land, need to be refueled, will not be working for some part of the time. And so, yes, in terms of how much damage it does to the enemy, you can map these things onto each other, but in terms of being able to deliver them to the front line and have them still working in a week, Tim's base plate, it seems to me, still have a role for quite some time, because there's always room at the low end of the market. The idea that you will have all of the mortars replaced by drones seems to me wildly optimistic, unless you're also going to replace all of the frontline troops. And then you get into this strange form of warfare where nobody gets out of bed and my drones come and have a pop at your drones. And ultimately, war is going to continue, I think, to have to be about having people walk into your city and occupy it. And to that extent, you're still going to need close combat infantry weapons that the infantry men can have with them for when they need it. Starting off with a pistol and a rifle, and then a mortar. Whereas a drone is something you're probably always going to have to call up. You probably haven't got a field within 200 meters of each platoon that can run a drone up and someone to refuel it, etc. So I think at present the cost, and I think over time simply the economics and the fact that there's always a low end will militate against any idea that drones will replace battlefield weapons. I think they will complement them, just as air forces have done. In fact, I think that the danger of replacement is not so much by drones, is not so much the platoon and company level light heavy weapons, it's the ground attack aircraft.
Tim, what do you think?
Beg your pardon, I was just tweeting there. I think something that's come out of the Ukraine conflict is the use of drones, especially light drones, in a completely different way. And the reason I stated my interest in their capacity to replace kind of section / platoon level / company level medium weapons is, I believe, this is the first conflict in which they've been used in this way. I mean, with the possible exception of Syria. So it certainly interests me. As I'm sure we all know, mortars are far from a perfect weapon, especially when used at that level. They are fairly difficult to use. They are difficult to carry. They are not particularly accurate. They suffer from limited ability to carry ammunition. And I think that the kind of the small munition releasing drone, especially in an anti-armor and an anti-personnel context, it certainly represents an interesting development, and I'm sure Western militaries are watching very, very closely.
Tim, maybe let's touch upon the recon capacities and utilities of a drone as well. Not just as a weapon, but as an observational platform, as a fire direction platform, integrating with existing technologies. Otherwise,
well, I think it's fantastic for that, not least because you can almost use basically €300 commercial drones for the spotting. Where it gets complicated is that if you want to kill people with it, you've got to carry something relatively heavy. And then you're getting into, much bigger battery packs and much more logistics to do that. So, Tim, for example, if you're thinking of a drone that could carry, let's imagine a drone that can carry something the size of a 80mm mortar shell. How would you foresee that being operated? Would each section have one? How would it work? How would it fit into a platoon or company's logistics, as they hang around the battlefield, in terms of charging it, servicing it? How would you see that working in compared to the difficulties that you described with the mortar?
Well, I mean, speaking from a surveillance perspective, I mean, you have the type of surveillance that is provided by a drone is not comparable to the Mark I eyeball. It is, if you think about our when I was in the HAC, our typical role was short range OPs and long range patrols. So it was all about getting an OP set up, a covert or overt OP set up, where you could actually put eyes on the enemy. And you would use a number of extremely sophisticated optical systems to achieve the effect in the find. So it was all about surveilling real time, feeding intelligence up the chain of command, and producing a realistic picture of your particular arc of observation. So it was about identifying weapon systems, identifying patterns of behavior, identifying routine among the enemy, and reporting it in real time. I'm not sure that, as currently constituted, drones are capable of providing the kind of detailed intelligence that a static OP is able to provide. I'm just not convinced that where we are at the moment, that drones are a reasonable replacement for that, because they have limited range, they have very, very limited endurance, and this is really the challenge with drones: is they cannot stay up in the air for very long. They're also not covert. So a drone, they are quite noisy. You can see them. They're not hiding. You can see a drone. I'm not sure what the observation limit is on a drone, but it's probably fairly close. If a drone is close enough to you to provide the kind of intelligence that a static OP can provide, you're probably going to see it and or hear it. So from a surveillance point of view, I'm not sure that they can provide that level of. I'm not convinced they can replace traditional methods of short and long-term surveillance, because I've done that role, and it's horrible, and it's about it's kind of hiding in a bush and looking at stuff. That's what it is. It's not having a thing floating around that everybody can see, because when you know you're being observed, your routine changes, right? And that's really quite important. There are counter surveillance methodologies you use in the battlefield when you know you're being watched.
They know, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Donald Rumsfeld thing. Is it the Donald Rumsfeld thing? It's the known unknowns. It changes your pattern of behavior. It changes your routine. You start running into subterfuge and counter surveillance techniques to confuse the enemy who you know are watching you. It's known unknowns. In terms of replacing mortar capabilities, again, it depends on the level of ordnance you're talking about. So at the platoon and the section level, I think the Ukrainians are doing very, very interesting things with drones. Kind of the 51. Well, the British Army uses a 51 millimeter mortar as its lightest platoon and company level, as its lightest, kind of platoon level heavy-ish weapon on the mortar front. I could easily see drones replacing that capability, simply in terms of accuracy. And in terms of usability and portability. Anything heavier than that, the 81 millimeter mortar is a company or more likely a battalion level weapon. It operates in highly specialized platoons. Those platoons are capable of moving them around. They are highly expert in using them, and they are extremely effective weapons. So I think at the very lightest level, I can see drones replacing 51 millimeter mortar type weapons, and to an extent M203 as well. But anything heavier than that, I think they're really no match for a capable mortar platoon, a capable weapons platoon. Absolutely. Does that answer your question, Nick?
It's also a problem with the volume, right? If you have a small drone, they can maybe carry one of these mortar shells, and it takes quite a while for them to take off, get there, drop it down, come back, right? Whereas a mortar, what's the firing rate on a mortar once you have it set up, Tim?
The firing rate is really as fast as you want it to be. I mean, it's with mortars as weapons, it's not about how fast you can fire it. It's more about how much ammunition you have, right? So you think about,
because you can only carry so much, and it's often an infantry weapon, right?
So you think about section, platoon, and company level rounds complete is maybe 10 or 20, because these rounds, they weigh about 10 pounds each, so there's a limit to how much of those the chaps can carry. So the rate of fire is not a limitation in mortar systems, because as fast as you can put them down the barrel, that's as fast as you can fire them, right? It's not like heavy artillery where there is very much a lag. There's very much a quite slow reloading process. With a mortar, you drop it down the barrel, boom, and that's it. You can really fire as many of those as you can have.
Does that limitation, though, not also apply to the idea of a drone carrying a similar bomb? In that, you've got to put the mortar up, but you've got to put the drone up and down quite a few times. So first of all, you've got the limitation of the rate of fire, because you've got to, presumably the drone doesn't carry all 10. And secondly, you're still limited as a platoon level weapon by the weight of the shell. So I'm not certain where the gain is here, unless you've got, because it seems to me that any solution that involves hooking the bombs to the drones is then going to run, as long as you've decentralized the drones down to your company level, then you've still got the same problem of the bombs, but maybe I'm missing something.
This is the kind of question you need to ask in 30 minutes, Nick, because we will have the global cutting edge experts on all things drones and all things dropping mortar bombs off of drones in 30 minutes. So
Tim,
please save that very excellent question.
Very specific question here for you. So this is good suggestion by one of our Dutch listeners. I think Dutch. Pardon me if you're not Dutch. How much lighter ammunition could you make for this? Because you wouldn't have to have what shall we say? You don't have to have the propellant, right? If you're just dropping it straight down, it's already at maximum elevation. You don't first need to carry stuff that gets it up because the drone gets it up. So can you how much of the mass? Let me ask you this: of a mortar shell, how much of the mass can you dispense with if you don't need any propellant or casing for a propellant? Half of it?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Well, depends what your effect is. So you think your average fragmentation grenade weighs about what? About a pound, about 500 grams, something like that. Yeah, maybe slightly more. Hang on, the dogs are about to go nuts, so do forgive me in advance. So it depends what you're achieving. Fragmentation is a fairly light capability, so you need a small quantity of explosives and a large quantity of stuff that disintegrates. Yeah. When you're talking about high explosives, high explosives are actually quite heavy. So you think C4, cordite as it used to be. This is quite a heavy substance. As you say, there is an advantage to be had in not having the propellant. What exactly the maths is there, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Yeah, I mean, you think about a light mortar bomb weighing about 5 pounds, and a grenade with equivalent effect weighing a tenth of that. Then yeah, I would say there's a profound advantage in the amount of ammunition men can carry. Sure. Did that make sense?
Did you have a number for me? What proportion of the mortar shell can you dispense with if you don't need it to get itself up? Blue Peter approach plus some numbers, please. Numbers and with a percent sign following them.
Okay, well, the Blue Peter approach, in my unstudied opinion, is that if a mortar bomb weighs 5 kilograms and a grenade with a similar effect weighs maybe a kilogram, then I would say there's probably an 80% weight saving. But this is me pulling numbers out of my ass.
Can I just interject here for the benefit of those who have not spent a great deal of time in the United Kingdom? Blue Peter is the most famous information and entertainment program for children on British television. Every British person under the age of about 70 grew up with it and is familiar with its friendly and accessible style. So Blue Peter type information is a way of saying, I think you might use people might sometimes use the term ELI5, explain like I'm 5, although the average Blue Peter viewer is probably more like 8 to 12. So just that particular slang comes up a lot, and I think there may be listeners going, yeah, what is this Blue Peter thing?
We are here to expand horizons of anyone who might be listening. And so I think we're intentionally using somewhat obscure references as to bring together the good people from different corners of the world who are joined in confusion.
Well, let's deconfuse and discombobulate them for a second, because it's extremely hard to carry all the shit our friend Tim has just highlighted. Because carrying mortar shells, because you don't carry just one, you carry a few of them. They are heavy, they are unwieldy. You need to protect them. They come in a certain amount of baggage. Let's put it this way. Then you carry the mortar itself. That is a bloody heavy thing. Doman, I just sent you some images collected from our beloved friends, and Dr. Google has helped. But still, if you want, we can definitely find a picture of the young Welsh hero when he was scaling the heights of Scotland, carrying mortar equipment on his back. That being Tim, with a bit of luck.
So yes, what interests me about the drone technology is actually got a hot mic. Is well done. Is the weight is the weight thing, right? Because as I said, mortar shells about 10 pounds, about 5 kilos, even for the lightest ones. Grenades about a kilo, slightly less perhaps. And as you say, Doman, I guess a lot of that, these are weapons that have a vaguely equivalent effect. So a light mortar is slightly heavier than a grenade, but it's not that much heavier. So it's an interesting point. When you dispense with the propellant, you do seem to lose, kind of between 60 and 80% of the weight there. And I think that's a very salient point. And this is one of the things that excites me. Whether you will end up losing on having to carry a drone and having to carry the batteries to that drone. And this is, as any man who's carried radio batteries will tell you, this is an absolute fucker. Because you're going out for, a week, 2 weeks, you're not going to get resupplied. Oh, for God's sake. Sorry, the dogs are going out together. You're not going to get resupplied. You have to carry enough batteries to keep your radio alive for an amount of time. Presumably, you will also have to carry enough batteries for your drone. So whether there is an absolute weight saving there is a question I'm looking forward to learning about in 20 minutes time. Yeah, it's an interesting point. What is the weight saving? So this is a question for the drone guys, I think, in 20 minutes. Have we lost Doman?
No, you've not misplaced me.
Did you do any military service, Doman?
No.
How did you manage to avoid that? Do they not have national service in Slovakia?
I have no idea what they have in Slovakia and what they don't.
I'm teasing you, of course. How about Slovenia?
No. Got rid of that a very long time ago, in the 90s already.
This is because the Balkans is generally a very stable and calm sort of place, so there's really no need for it.
Exactly. Good thing we're not in the Balkans.
Does Slovenia not count as Balkans?
Depends on who you ask. It's kind of about 30%, I guess, geographically is in the Balkans because of the way that it's defined where the start of the Balkans is. But as soon as we left Yugoslavia, we were once again proudly not Balkans, and we're once again Mitteleuropa.
Are you trying to reintegrate into either Italy, Austria-Hungary, or finding a way to create an insidious campaign to overtake Croatia?
No, not at all. But honestly, if Cisleithania comes back, I'm up for that.
So you're completely happy being an independent nation within Europe without having to defend yourself because NATO is there?
Pretty much. At some point, somebody asks, "Oh, should Slovenia invest in some jets?" And then they realize that there aren't any jets that could get to 80% of their top speed, apparently, before they left the borders of the country. So then they stuck with the prop planes. That was the public explanation anyway.
But Doman, if we were to try to find a way to hire you into the communications division of the Ukrainian armed forces, would you say no?
No, I wouldn't say no. I think I'd just be particularly ill-suited and ill-equipped to do so. I think it's a bit of a difference.
I agree. So let's keep this on the straight and narrow. We are not part of that, by the way, dear gentle people. We are superbly in support of the Ukrainian armed forces. We actually love them a lot. We think they're fantastic. They've done a great job. And we do like General Saluzhny and all his boys and girls. We're absolutely in awe of them, but we're not part of them. So sorry, Russian trolls, we're not quite there yet. We're actually from the West. You know, we are the arsenal of democracy backing Ukraine up. We're the big boys. We're the ones with the deep pockets. We're the ones with a long-term commitment to actually making sure that you fail. So, dear Russian trolls, come back to us. We're here. We're ready. We're always there. We really don't care. You can come at us any point in time, and we will deconstruct you. And by the way, we have more money. We're more innovative. We actually even have culture. We don't have to have ballet dancers putting 3 Putins on our wonderful um, chins and the likes and riffs and whatnot. No, we don't have to do any of these things. We're completely normal people who just like to make sure that nobody rapes our 8-year-old or 8-month-old children. How about that?
Absolutely. And with that, we got the hilarious concept of an anti-gay ballet dancer. You know, that great bastion of heterosexual culture that is ballet.
Do you mean the chap who tattooed Putin's face on his torso? Not once,
yes,
not twice, but thrice.
Thrice.
Yes,
Oh,
thrice.
finally. There is a man who studied in Oxford, not in bloody left-wing Cambridge.
Why do you always do a Jamaican accent when you do that? I don't.
That's a thing, you know. I love my friends in the north, and this family contour in Inverness, and they always speak like this. They're most bereft of English, but at the same time they're very, very charming.
Absolutely. So I see Finance has got his hands up, but before we move to that, Doman, I read somewhere that the Italians, they get a half bottle of Chianti in their 24-hour ration packs. Number one, is that true? And number two, don't you feel there might be a role for a gentleman of your expertise militarily?
There might be. For a start, I would scrap the Chianti, go with something better, and up the ration, because a half bottle in 24 hours is no way to sustain anyone.
Finance, I see you've got your hand up. What's up, my friend?
Well, first we can thank the Italians for creating the standard, give or take 750 milliliter bottle of wine, created during the Roman Empire era as a single serving for one person. That's the appropriate amount of wine to drink for one person at one meal. So if you're curious how much wine you should drink at a meal, that whole bottle was created for you for one meal. So just want to say that, the Italians...
There's a finance, if I may.
I'm just saying that as the creators of the size of the wine bottle, their army should know better.
No, exactly, and I want to highlight here, and this is something that Tim will appreciate, and Nick will likewise, I think. You say that one 750 milliliter bottle is the perfect size for one person at a meal. Of course, Winston Churchill had similar thoughts, noting that a magnum, that is to say a double bottle, 1.5 liters, is the perfect size for 2 gentlemen to have over lunch, especially if one is not drinking.
I was going to say that Winston Churchill probably thought that's the proper amount to have as he brushed his teeth in the morning. So I'm
no, that was a pint. That's different.
Using him as a barometer for how much anybody should drink would leave the entire world dead of liver poisoning rather quickly.
The one of the post-Brexit discussions has been whether they should bring back the previously apparently disallowed measure of a pint. That would be an imperial pint, so 580 odd milliliters, 568 milliliters in proper money of champagne. This is the Tory fantasy that they're going to have a pint of champagne for lunch. I will note what you're saying about the Romans and should there even be alcohol in military rations? I presume the Americans don't have this. I recently learned that until the 1950s, elementary school canteens in France serving children from 5 to 11 included watered down wine at lunchtime.
Gotta get them started out right. In seriousness, I was going to ask.
Sorry, Finance. Just one more comment, Nick. I'm not sure about champagne. Hubert Dupuy, the owner of Paul Roger, did suggest that something like that might happen. However, English sparkling wine, which is awfully similar to champagne, honestly. Rathfinney, I believe, put down some pint bottles a few years ago that might be ready for drinking quite soon. I apologize, Finance, but I finally get to use my expertise in something.
I feel another relevant point to make at this point is that until I believe 1992, the French army operated air mobile field brothels. I read this somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not, but they had these in Djibouti as late as 1992. The air mobile point is very interesting because these are presumably para-trained hookers. It's fascinating.
I presume this is not true, but it does make a good story, yes.
Right, Finance was going to make us talk about serious things now. I apologize for the frivolity early in the morning, Finance.
On the topic a little bit closer to the current...
You don't apologize for frivolity, you apologize for frivolousness.
I apologize for saying the word frivolity.
I'm just trying to highlight this to people who have only studied for 2 semesters in Oxford.
Brits. Anyways, bringing us back a little bit closer to the current Russian invasion of Ukraine, I read Thomas C. Tyner was saying that at the rate things are going, the Kherson Oblast is going to turn into what he, perhaps not tongue-in-cheek, but to me sounds absolutely hilarious, called the largest self-administered POW camp of all time. If that's true, what sort of military actions would result in that situation?
I'm just going to venture a guess. Denial of resupply by means of long-range fires and wait them out to stop administering themselves. Just guessing.
Wouldn't that also mean Ukraine attacking on the other side of the Dnieper from where these people are? I don't know if the term "people" is appropriate here. That's why I was stumbling on myself there.
I tried to cover this with Craig yesterday. I still think troops is the most important because trup in Russian is a corpse or a dead body, and it's a good fortuitous coincidence there. I guess so. The problem is it's kind of still far, right, to get all the way down there from Zaporizhia. But if Russians do put an insane number of troops on the wrong bank, on the right bank, that is, ironically, it's certainly because it would make it a whole lot easier to get through, wouldn't it be? That's something for Axel and Tim to try to explain. And just a quick announcement, in 10 minutes, we'll be joined by some good people from MryiaReport and partners who've been training Ukrainian soldiers on how to use some very nifty drones over the past few days on the ground in Ukraine, somewhere at a secret, undisclosed location, quite rightly so. And they'll be telling us all about also their feedback loop that they've established with the soldiers, with the operators of these drones, to make sure that the next batch of drones are even better, not bigger, not heavier, but better. And we'll be talking all about that, feedback loop and the design process and optimization process additionally as well. Then John, do you want to maybe tackle Finance's point? If everybody would retweet that tweet that's up in the most recent one, that'd be grand. Then John.
Thanks, Norman. I just, what do you think? That Russian word troops, is that intentional? I mean, Stalingrad and other places. It's a relevant meaning of the word from Russian point of view.
Certainly. I think it's an incidental one. Trup means sort of body, torso, depending on which Slavic language you look at. So that's the general Slavicism, so to speak. So it's not. It's just coincidental. As to if the question is why they're putting all their troops on the right bank of the Dnipro, it's because they think they can hold Kherson, and obviously the officers seem not to think so, because as Vitaly Kim, is he the mayor of Mykolaiv or the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast? Either way, he's a high-ranking Ukrainian politician who's governing from the city of Mykolaiv, right up the road from Kherson. He noted that yesterday. He noted that apparently a whole lot of Russian officers have been going from the right bank to the left bank, and that will leave a whole lot of Russian troops on the right bank, but seemingly very little command, very little control, very few to kind of make them actually do anything. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm very curious to hear any confirmations or disconfirmations of that particular story. Should be very interesting indeed. Of course, later today, in just over 2 hours' time, we are going to be talking to Roman Pelech, who actually jumped in yesterday, so we know that his technology definitely works very well. Who is a private in the Ukrainian army, used to be a successful businessman, signed right up because he had to go and defend his country. He's nearby Kherson. He was recently wounded. He seems to have been mended up pretty well. But he's nearby Kherson, and maybe he'll share some of his observations as well. Okay, we're getting some more people up. Verlaine, welcome up. And Timo, and I think Timo wants to talk about Kherson, and we'll let Verlaine get settled in and prepped for what's coming up very soon. Timo.
Hi, or actually I wanted to mention regarding the grenades and mortars. In a mortar, the propellant, it's usually about shotgun shell sized cartridge at the tail of the mortar, and then a little explosive donuts around the tail for extra propellant. So it's a relatively small proportion of the weight. Mortar is, compared to grenade launcher grenades, it's maybe more of fragmentation heavy. The fragmentation stuff makes up a huge share of the mortar cell weight, whereas maybe in a grenade launcher there's maybe more explosive weight.
Thank you, Timo. See, this is what I wanted out of Tim, but Tim was never trained on anything but carrying the base plate apparently, and couldn't provide this, relevant information at the time.
Sorry.
Such it is. So, Verlaine, Paul, shall we get started, or do you want to wait for a little bit to get settled in and make sure that all the mics work and the like?
If we can just wait for a little while, Diamond, because Adam, I think, is close. So if we just wait for a little while.
Absolutely. Give me do you know what? Put your hand up, or have Verlaine put your hand up when we have Adam on as well, and then we can get started, and then I know that we're all good to go. Excellent.
Diamond, we've been so diligent in our preparation, so we are not only in different rooms, we're in different floors to make it better.
You have a 2-floor tent?
It's one of these very modern ones.
We're actually out of the range, so there shouldn't be any interference in terms of missing Starlink or I don't know, but potential EW things smashing our comms, so should be good to go. So greetings from downtown of Kyiv.
So what are we waiting for? Doman, give it a start. Let's talk about why on
Well,
earth did
we are waiting.
MryiaReport come up with the idea of sponsoring something like drones?
Well, actually, in that case, Paul, maybe you don't have to wait for it. Maybe you can tell us about this, because I think that you were right at the heart of that, were you not?
I was. It was something that MryiaReport decided on very early, and Colonel Lake actually gave me the task. Well, it was myself and one of the other MryiaReport team members to basically initially to do a desktop study of stuff that was available. Just hang on a second. I think that's Adam just knocking on the door. Bear with me.
How do you knock on the door of a tent?
No, we've moved. We have moved out of the tent, Axel. We're having a little bit of R&R in downtown Kiev. So anyway, good news. Adam's turned up. So back to your question. So Colonel Lake gave myself and another guy a task. The first bit of it was really just a desktop study. Well, actually, the first bit was talking to SOF and Recce units about what it was that they needed. So we then did a list of sort of must-haves, nice-to-haves, and then did a desktop study on what was available. And it was at that point then that we came across UAV tech. And on paper, it looked good. But then what happened was that I then went up and visited them, talked through what they were capable of. And then I did a couple more visits where I was basically doing factory acceptance testing. So where we could prove what was on paper, physically we did it. Of course, because of restrictions of flying drones in the UK, I wasn't able to actually test range. We weren't allowed to go very high because you just can't. But as far as I could, we did factory acceptance testing, and then went ahead and made the purchase, and the rest is history.
What history? Paul, can you explain to us what happened then?
So we started then getting in touch. So, one of the good things about working within MryiaReport is the CAF members within it, because of Op Unifier, have got a lot of good contacts within the Ukrainian armed forces. And that was critical for two reasons. Firstly, we were able to talk to units that we thought that could help. So that was about who we were going to support. But actually, even more critically, we were able to make contact with various other people within the armed forces, where they were able to then lay on accommodation for the students coming in, and for us, of course. And also they were able to help us simplify, well, I don't know about simplify, but they were able to smooth the paperwork process that needs to be done in order to get such equipment into Ukraine. So it was then, once we had all that done, it was then just a case of talking to the units that we were supporting and pulling them in for a training period, obviously with the blessing of their commanding officer, and working through the training. And then, I mean, on the first training package, well, we do it on them all, but on the first one, the team carried out with everybody involved. So that was also everybody involved in the supply chain of it, a sort of what the military would call an after action review. I guess the rest of us would know it as lessons learned. and then that informed Op Fury 2. So in the case of UAV Tech, they brought different equipment that they knew would be useful. And in our case, it was just a case then of refining the process for getting stuff into the country, and also sorting out what was required at the training facility.
Shall we go back to before Op Fury 1 a little bit more? How much prep, how much work, how much case-specific prep had to go into while you were still in the UK before anything was sent to Ukraine in the first place?
The thing was that I wanted more time than I was actually allowed. I remember sending a message to Mel saying, right, okay, I know what the task is, I know what I need to do, but what's the timeline for getting it done? And she said a week. So, I in an ideal world, if I was doing what I do in real life, I would have wanted more preparation time in case I missed anything. But we just didn't have the time. The equipment was needed yesterday. So it was a case of myself and a guy called Lubomir, who's part of the MryiaReport organisation, just working as quickly as we could. We just had to prioritise a lot of stuff and couldn't spend too long thinking about it. And so yes, to a certain extent, it was a risk. But what was good was I'm based in the UK, and UAV Tech are also based in the UK. So one of the things that was good was that I was able to go and meet them early on and talk to them and sort of getting an understanding of them and how they felt about helping out. And one of the things that was clear to me from the very beginning, that this was more for UAV Tech, this was more about helping the Ukrainian soldiers than it was about making money. They have to make enough money to stay viable as a company, but that's basically all they are doing. So I think where I was uncomfortable with the preparation time, the fact that UAV Tech were close to where I lived made things a lot easier and took a lot of risk out of the process.
And Adam, if we have you there now, how was it for you? How was the experience for you from the start? This NGO that you've probably not heard of prior because it's fairly new just approaches you and says, "Hey, we have a bunch of officers who know a bunch of Ukrainians. We'd really like to partner up with you and help Ukraine do better in the war, better fighting off the Russian invasion."
Yeah, hi Doman, hi all. Thank you. So it's quite interesting, really. We are a small, medium enterprise, but our focus is predominantly on military equipment globally, or military-based drones globally. So an approach from someone like Paul and the team at MryiaReport isn't necessarily new. Some of the process is certainly new, and we've already been here previously before working with MryiaReport. I mean, when we first met Paul, I was chatting to Paul about this morning. I described him as being quite tense, and I think that was only because of having listened to the conversation just then. Was given the task by Mel was to come to us, or to find this solution within 7 days. That's quite a tall order, but he's managed to do it. So the interaction we've had with MryiaReport has always been positive. And I remember when we first came out on Op Fury 1, Mel's brief to the guys over by video link was quite passionate, and obviously the relationships that Mel has with the individuals here through her time on Unifier is evident, and everybody has this common goal in that sense. So short answer, yes, it's positive. I don't think without Paul's help, he's very good at what he does outside of this, and that's evident in the paperwork. It's always there. The connections we have here are very, very good, and they're established now. We have good rapport with them, and it's you're not just you say we are a business, but we're making good friends along the way. We have that passion, and we want to continue doing those things. And you look at the support we get from Fellaini. Our Ukrainian is non-existent essentially when it comes to speaking the language. In fact, I struggle with English most of the time. But it's without it, we wouldn't have. I don't think we wouldn't have had this success. And the team at the NGU Centre they're also very good. They're more than willing to help, and anything we need or any questions that we have. I don't think we've ever received a no. Can we move freely? Yes, we can. But that's taken a couple of times for that trust to be built up. So it's all positive. Don't get me wrong; it's sometimes quite stressful at times, and we're obviously working on other projects globally. We have to try and balance what we're doing with what we globally with what we're doing here. But we are cracking on with it. Over.
Let's just briefly jump to Op Fury 1. What was Op Fury 1 for anybody who's missed it? Maybe was off the internet for July. What was that?
So Op Fury 1 was the first run out of the equipment that Paul had sourced under the tasking that he'd received. So that was the first introduction for us to the teams out here, and essentially it was a training exercise, bringing the airframe out, giving it its first good run out with the people that are actually going to use it, sitting down in a classroom, going through every part of the equipment in the box. This is what it does. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some very experienced operators here, not just wedding photography pilots. These are guys that are using it for the reasons they are, but it's something new. So the system is, they need to learn it, and they're very swift to learn. I mean, it's incredible. When we teach people back in the UK, you sometimes get 12 people, and maybe half a dozen of those, or half of those, the 12 will pick things up really, really quickly. The teams here that we've met, the majority of them, say 80%, will pick up stuff super, super quick. They're experienced. They've been doing it before the war. This is some of them. This is their bread and butter. This is what they do. So Op Fury 1, airframes out. It's like going back to school. So this is what you've got. We'll tell them what we're going to teach them, and then recap it, and then get out flying. That's essentially Op Fury 1.
And clearly that went well, and you literally came back for seconds, so to speak. So what's the difference? That one was a lot shorter, right? This is longer, more involved. What did you do this time, and what did the first time round kind of tell you what you could or should maybe be focusing more the second time round?
Yeah, good question. So the first time was they have to trust us, and they have to get to know us. And I think if we hadn't have had that trust from the first time, we may not have been invited back, or that might have been cut off after Op Fury 1. So speaking to the guys here is how do they use this stuff, and the details we'll leave out. When do they use this stuff? Again, the details we'll leave out for this audience, unfortunately. But it's refining the training program to fit the operational requirement. So they say we use it for X reason. You say, okay, why? And we'll maybe take them a step back from what they're doing, look at the way they use tactics training and other things, and refine it. We have experience in this arena, and we're keen to impart the knowledge that we have. If we can make the way they run operations more smoothly. So it's Op Fury 2 has been focused on the more specific training, again using different airframes along with the Fury itself.
When you say different airframes, what are these different airframes, and how are they different from one another? Because oftentimes somebody says, "Oh, it's a drone." Well, drones can be very different. Obviously, you know this, but drones can be very different indeed. They can range from something they can fit on your palm all the way to something that might be, 6, 7, 12 meters across wingspan wise. So, what kind of different ones did you have, and how do they differ from one another? What kind of drones are these?
So we touched on this very briefly last time that we spoke. I had the opportunity to speak. So Fury, as you know, is a tail-sitting aircraft. It performs like a quadcopter, so motored in all four corners, takes off vertically, transitions into forward flight, and flies like an airplane. But this time we brought some other quadcopters based on race drone frames. And the guys are getting used to flying these. They're pretty quick. They handle differently to maybe a drone you can buy on the commercial market, or certainly in the pleasure industry. So it's just getting them used to it. The operating system is the same, so it reduces a training burden, maybe slight type training. So the Fury does fly differently to the areas that we, again, like we mentioned last time. But if you give a soldier a new rifle, you might not expect them to use that rifle correctly the first time. So it's a matter of taking the kit that you get, making sure they're competent with it, and then letting them go to the work that they're going to do. So the systems vary. The Fury, yes, we know about, and in this instance, the Ares and some of the smaller platforms that we've handed to the guys in the background.
So there's two systems, right? There's Ares, there's Fury. Is there a third as well?
Yeah, we're looking at a larger aircraft, which is a VTOL-based aircraft. And I apologise if some of my answers are quite vague. I'm really mindful about.
Where to stop, right? I'll ask questions, and you go as far as you wish to go, or feel correct in going, and then that's perfectly fine. I will not drill further. Worry not.
Yeah, thanks, Dom. So we do have to be super careful, especially in the digital space. You just never know who's listening. So we'll have experimental aircraft that we'll bring over. We'll test fly. We'll get the ranges off some of them, and this goes back to the Fury 1, where we had a solution that we thought was viable. It turns out in the environment we're operating in, it isn't viable. So we adapt it. What can we use to increase range and durability, or duration of the aircraft? So we've taken that feedback. I think Mel and Paul and the command team have seen some of those points, and we'll apply it to Op Fury 2, then subsequently Op Fury 3 and 4 if we're lucky enough to keep being involved. Over.
Thank you, Tim. Go ahead, and then I'll ask you a little bit about the development.
Sorry, should it not be called ongoing Fury?
Yeah, why not?
Tim.
I was about to ask about the. I don't know the extent to which you're able to answer this question, but I wanted you to expand on the tactical applications of these drones, especially when it comes to replacing platoon and company level medium weapons such as 51, 81 millimeter mortar. But I appreciate you might not be able to expand on that.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So it's the use of the UAV can perhaps refine some of those larger weapons that you've just spoken about. I mean, we're talking. This is general terms here. So if you have the ability to spot enemy positions using thermal imaging, for example, but at what distance can you do that? So some of you might understand that thermal capabilities you need to be able to detect, recognize, and identify at certain distances, and then each of those, based on the sensor that you use, so the camera, is then refined. So can I identify a soldier with a long barrel weapon at 150 meters? Can I identify that person differently to a person who's a civilian who probably doesn't look like a soldier? It doesn't appear to be carrying a long barreled weapon. and then you can get into the further refinement of positively identifying something. So it's a whole mission process, and how you use it and overlay it with. I used this term once in the previous life, and it's like making a cake. I apologise for the analogy, but all these ingredients come into providing you with a layered process about how you do targeting, either for identifying things, so as an ISR role, so in intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and then applying that to a targeting system like you've just mentioned there, Tim, or larger weapon systems. But that's how they all work together. So it's not just one effort to do one thing, it's multiple layers of information that you're using to affect a result. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, perhaps we're talking about different capabilities here, but we did have an interesting discussion about earlier on about the way in which Ukrainian troops are using drones to get effect on target. I'm talking, dropping particular munitions, and I mean, we've all seen the videos, right, of drone-based munitions sailing through the driver's hatch of a tank. Is this something that you guys are working on, or can you not talk about it, or no?
So obviously, MryiaReport are supplying non-lethal equipment to the soldiers.
All right, let's jump back to this sort of feedback loop of development and so on. So you were noting how you continuously develop these things. You take in feedback that you get from the operators. How does that work in practice? I'm imagining sort of engineering workshop. Somebody comes in, says, somebody told us that this doesn't work quite perfectly. This is such an, maybe this could be a little bit different. They should be able to do something else. How does that work for you, right? Because obviously you prototype these things extensively yourselves. You tried them out, you fly them, but nothing quite replicates actual use in, say, battlefield conditions.
I'm not sure the perfect drone actually exists, and I think there's a lot of people who might have this, vision of looking through walls and seeing through trees with 4K clarity, and flying for multiple hours on a platform that's no bigger than a bedroom pillow, for example. It doesn't exist. Warfare's changed, and we have to be. When it comes to feedback, say I get 5 bits of feedback, it's like one of those multiple choice answer sheets, isn't it? So 2 answers are likely to be really wrong, and 2 are likely to be, or more likely to be, the correct answers, and one of those is the correct answer. In this case, we might get 4 bits of feedback, 2 of which may be completely unachievable, and we'll tell them it's unachievable, and the other 2 could be worked on very, very quickly, and one of those 2 could be a really quick win. For example, the way we operate the Fury's camera is different to the way that we operate the Ares camera. The guy said to us this week, can we change it so the Ares operates the same way the Fury does? We did, and they loved it, because it's the fine motor skill of operating a UAV. One small change can make that experience significantly better and more fit for purpose. So we get lots of ideas, quantum leaping and all this other sometimes blue sky thinking, but it's the achievable bits that we want to focus on, and we have to be really careful not to get dragged into concepts and ideas that may not be achievable, because this is quick. This is really quick R&D prototype, and we've got the hardware. The hardware is good. The hardware flies. It's proven. It's good at what it does, but small tweaks can make it really, really good. Sometimes because we're immersed in this technology every day in, day out, back in our workshops, it takes a third person looking in to say, actually, have you thought about doing it this way? And you're like, we hadn't thought about that, but we'll take on board what you've said, and if we can apply it, we will. And normally, like I said, even this week, that feedback's come in, and within, I don't know, say 2 hours, the update's been rolled out across the the platforms that we've brought, and it makes it a much easier platform to operate, and it's more user friendly, for example.
Adam, isn't this a showcase of what in the early 90s, the whole business and management world was in complete upheaval to that both Japanese as well as German companies had this feedback loop, very closely knit kind of interaction with both suppliers and the end customer in order to achieve proper results. And everybody was wondering, how on earth could this be? But this is the only way ingenuity actually transforms into proper results, by taking in the customer requirements. You're showcasing at this point in time that what is considered to be high tech today, despite the fact that both you and I would probably agree that this is medium low tech, but still, you're showcasing today that the ingenuity and the capacity of battlefield information to be adapted to so quickly is essentially the same process as in Formula One. You're doing something which improves immediately with the results from the battlefield, with the feedback from the Ukrainians on the ground, those pilots as well as those who are actually using the results as to how to improve the tech, how to shift, change, adapt, amend, shave off a few things here and there, improve the batteries, improve the flight capacity, the precision, the likes. This is an astonishing period of time in the history of flight, aviation, as well as industrial economics, isn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we're lucky enough to be in a position where we can perform. I think the right word actually is agile. You know, someone comes to us with a problem, and we'll try to solve it for them. So, you know, I speak to a lot of people internationally. You know, that's my job. That's what I enjoy doing. And someone might come to me, say, I don't know, pick a country anywhere in the world that's not a conflict, and they say, I'd like to buy a drone, please, to perform this role. Sometimes the role can be quite vague, and one of my first questions is, other than who do you represent and who do you work for, if it's not a direct official contact, is like, what are you trying to achieve? Because their vision might be different to reality, or it could be completely skewed. They maybe watch too many videos or movies. Videos. I'm only 40 videos. Or they've seen something that they've bought maybe off the shelf, again, like we talked about last time. But when you want to ruggedize something, it becomes slightly more difficult. So if you want it to land pretty hard, and believe you me, we've had a lot of I call them tactical landings. People might call them crashes, but there's, you know, we have to fail fast, but learn from that failure and make sure it doesn't happen again. Or if it does, then how do we change it? So it might vary slightly. So the Aries, for example, the first iteration of the Aries came out late last year, just before Christmas. So late, say November last year, version 1. We're up to version 3, but it's an evolution. And I've watched the news, as I'm sure you all have, intently regarding this war. Warfare is changing, but it's changing potentially on maybe on a daily basis, but certainly month by month basis. I know we've all seen the same videos, but it's how do you extend that range? You know, people have as tank manufacturers, what's their next move for counter UAS systems? So we are lucky. We're in this position. We are highly innovative. We're highly motivated individuals, and we're lucky enough to be involved with MryiaReport and the team here to make an effort to, I don't know, make a difference the best way that we can.
So fundamentally, let's go back to the drones themselves. These are fundamentally observation drones, right? They're reconnaissance drones. They're meant to fly over the lines, look down, look around, figure out what the Russians are doing, and then safely return back to base. They'll have some sort of camera, some sort of a data link. Obviously, data link is not something to talk about, I'm presuming, but cameras. There's lots of people asking, oh, can it see in the dark? What sort of cameras does it have? Can it zoom in real well? Is it really good resolution? How much can you talk about that?
Yeah, thanks, David. So Yeah, the first part, the data link, that's not something for discussion, but the cameras are. Now, we use elements of commercially off-the-shelf products that we adapt to fit into our systems. The thermal camera, for example, is a 320 thermal camera. Now, if you put the word drone onto products, you end up increasing the digits behind the first one considerably. But the markets make some really good technology that we can use to great effect. Can I spot an armored vehicle a particular distance away? Yeah, we can. The cameras that we use on the day center, for example, and Paul's seen this, so they are particularly small, but it's modular, and we're always working in the background. So whilst we've got one project here, we've got guys and girls back in the office making sure we're working as quickly as we can to get the next versions and upgraded versions of the cameras ready to go. The system is modular, so if people want a particular camera that doesn't necessarily broadcast that data back live and they just want to record it, well, give us the camera that you're using. This goes back to my original statement about tell me your problem and I'll give you a solution. Is, well, we'll make a print to hold a particular camera and we'll stick it on for you and we'll power it from the drone. So it's the cameras are the small, broadcasting HD. The thermal cameras are pretty good for their size. They are light, and we have to maintain that balance between form factor and durability. So other kits on the market, if you land it hard, or so if I want to stuff it into a rucksack or a Bergen, whatever the expression you want to use, am I going to crack the gimbal off that camera? With the Aries, no. We did some testing this week, and we had height testing, and we dropped one from
250 meters.
Yeah, 250 meters, and there was some damage, but with a bit of Scotch tape, it was flying again within 20 minutes. So we know this stuff is pretty durable, pretty hardy, like so it's good stuff, and we're forever evolving. So if someone says, I need a different camera because I want to achieve this is my problem, we'll work with them to put that camera on it. And here we're learning lessons about sensor. So they might change their operating altitude from X to Y. The camera has to fit that profile, because if it's too small, you won't get the granularity that you necessarily need.
So nighttime, you said there is thermal imaging, and you can do more or less the same stuff at night as you can during the day?
Yeah, I would be happy to fly on my thermal camera during the day and or at night. You just change it to black and white, essentially. The camera's very good for its size. It's very capable. It's pretty basic, don't get me wrong, but why make things complicated if they don't necessarily need to be? So the camera will provide them with that reassurance that they can fly stuff at night and do the job probably the same, if not better, they're doing during the day. Just do it at night. Why would you fly in the day?
One more silly question, then I'll pass you off to Nick and Tim. How loud are these things? If it's 200, 300 meters above you, can you see it? Can you hear it? Or is it basically too small to be visible or heard?
Damon, I'm afraid that's top secret.
Fair enough. Yep.
No, I'm joking.
Understood.
I've got pretty good ears. Unfortunately, I need my specs to provide me with HD vision, but my ears are pretty good. So some of the guys have worked around heavy artillery before, and they're maybe slightly harder of hearing than I am. So my direction finding for these drones is pretty good. So I think specifics we need to leave off.
I can maybe give you a little anecdote, Doman, so that you get the idea. So we were doing some night training the other night, and as all humans do, I had the need to go to the loo, only to find out that I'd been filmed doing so, and I had no idea.
That's what we want to hear. that level of specific.
So that was Paul. Now I know who was that because we saw that on one of the screens.
But it also showcases one thing. If our side can do it, the others can.
Or at least one would be prudent in assuming the other side can. Right. Let's.
No,
let's
always, what I mean is, you always have to assume that the enemy is there.
Axel, are you suggesting that the Russians were filming me going to the loo as well?
No, I did not. I said that somebody was filming you, and technically, there's a possibility that somebody could have actually invested so much time and effort to find a way to intrude upon systems which would have given them the capacity to have at least a shadow of your image. Now, obviously, they would have learned now how to do a proper leak in a decent fashion, and that's a different thing. But other than that, I always assume that the enemy is there. Maybe I'm paranoid, but this is how it was phrased.
Not at that location.
I feel much safer now.
Nick, go ahead.
Hi, can you tell us what you can about what you use for the live data links? Because you're out in the country, and I don't imagine there's necessarily a 5G mast around, or is there? Do you have kind of private transmitters, or are you using the public data network, or how does that work?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So the software-defined radio that we're using is our technology, and it comes from the brains of the CEO, and we can broadcast that data over multiple kilometers of full HD. Again, I feel really bad, but I'm not going to go into specifics. But we've the RC community. If you Google, go onto YouTube and just type in how far do RC planes go, it will give you the general gist of some of that technology that's tweaked considerably to fit the purpose that it's being used for. But again, we have to consider physics. If I'm stood down, I'm just under 6 foot, or just about 6 foot, and my drone is at 50 meters, and I'm 500 meters away. I'm probably likely to do signal because the curvature. There's things in the way. We cannot beat physics. You can try to fly higher, use rebro systems, use other weird and wonderful bits of technology, but we always have physics to contend with, and we are working. Back in the UK, the guys are working. I wouldn't say flat out, but we let them sleep occasionally. But they're working hard to make sure we're stretching every kilometre out of the technology that we are using, and trying to source ways to increase that range on a weekly basis.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Tim.
Could we, if you can, talk about let's say the relative surveillance capabilities of these drones versus, say, fairly standard Western equipment like SAF, for example, especially with regards to, kind of deployability, portability, because as a man who's carried many SAFs up many hills, they're quite large, they're quite bulky, they're reasonably heavy. You're talking kind of 10 kilos with batteries. The capability they deliver in terms of laser range finding and infrared and night and thermal imaging, I mean, it's okay. It doesn't compare in any way favorably to mark eyeball daytime binocular type capability. If you can, could you compare what your drones have with, say, what was cutting edge in the British Army and Western militaries about 10 years ago?
Well, that's a hard comparison to draw, Tim. So perhaps if the focus on what we do generally and the focus from the business point of view since 2016, when UAV tech came about, was to provide the dismounted soldier with a bit of kit that they could throw into a Bergen and not worry too much, but be able to provide the SA, the situational awareness, that is required to perform reconnaissance missions, battlefield assessments, and all that kind of stuff. So 10 years ago, some of the names escape me, but the UK military stuff has moved on significantly, thankfully, since then. There are still some platforms out there that are being used, and I'm certainly not in a position to go beating them down because they were there at the time and nothing else probably was available. But long range platforms may take 2 or 3 individuals to carry, and like you've said, Tim, that a big box of batteries they're heavy, they're dangerous batteries. There's an element of danger to these things. Or LiPo batteries, if most of you will know, if you come across these things, if you don't play with them nicely, they'll have your fingers off. But it depends on the mission set. I mean, if you want to fly a long range mission, and you want to be flying for 3 hours, and you want to be flying at 1,000 meters up, you wouldn't use the bug. The bug is designed to get right into people's faces, right up and close and personal to things. So you choose your drone to fit your mission profile. The Ares gives you that over-the-horizon capability, daytime imagery, thermal imagery, broadcast perhaps up to 5 kilometers. But if I want to do further long-range stuff, I wouldn't use the Ares. I would use a fixed-wing platform to fly at 1,500 meters, if not higher, a better sensor, give it 10 times optical zoom, for example, and then adapt what you're flying to fit the requirement. So drawing comparisons on UK military kit, I was heavily in the civil service 10 years ago, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. And you probably give us some examples yourself about what was being used in the British military back then. But the stuff that we're seeing now, when we're working with militaries across the world, not just the UK, they want that durability, they want that rugged drone that isn't going to start falling apart as soon as they put it into a bag. They want 20 minutes of flight time, look over that hedge at distance. So you're increasing operator standoff, and you're increasing officer safety. It's not quite the same as officer safety, but you're increasing the safety to the operator and the people around that operator, and informing the person in charge. You're giving them that intelligence to make a more informed decision.
Let me put it this way. So I was an I-Star soldier, so 2 Squadron HAC. Our role was we walked a very, very, very long way, carrying lots of heavy stuff, and then set up a static OP for RT observation and general eyes-on observation of targets. So fight the latter part of the find, put it that way. What does this add to my capability, my former capability, or does it replace my former capability?
So rather than having all those heavy batteries, and depending on the time on target that you want to be able to see, if you're then adjusting fires, for example, on a particular point that you already know, and all you're doing is watching, and you're using it as another tool with maybe a long range static sensor, and you know where the target is, you're watching it already, and all I want to do is put it up at the right time to give that information real time back down the net to whoever's behind you. Well, I don't need 3 boxes for this. I just need 1 box and a handful of batteries. I'm making you more efficient. I'm making you quicker, and I'm probably giving you better sensor quality. It's moved on considerably in 10 years.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting.
Thank you. George, go ahead. And then we're going to move a little bit from stuff to staff. George.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I don't know if anybody asked this already. I'm sorry, I'm coming in late here. But is there any way some of the more heavy lift drones, the ones that can carry about 150 pounds or like 68 kilos, has anybody thought about outfitting them to be able to drop like 81 millimeter mortars? Because I know there is a company, I think Malloy or something that makes a a drone that has about a 70-kilometer range and can lift about 150 pounds, so that's about 68 kilos. So that could easily carry 10 81-millimeter mortar bombs. Has anybody looked into, or is anybody thinking about, or about outfitting one of those?
Yeah, George, that's something we've looked at in the past, and this is commenting outside of the stuff they're working with MryiaReport, because that's not what their focus is, and certainly not ours with those guys. But something that size is a pretty big target. They're going to be flying the Malloy drones. You know, the Royal Navy used the Malloy drones, and that's open source stuff. You Google that.
Yes.
So that's something that they're using and deploying. But and the guys here are using similar platforms to do just that right now. So are we thinking about it as an organization for here and elsewhere? Of course we are. We'd be silly not to. And let's be clear here, we don't make munitions. That's not what we do. We make them. We enable that to happen, and we would find partnerships with in-country providers, allowing them to use the stuff that they've got in service to deliver that effect. Yeah,
I was thinking, yeah, definitely that would be like, I understand it would be a bigger target, and like I said, I haven't heard what kind of noise they make or what their altitude is, but that would definitely be something that would be used as a night operation, right? Something that you wouldn't visibly be able to see. You might hear it, maybe when it's too late or something like that. So obviously, it would be something for a night operation, not a day, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That's, you know, the simple answer. Why wouldn't you look at it? We're looking at it, and we have done for quite some time, in parallel with what's happening here.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering if someone's trying to develop that, or if somebody in Ukraine's trying to develop that for them, because that would give them a pretty good offensive capability, because you wouldn't have to, you know, you're not dropping a 1 or 2, you could drop about 10 and be on your way.
Cheers, George. Yeah, I think those are really interesting ideas, of course, and we've seen Ukrainians, you know, modify various commercial drones as well in various ways. But we'll really focus on the stuff that MryiaAid have been working with together with UAV Tech. So there's two people speaking out of the Sonic account, by the way, for anybody who's just joining us. It's Paul from MryiaAid as
So they're
well.
supersonic.
They're supersonic. They're double sonic at the very least. So that's still supersonic, right? If there were 5 or more, they'd be hypersonic.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Actually, regarding MryiaAid, would one of those heavy lifts? Would one of those heavy lift drones be good in supplying, let's say, you know, supplies or something like essential supplies to a unit that's unfortunately been cut off or something like that?
Is that a question for me? I mean, yeah. I mean,
yes,
sir. Yeah, the concept's sound, but you'd need to understand the ground that you're operating in order to be able to fly it without the loss, and then you end up losing everything else in the process. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how heavy 1,000 rounds are. I mean, Tim might be able to give us a steer on how heavy 1,000 rounds are, but.
No, I wasn't talking about ammunition, but just essential, other essential supplies like food and things like that of that nature. First aid supplies. You know, somebody that's wounded and can't be airvac out of that area for now. Can you get them, like, would you be able to use one of those to get maybe essential blood supplies or something like that to a combat medic that's cut off?
There's no reason why you couldn't.
That sounds more like a battlefield in Afghanistan. I'm not quite sure that this really applies to the battlefield scenario we're seeing currently in Ukraine.
True, Axel. I'm just looking to see what the applications would be, if possible.
Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, the concept sound. You know, field dressings don't weigh very much at all. Neither do medicines. And that resupply route, I mean, it's probably quite quick. Traveling by air is significantly quicker than traveling by road. So if you've got that sort of element when you're furthest, like maybe someone's been evacuated, hypothetical scenario here, someone's been evac'd to a particular point from the front line backwards, and then there's a certain command post somewhere else. There's a team of field medics, but they need bloods, they need pain relief, or something else of that nature. Then yes, why not? I mean, why can't other charities that are looking at moving or making sure people are being moved correctly for humanitarian reasons? You could water purification tablets, for example. We've heard there are stories in certain parts of the country where finding fresh water may be a problem. So why can't you drop Steri-tabs and things like that to make a real difference for those people who are not necessarily fighting, but they're getting caught up in it?
I think the other thing to bear in mind as well is, I mean, we know that stuff can be lifted around because Amazon have been doing it for quite a while now anyway, with drones. I think the issue you've then got to deal with is, unlike with Amazon, there are effects on the battlefield that they don't have to deal with. So if you're going for something that's heavy lift, you are probably not talking about something that uses electric motors and a battery. It's probably some kind of internal combustion engine. So now you become an infrared target, and you still have the problem as well about being able to either blot out or get around EW effects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's shift gears just a little bit, and maybe let's involve Verlaine a little bit in this as well. Let's talk about training. So not so much the stuff that you have, because there's only so much that you can that we can talk about the stuff, right? For obvious reasons.
Domin, but at the same time, you can have me on the panel whenever, and the guys come here quite rarely. So if anything,
I know, but I want to talk to all of you at once, because you interact with each other and then better things come out. So, but actually, first before that, Paul, Adam, have either of you been to Ukraine before? Or is this your first time? Adam, you were there for Op Fury 1 as well, right?
Yeah, I've been here 3 times. This is my 3rd time here,
and this is my 1st time here.
Excellent. So you said earlier you speak no Ukrainian. How hard does that make it for you to communicate with the soldiers when you're training them? How do you know what they want? Is there any difficulty because of the language barrier, or is Verlaine so amazing that she just does everything on the fly and you don't even notice?
Yeah, thankfully we have Verlaine to decrypt some of our English-British colloquialisms when we're talking about drone flying into Ukrainian, and share a bit of banter with the lads. But it makes it, you need that interpretive technical ability that Verlaine has in order to get those questions from the guys, turn them into something we can work with, and then give them the answers that they're trying to get. Without it, we'd just be making hand gestures, pointing up, pointing down, telling people to land in funny ways. So yes, it's essential. We couldn't do it without the ability to translate.
Are you telling us that Verlaine is an exceptionally capable person with a sense of humor and can actually even translate what culture is?
The first part, yeah, I mean, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. The sense of humor is somewhat to be. No, I'm joking. And she can sing apparently as well.
She has been singing to us.
She has been singing.
She can sing, we know.
Yeah, I got the we got the full verses in the car just the other day. But yeah, Verlaine is an exceptionally talented individual when it comes to translation. I don't know how her mind works.
Is she here? Can we make her blush?
Her avatar is already part red, and the rest is pretty orange. So I think we already succeeded.
And the big bag of money she left me to tell you that. Anyway, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, I do have the keys to the room, so they are my hostages, so I'm making them sound all of that.
It's not as dodgy as it sounds.
How much do the different levels of let's say attainment of English? Let me guess, you had a bunch of soldiers there, different ones. Some of them are going to speak pretty good English. Some of them maybe not so much. How much was that a factor? And also, Verlaine, how much was that a factor for you? Right, because you kind of adjust your work depending on the audience, and when you're adjusting from one soldier to another to another to another, how hard is that for you as well?
Well, luckily we had four members of the team there, so everyone was involved, and whoever, like within the group of the cadets, trainees, knew English, you can just get out one of the one of the team members and speak with him personally if the level of English allowed him to do that.
What happened? You muted everyone, Axel.
I did not.
Well, somebody did, because I didn't either. Because I was half a foot of the phone.
It was muted by the host, so whoever has the host account did that. Yeah.
I threw my phone on the host account phone. I apologize. It's all my fault.
It's all right. Like, the guys who didn't know English at all, or who felt that their English is not on the level to communicate about some technical stuff and some peculiarities, they knew that I was there and I was doing it in a whispering technique. Guys know what I mean. So when I'm doing translation in spaces, it's usually consecutive, but when I'm doing during the training, it's how should I put it? It's more energy consuming. It's simultaneous, yes, but it's more energy consuming. They just have to understand how it's done. So I'm standing closer to the person who is like receiving the information, and almost in a lower voice doing the simultaneous translation from the person who's speaking. So basically, it saves time. And it's almost like a second delay sometimes. If I know where the person is going, that's the skill of simultaneous interpreters. You can even finish earlier than the person speaking because you know what's being told. But that's something which you kind of get with the experience. But overall, we had I think people who knew a little bit, and people who were, I would say, on the level of having. We did have one individual whose English is fluent, so to say, and those who were shy were usually just trying to speak with guys in English and looking at me. If they needed help, I would just come out of the nowhere and help them and just vanish into the fog.
It's almost as though you've done something like this before, Verlaine. But Adam, Paul, have you had to do this ever before? Training people who didn't necessarily speak a whole lot of English, working with an interpreter side by side.
Yeah, that's something I've done in the past, and it's when if we travel overseas to in my capacity now to deliver demonstrations or training, then you usually go with the blessing of the host nation, and normally that comes with somebody who speaks English as well. So it's something, and for me, if I travel internationally to do things like that, I want to make sure that there's somebody there to do that translation work for me.
And no, I've never had to work like that before, either in what I'm doing now or in a previous life. I tell you, there's something else that's probably worth pointing out that translators need, and it depends on where it's going on, because so Verlaine did a certain amount of translating in a classroom environment, which is one thing, but then when you then go out in separate groups with one of the trainers with one group, another trainer with another group, it was not it was a frequent thing to see Verlaine running backwards and forwards between groups in order to be able to do translation. That just hand would go up, and her name would get called out, and then she's, say, running from one end of the field to the other. So fitness appears to be a requirement as well.
Very good. How did you find the drone operators, actually? How much practice do you reckon they've had before? How good were they compared to others that you've trained before, even?
Very good. Like I said a little while ago, these guys have been doing it for quite some time, and they've been using it pretty more productively than most armed forces globally. Maybe that's quite a broad statement. It's quite a bold statement to make. But they've had to learn quickly, and their appetite to learn quickly is evident. They're very good. They wouldn't be in the units they're working in if they weren't good drone operators.
And can you tell us anything about what kind of soldiers are these? Obviously, infantry, one would presume, right? But special forces, maybe artillery, or maybe is this something that you can't really go into?
And their roles are ISR focused, so they are linked to those units. Again, specifics is not something we're going to discuss on here.
Okay, so it could be different applications, but the same sort of same sort of duties within the particular application. So you went to Ukraine. You went straight to Ukraine to train soldiers on these. You didn't pull them out to some field in Poland or Germany or the UK. Do you know of any other manufacturers that go and do this? That go to Ukraine and do all this stuff on site?
As yet, we're yet to find one. There may be some here. We don't know if they are. But yes, there are other options. And from our early interactions with Ukrainians, we were always told that they couldn't leave the country. Yes, it's evident now that certain elements of the armed forces are leaving to be trained in other parts of the world. But why would you want to drag them that far out of where they're trying to defend for a couple of days training? Yes, don't get me wrong, it's a 30-hour drive here. But they need to be where their role is, and who are we to say that they need to come out to us? It's our job for what we can offer them and what we can do. Let's just go to them. It's no skin off our noses to do that.
I think the fact that UAV Tech came out to Ukraine to do the training was one of the reasons that we were able to get, let's be honest, what are really skilled soldiers released. I was lucky enough to see some of the responses from commanding officers after Op Fury 1, and one of the things that was very important to them was the fact that if something had kicked off in the front in which that soldier was involved, they could then be called back quickly in order to take their place in the line. And I know that was important to their commanding officers.
That makes good sense, and especially with those training in the UK, we've heard that it's going to be ones that are going to be there for a long time, and it's going to be whole units, to the best of my understanding, right? Similar for artillery detachments that were training on M777s or Panzerhaubitze or whatnot. They were obviously dedicated entire units, but as you noted earlier, these were particular members of units rather than a unit as a whole. So obviously, the rest of the unit possibly needs them, right? That's a bit of a difference, and that's a very, very good insight there. How did you like it, honestly, on a very personal level? How did you like working with Ukrainian soldiers? Do you want to continue doing this, more of these?
For me personally, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Their appetite to learn, they want to get on with this stuff, and we want to help them do it. I think it's great out here. The country's beautiful, and we've seen a fraction of what it has to offer. Everybody's here. Everybody we've met, they're pleasant. They're engaging, albeit with Flane's help. And we do make friends out here. That's what we do, and that's what I enjoy doing. That's what I hope I'm good at. But it's just a wonderful country. The people are wonderful, and before this, Ukraine was probably never on my holiday destination list. But having visited 3 times now, it's something. It's somewhere I would come back to, and I'd bring people that I work with in the UK here. After all this is finished, it's a beautiful country, and there's so much to see. So yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's great.
And Adam, just imagine what happens when the rest of the country is free and you see the rest of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been watching from the dizzy heights of the Ninth Floor where we are. We've been watching one of the movies that it looks like an FPV drone pilot's put together, a big advertisement board. There's skiing here. There's whitewater rafting. The country's huge, and I think perhaps some people, maybe even in the UK, forget how big this country is. So to get here, you're driving through Germany, Poland, two big land masses, absolute monsters. You get here, oh, it's huge. It's never ending. But it is diverse. You know, there's lots going on here. You know, there's hipster quarters. There's more contemporary parts of the country, the city. Then you've got traditional parts of the city as well, steeped in history, riddled with fantastic architecture. And if it was me, and if my wife didn't object, I'd be here, you know, perhaps on a more permanent basis. But that I can't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a fantastic city with country with fantastic people.
Well, maybe she can, come with you for some time.
Yeah, highly unlikely at the moment.
I didn't say during war, but when things are being built.
Yeah, it's an option.
Tim.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a question I was asked and something George said about the possibility of drone logistics at a tactical level. Now, 1,000 rounds of 5.56 ball weighs about 10 kilos, 12 kilos. And, you know, doing some basic maths on what is a heavy lift drone and what even a platoon requires in resupply over a 24-hour period. You know, a soldier carries, 12 mags, 360 rounds of ammunition. So a platoon requires about 10,000 rounds. So that's 120 kilos. You think about a heavy lift drone carries 60 kilos. So that's two drones already. One resupply of ammunition, 2 drones already, and then there's water. You know, you just surviving, you get through a gallon a day, 4 liters a day, so 120 kilos of water a day. And then there's food, then there's grenades, and there's sundries, there's ammunition for the jimpies, there's mortar rounds, there's a lot of stuff. So just supplying one platoon, you're talking about several dozen heavy lift drone journeys in a 24-hour period, or 2 blokes with big balls and a Land Rover. So kind of there's, each of these drones requires a pilot. That pilot requires training, above and beyond what it takes to drive a Land Rover and have big balls. And so I don't mean to pour scorn on this idea, but I don't think we're quite there yet from an efficiency perspective. It's only for
Tim, I would agree. I would agree with that entirely. And the risk obviously there's a physical risk to the soldiers with the big balls, but then if you're losing that amount of munitions and you've got all that stuff whizzing around in the sky, and drones do crash. They do. They put themselves down where you don't want them to be put down. And if you've lost all that, even if in the vehicle gets a flat tire, you can still get the stuff out of the vehicle again. If a drone crashes from 500 meters up, you ain't going to get a lot of that back.
So to summarize, I don't think we're going to be replacing the 2 blokes with big balls and a Land Rover anytime soon, at least at the platoon level.
No, I don't think so. The concept's sound. Doing it, I don't think this is. I don't think this would be the place to try it, because the risk you have of losing all that stuff. In other parts of the world, yes, maybe. But I think here, whilst the concept is sound and it's already been used to good effect in, like, used in Malloy, for example. I think it's something not for here.
Thank you.
Nina.
Nina.
Go ahead, Nina.
Yes, Nina is back. No, no Marina anymore. Verlaine, I'm so glad to hear your voice here and see you here.
She was busy.
At least as an avatar. Oh, are you busy now, Verlaine?
No, she's busy the last few days. Go ahead, Nina.
Yeah, okay. So, Verlaine, after, I don't remember when I have talked to you the last time, but how do you see the atmosphere in where you are? I think you are in Kyiv, as I understand. How do you see the atmosphere and the spirit of the Ukrainian soldiers and people in Kyiv? Thank you. I think she's busy.
I think so, and we're really meant to be talking about the drones and the drone training that MryiA have been doing, with Verlaine's help for the Ukrainian armed forces the last week, between MryiA and UAV Tech that have been there. Dryfly, do you have a drone question?
I do. For the drone guy who's doing the development, I've gone to a number of drone seminars, large international conferences. One of them was mostly for commercial applications. It was in the US, but people came from all over the world, including drone manufacturers from Ukraine. And I got to talk to a lot of people. I was there actually selling components to people for other manufacturers. I'm not retired, but I went in, and so I got an opportunity to talk to a lot of people kind of like you. One of the guys told me a really, really interesting thing, and I'm just going to ask your feedback on it and what you think. He was saying that for every dollar that's going to be spent on drone development, like what you're doing, he says there's going to be $10 spent on drone defense. And he says it's just because drones are causing so much of a problem. And he said this is probably as much in the commercial space as it is in the military space. And he says the fear amongst people holding infrastructure all over the world of drone attacks is quite significant. And I've had that confirmed by people who run refineries here in the US. So my question to you is, do you see a lot of anti-drone defense efforts coming? I mean, I know the Russians aren't exactly leading edge on some of this, but they do have a pretty good electronic warfare effort. And then the other question I was going to ask is that one of the things the guy said is that he believes the biggest area of opportunity for anti-drone efforts is actually drone versus drone. In other words, you build a killer drone to take out an enemy drone. And an example of that might be building a small drone, relatively inexpensive, to take out the Orlans, and do it not so much like an anti-missile missile, but more like they sneak up on it and then take them out. So they don't even know they're being pursued or hunted. And I'd like to hear your take on that, because I think that's something that's probably maybe a bit on the cutting edge, and you guys may be where the blade meets the blood. And I'll listen.
Yes, there's no escaping counter-drone technology, and they have to be super quick to adapt with how quick drone manufacturers can obfuscate and hide their drones within the digital space. Now, I do think that the best people to develop counter-drone technology would be the drone manufacturers themselves, because they know how they work intimately. They know the coding, they know the frequencies, they know other bits and bobs. It's something we've looked at in the past, and you make a point there about air-to-air technology. Use the example of again, this is different AO, but drone attacks in Middle Eastern airports. Now, can you detect it quick enough? Can you then? And what's your what's your plan then if you detect a drone coming in at a particular altitude? I mean, a phalanx or a phalanx type system that's automated. But you look at built up areas, you certainly wouldn't want something of that kinetic capability shooting stuff down in the air, because 8 out of 10 rounds might miss, or in that case 1,000 rounds might miss, and where they're going to go. So drone to drone technology, it's about, we're working with partners in the UK to develop our own methods to deny capability, and you've got to do it in a way that's relatively safe. Some of these things are going to be equipped with packages you do not want dropped on you, but you've got to, in the back of your mind, always be cognizant of the fact if you take something out mid-air, where is it going to land? Could you make things worse? And we've had the opportunity to fly against kit, and we've also done training with people to try and shoot at this kit. That's an art in itself. It's something we tried to promote here when we were, and even in the last week, is what do you do in that situation? What are your operating procedures? Should you be able to hear something at night? Can you DF it visually or audibly? Which direction is it coming from? Can you see it with thermal imaging, for example? These things are fast. I know the Aries will do over 60 miles an hour. That coming towards you, if you're not quick enough, by the time you've heard it, it's too late. So counter drone stuff, I think it's a fascinating science to get into, and it's something that's like I said, we're exploring all the time with partners in the UK, technical collaborations about how we can use their technology. We have interesting point. Sorry to labour it, but you look at during the Second World War, anti-aircraft rounds were used with pretty good effect most of the time, and I don't think. I mean, Tim, for example, might be able to correct me here. I don't know if there's a round that exists now that uses the same kind of technology. People have gone to, laser guided munitions, large rounds that you can fire for miles, but something that's air burst, for example, could deny a drone if you can track it quick enough, if your system's quick enough to detect it and stay locked onto it. But then you look at flying under LTE conditions, so GSM, broadly speaking, are you detecting on 2.4 gig when I'm flying a phone that you can't see because you're not watching for it? So it's that the counter drone space is really interesting, and there's a lot of people out there doing it. Or do I just need a shotgun with some decent rounds inside it? Over.
Can I ask another quick question? The other thing that they talked about was, the swarm concepts, and everyone assumes a swarm is, on the ground, someone controls it, like you see for, these big presentations that are like fireworks displays. He said the real interesting area for him or for their group was actually master slave drones. So you'd have one drone run from the ground with a very secure network, and then many small local area control of a swarm. So he says, imagine you're going in with this one master that is controlling like maybe 10, 12, 13 other smaller drones, and it gives a level of security that you don't get if you're trying to run 10 drones from a distance. Can you comment on that, or is that guy crazy?
No, there's lots of different ways you can do this, and it all relies on the coding and the software behind it. So in many ways, the only limitation is imagination. If you've got the right person that knows the 01001 behind this stuff, you just tell it what to do. Yes, the secure communication, you've got then your Rebro and all those commands from somewhere else. Dump swarming is really easy to do. Give it like a queen bee, for example. You've got one at the center. It's almost the same as what you've said there, dragonfly. But bizarrely, I think babka is actually Ukrainian for dragonfly. But so if you've got one particular, but if you lose one, you don't want to lose everything. So dump swarming is relatively straightforward. You give it a spacing from the drone next to it, and off it goes. I mean, can you use drones to detect equipment? So if a signal, for example, is being pumped out, and I don't want to be denied. I just want to go after that signal. And once that signal has been detected, and I just use that as a way to vector in on a particular target, then why not? It's all in the software. It's all in the coding. There's so much you can do with this stuff. It's a whole topic of conversation on its own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dragonfly. Maybe let's go back a little bit to what you've been up to and people you've been working with. How responsive have they been? How much feedback did you get? Was it easy to get feedback out of your trainees? Sometimes it's very difficult to persuade people, to give comprehensive feedback on everything that troubles them. Maybe they think that they're not doing a good enough job with something. Was it easy to get feedback out of them, honestly?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys know what they want, and they know how to do it. And when they're faced with an opportunity to speak to the manufacturer themselves, they are not shy. They are not, as I was described at school once, as a shy retiring wallflower, or rather on the opposite side of that. They're not shy retiring wallflowers. If they want to ask or tell you something, if they say it's not good enough, they will tell you it's not good enough, and they will say it needs to be better and you need to fix it, otherwise it's not going to work. For example, like I said, the way they operate the camera on the Fury, they don't want to take, and if this is one of those things you do in a party game at Christmas. So if you have the ability to raise both hands and put your thumbs up in the sky, and those two thumbs operate the drone, I don't want to take my fingers off those two sticks. If I do, then I lose the ability to fly either altitude or yaw rate, for example. So how can I keep my finger on the drone? Previously, we've had the left thumb. If both your thumbs are sticking up still, your left thumb would move down to the D-pad below it. Well, that stick above your left thumb is then not on the stick where it should be. So with their feedback, because they've seen it and they're right with us, the opportunity is fantastic to be able to sit with the end user, and the manufacturer, and have that ability to really turn things around super quickly. They now don't have to take the thumb off the stick. So your left thumb and your right thumb stay exactly where they need to be, and you then use other digits to achieve that effect. So are they swift to give feedback? Yeah, it's measured. It's never cutting. It's always constructive, and it's in our interest to listen. We've got to listen. We make drones. We want to make them better.
Do you think you'll go for Fury 3?
If the opportunity presents itself, there's no reason why not. That we're now on a journey with some of these individuals where they're seeing the results of the time they've spent with us and our time spent with them in order to refine some of this product. And we've mentioned before that we are limited in the UK to some of the stuff that we can do without rafts of paperwork. You can do it, but here, unfortunately, it's the ideal testing ground. You'd rather not be in this position where you have to come to a war zone to test some of this. Don't get me wrong, there is a production element here that's already tried and tested, but you ideally want to avoid that. Would we do up Fury 3? Without a shadow of a doubt, we'd do it. But we're already refining the Fury. We're already taking the best parts and trying to make them better, changing the airframe, changing how it handles, and that's come on a long way in the last 3 months. So yeah.
So Domin, obviously, one of the things about Fury 3 is that the equipment does need funding. So whether it's happening or not is really contingent on being able to obtain the funding required in order to do it.
That'll need some work.
Away you go then, Axel. Get started.
Way ahead of you.
And Adam, how has it been working? How has it been for you working with the MryiaReport staff? How much are they drag? How much are they help? What did they do to help? Honestly, now is your time to turn to Paul, turn the microphone on, and tell him everything to his face he's been doing wrong.
It's an emotional roller coaster. I'm not going to lie to you. Paul and Fellaini are both very driven characters, and Paul obviously hasn't got to where he's got without having the drive and the motivation to make. I was going to say shit happen, but I'm not going to say that. To make stuff happen, and Fellaini is the same. So if they weren't here and they weren't doing what they were doing, this would never have happened. And there's been lots of backing, toing and froing between Paul and I, and we're heavily in contact with each other on a weekly basis to ensure Up Fury 1 with the paperwork. Every good operation is underpinned by good paperwork and good admin. And Paul he's okay at it. No, he's very good at it. As are the orders that we get to follow and the people we have to contact. So that's managed very well, and it takes the pressure off us. Whilst we could reach out to individuals, we don't have the time to be making fresh contacts that are already established. Why would we need to? If that contact is already established, it's working well, I do not need to interject and make things more complicated. So Paul and Fellaini are very good at what they do.
I'm sure that you'll provide the less positive constructive criticism in private then. Adam, going forward, do you only intend to build UAVs, or do you have any other projects as well to maybe expand your portfolio?
Great question. So we can pretty much make anything autonomous. I'm sat looking at a pillowcase, other than a pillowcase, for example, or maybe a duvet. But UGVs, for example, unmanned ground vehicles, and other things, they're out there already. The market is lucky to have there's a lot of suppliers out there that make very good autonomous vehicles or uncrewed platforms. We're doing it. That's what we do. That's what we enjoy doing. Like I said, if someone comes to us with a problem, it's like, how do I patrol this perimeter? Well, why don't you drive around it autonomously? You can sit back in your armchair. And I've done testing, for example, and I've been sat in East Anglia where I live, and testing stuff back at the farm where we are in my armchair. So that's stuff that we're doing all the time. Is it of interest to us? Yeah, absolutely. It's not just about stuff that flies around in the air, which is getting perhaps quite. There's going to be a lot of stuff in the air in the future. So managing that airspace, unmanned traffic systems, UTSs they're going to come to the forefront. Even in the UK, you've got segregated airspace where drones can fly. Coventry's now got its drone hub. Boots, the pharmacist, are running out medical supplies from Thorney Island, which is on the south coast, over to the Isle of Wight. Autonomous vessels operate to do sea surveys using radar systems they tow behind them. So it's there already, and we as a drone manufacturer are in that space.
Where do you see it going? How and why are UAVs a game changer? And specifically, do you reckon the West, the collective West, provide sort of drone superiority and drone dominance, like air superiority, air dominance of old, to Ukraine if it were to choose so? We've had kind of a similar discussion with a foreign volunteer out in the east of Ukraine a few days ago, and he was saying, Russians are kind of dominating the drone sphere in Donbass. Not always, but in sections at times, and what can be done, what should be done. What do you think you can help with to make sure that does happen?
So that goes back to user interaction or user feedback, doesn't it? So I don't know intimately what the Russians are using, and I don't see it. All I do is hear about it from the soldiers that we train and interact with. Now, if they gave me an example whereby if they said this, they know that this would combat it, but they don't have it, then why, as a manufacturer, we couldn't do that? Is it going to change? I mean, warfare's changed already, and it will perhaps only become more remote, and that's evident even with the RAF in the UK or the US Air Force operating MQ-9s. That's been around for years, decades, or years certainly, and Protector in the UK. So there's all these other things, search and rescue in the UK. Some of that's now trialed on automated systems. What do you do by enabling or using UAVs or remote or uncrewed vehicles generally? I think I've already said it, but you reduce the risk to the operator. You increase your standoff distance, and that data you can then disseminate real or close to real time as possible to many, many other people, rather than waiting for it to come back down a network. For example, you could broadcast data intercontinentally. There's if that's even a word, but you can broadcast that data live across continents, and I don't need a military grade system in order to do that. I just need the internet. So does it change it? Of course it's changing. It's only going to change. It's going to keep changing. It's a fascinating space to be in.
Thank you. We have our friend Finance here, who I bet has a very good drone question.
Hi, thank you, Doman. Thank you for coming up, Sonic. I had a question that harks back a little bit to where Doman was about 2 questions ago, which is with your technology. Clearly, there's a lot of great military use, and clearly there's some non-military use as well that maybe your drones and technology should use for. My question is, what do you see as the most promising non-military use in the future for the hopeful end of hostilities? Obviously, you guys are going to want to make as much ducats as possible. What do you see as the most promising non-military use for your technology, and sort of why?
The most promising use for non-military technology. So would you class as mine clearance as non-military technology?
Let's go into mine clearance. Let's talk about mine clearance first, because that's a really important topic.
I would love to hear about that.
Yeah, okay, that's something that we've tried. So with the individuals here that we've spoken to, and globally there's a requirement to reduce battlefield. What's the phrase? Remnants of war. Remnants of war. So it's in Africa, in the Far East. Could you use drones? I know drones are being used. So the application of multispectral and hyperspectral cameras to detect stuff that's buried under the ground is already there. Is that something we're looking at? Yes. If the customer, for example, in Africa comes to me and says, I have this problem and it's non-military, I don't need to go and look at bad dudes doing bad things. I just want to go and look for mines that have been dug in years ago. Can we help you with that? So yeah, of course, we'll try to provide you a product that will help with that. Search and